Hey everybody, took us a couple of minutes here. We're just having some technical difficulties, but we got going. So real quick here, I can see Paul's already ready to go. Hey Paul, how are you? So we were just having a little bit of a issue getting up and running, but I think now we're good to go. So as the title says, I'm going to be joined by AmishDaveArcher. He's already online. I'm going to bring him on in a second. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a chat. We're going to be talking mainly like 90s hockey, but like usual, it's a chat. It's wide open. So if you guys have any hobby related questions, go for it. In the middle of the conversation, I'll be happy to throw some questions up there, and we can definitely talk about whatever you guys are interested in talking about. And then we'll get a chance to show off some cards, I'm sure, and then we'll talk some stories, and it'll be a little bit of fun. So let me bring him on here. Hey Dave, how's it going?
Not too bad, Carlos. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I spent enough years in IT to know the fields of what you were going. Sometimes it's the dumbest stuff. You think
Hmm.
you got everything more or less ready to go, and it's always when you want to do something.
Yeah,
That's the moment it
exactly.
decides. You know what? Now I'm gonna mess with you a little bit. It was probably working fine the entire rest of the day, and like
Yeah.
any other time would have been just fine. Sounds good. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, obviously, we're going to talk some 90s hockey. That's going to be a big crux of it. But I know you and Steve had yourselves a nice conversation going on where towards the end especially, you really got into the whole super collector thing, which I thought was
Mhm.
really interesting. I thought it was actually really good. And it's funny because I think once upon a time you were on Beckett as a super collector for the Josh Johnson collection, right? Whenabouts was that?
2012, 11,
Okay.
maybe somewhere in there.
Okay, cool. I always used to like that super collector column. I always thought it was
Mhm.
interesting to see because for me it was like it wasn't like the player didn't really matter to me. That part I wasn't that concerned about. It was like, okay, how did you approach it? And this is what has informed my hobby today is and this is why I have some fun. Sometimes I'll talk to or listen to Jeremy. And we've got two very different philosophies in the hobby. We get along well because we're both out here having fun in our own way. And that's the key. He's
Yeah.
got his way of enjoying his hobby and I got my way of enjoying the hobby. And sometimes it's kind of fun because I think in certain ways I kind of frustrate him because I just don't care about the value portion of it as much. I
Yeah.
got a little bit more of a disaster. I'm like, look, man, if it all went to zero, I'd laugh. And
Hmm.
that's just my personality because have I put money in the hobby? Absolutely. I put a good chunk of money. But if all my collection went to zero, it wouldn't affect my net income.
Yeah.
If it did, then I screwed up. I did something
Yeah.
wrong. That is not my 401k, for US or RSP
Yeah.
in Canada. If that's my 401k, I have messed this up. I've done this wrong. It doesn't matter who I'm collecting. But
Exactly.
realistically, from a collecting standpoint, I always took the mentality, and it informs everything else I do. The mentality I took into it is however much money I'm putting into it is money that I'm comfortable throwing into an incinerator and never seeing again. And if
Hmm.
that's what happens, that's cool. Because I know Jeremy had his interview with Jeff from Sports Card Investor, who's a bit of a polarizing guy, but I will say the views were there. The view
Oh, yeah.
count was off the charts. The chat was full. It was rocking the whole time. So he definitely got a lot of exposure because
Mhm.
Jeff brought the audience. There's no
Yeah.
doubt. He definitely did. So I think that's going to be good for his show long term because he does have a lot of really good content, and if even a fraction of them stick around, that's only going to bolster what he's doing, which is awesome. So
Yeah.
good on Jeff for agreeing to come on, and I like that the majority of the conversation stuck to. Um, if the majority of the conversation stuck to kind of his collecting side and a little bit
Mhm.
less about market movers, which honestly, market if I want to see market movers, I've got it in his channel all the time
Mhm.
because I do pay attention to his channel because I still want to know what's happening. I still want to know what's going on. And for what I do and when I give opinions and stuff, it helps to not be ignorant of it. I still need to know, even if it's not what interests me the most. So real quick here, we'll just say hi to Vinny. Hey Vinny, how's it going?
Vinny.
And then of course right here, see, this is right here the key difference. It's like Jeremy's put a lot more stock into it than I have. If mine goes to zero, I cackle and then I move on with the rest of my day.
Yeah.
That's pretty much so that helps me a lot as far as the collecting because it's like I can collect without guilt. I can collect without
Mhm.
impunity. Although they bring up one interesting thing that I'd like to get your take on. One of the things they were thinking about as well, because for most collectors, like I said, I'm an outlier. I'm in the extreme side of this. But for most collectors, they would like their collection to appreciate in some way. They don't want it to go to zero, or they're not okay with it going to because they have put in time and money and all that stuff. So I
Mhm.
understand. I'm not gonna knock them for it. That's the way they need to collect, and how they feel is how they feel. But my question is this: one of the things they're thinking about as well is even if you don't care about the value yourself, then maybe whoever you would hand it down to or whatever might care. Well, I don't have kids and I don't really have any plans of getting it, so that part of it is out of the equation. But at the same time, again, part of my collecting philosophy personally is that when I collect, I treat it like I'm going to throw money into the incinerator. That's number one. But then number two, my enjoyment is building the collection, the challenge of putting together, curating the collection I want to curate. But then after I'm dead, Dave, they can throw it in a ditch for all I care.
Yep.
I'm done. Like, what difference does it make to me? I'm dead. I can't take it with me, and I'm not going to be buried with it. So I'm completely okay. But
Well,
that's an outlier.
You buried with at least one Madonna card, maybe that 9091 Peachy. You might
Maybe,
get buried
yeah, exactly, yeah. But it's one of those things where like I enjoy it. I've had fun with it over time, but one of those things where odd coming from me, it's almost Zenish. It's like it's just stuff. After I'm gone, it's just stuff. They can deal with it however they deal with it. I'm not worrying about it. But that's just me. How do you stand on kind of that general idea?
Would I like my daughter to have it? Would I like the family I have
Sure.
to have it and put it towards something? Sure.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about Jason Morrow, Josh Johnson, Dennis Northcutt, Kerry Collins. Nobody cares about these players except probably their very immediate family. So unless somehow I got in touch with them now, built those and forged those friendships, or even a very, like you say, an outlier type of friendship, maybe.
Yeah.
Give it to their kids, their grandkids. I mean, some of the stuff with Josh Johnson, you'll have Verlander on it. So I'm like, okay, at least that at some point will have some value because he's pretty much ticketed to the Hall of Fame. Okay. But a lot of these other guys, no. I mean, the hockey inserts, again, unless you see the huge spike, that I won't say basketball because that's in its own bubble. But like the baseball stuff, that mid-90s with a Jeter, Griffey, Bonds, McGuire, and Ripken, those type of guys. If all the Waz, Madonnas, Hull, Gretzky, Brodeur all go up to that level or somewhere near that level, that'd be great. But again, I spend the money on the collection because I love collecting. I could go out and go to the bar. I could go bet on sports and who knows, maybe make it big. I don't want to. I want tangible goods that bring me back to my childhood and my teenage years where it's like I couldn't touch some of these cards then because that Beckett was paying $150, $200, and good luck finding them around Ely because there was one shop an hour away and then a couple more 2 hours away. But it wasn't like the hockey wasn't as prevalent as basketball, baseball, and football was. So again, if it grows up or it grows in value, great. If it doesn't, great. I'm spending big money on something like the Lombardi cut. I think I showed in I don't know, the second episode of the podcast. It was because that won't go down. There's no
there's still a huge built-in fan base for that, and it is a legendary icon of the game. Obviously, Lombardi is the name of the trophy. So even if somebody doesn't realize, maybe they'll put two and two together and go, "Wait, isn't that the same guy?" Yeah, it kind of is. Oh wait, let me look that up. A Google search later, they're like, "Oh, that Lombardi. Yeah, that guy." Let me grab a couple of quick comments here. So we got Irving, awesome.
Irving, man.
Yep. So here Paul says as well, I have to say Joff a lot of times take a lot of flack. In fairness, Paul, I will say some of the flack is deserved, but he did do very well on the show. I will say he acquitted himself very well. And because the focus was on the collecting side, I think that honestly, that was a smart decision on Jeremy's part, his part. That conversation was going to go over a lot better. It was going to be a lot less of a pull because what I try to separate out, and this is, and your point is completely valid, Paul. One of the things I try to do very much is I try to separate two things from each other. I look at the tool that he did because I've reviewed and looked at that tool, and I think the tool is fine. I think it does a good job for what it is, and I'm confident it's only gotten better. And if that's what you want to use, and if that's the kind of information you want to have at your disposal, you could do worse. So it's definitely got its purpose if that's what you want it for. So that's the tool. Then I look at the content, the YouTube. For me, it doesn't do a lot for me. I pay attention to it because I need to pay attention to it, but it's very one-dimensional. It's not a lot to it. It's not really collector content. It's, investment-oriented content, which is fine. But it's also like, these are the top 5, it's a glorified infomercial for the tool, which is fine. You're allowed to do whatever you want on your YouTube channel. That's its purpose. And he's not selling it as anything else, so I don't have an issue with it. Then the third one is the person. An interview like that helps you kind of get a little bit behind the scenes of the person. Now, Jeremy cares more about that than I do. I joke with him offline that I said, he could be the devil and I don't care. He could be an angel and I don't care. Most likely he falls somewhere in the middle. He's a businessman and that's okay. But like I said, I'm not going to, I love Jeff now. I'm his biggest fan. No. But I didn't hate Jeff before either. So it's not like my feelings have not changed. one way or the other as far as that. But it was an interesting conversation, and I thought it was a very good one to have.
Yeah, I caught part of it. I was about an hour of it, the first hour, and then I try to get up in the morning for work. And yeah, he came off personable, and when you don't sit there and push the investor aspect.
Yeah.
I mean, you can talk about, because obviously that's where his meals are made, in that investor area.
Yeah.
But when he's talking about Tim Tebow and he's like, I can't sell this Tim Tebow. It's not like people are going to invest in Tim Tebow.
Yep.
I enjoyed that, where you're not just constantly Juan Soto, Pascal Siakam, McDavid, whatever. It's you're talking a little bit about yourself. And I'm in the Jeremy bracket where I want to know about these people, because again, if
fair.
you're just coming in and, well, hey man, I got this hot tip. Aaron Judge rookie cards are going to go up. But which ones are going to go up? And then come to my channel, and if we pay $5 or whatever, people can do whatever they want with their money, whatever makes them happy. But again, I want for people to actually know the full scope of everything.
Yeah.
Not just go down the one avenue and be like, okay, that's the only avenue I can go down. No, there's a broad horizon out there. Don't pigeonhole yourself and regret it later.
Yeah. That's why I think the episode was mutually beneficial. Like, to the point here is that, yeah, there were a lot of comments, Jeremy, but I think you've already looked at it by now. I checked in on the view count on that episode, maybe about 45 minutes after it ended, and it was already like pushing 10,000. Like, it blew all the other episodes out of the water, which didn't surprise me. The second Jeff promoted it, and like I said, I'll give the man his credit. He decided to take it seriously. He promoted it on his social media, and he's got a big following. He's got a lot of subscribers, and they came in droves. Because to Jeremy's point here, I laughed because, and I don't recall if I phrased it exactly this way. I said, if he does do this, like promote it, you're not going to be able to keep up with the chat.
No.
There's no chance. No. And I know Jeremy aspires to someday have Gary Vee, and I go, well, yeah, 10x that. Like, if Gary Vee comes on and they know ahead of time and he promotes it to his audience and they decide to come on, good luck with that. Because I saw that Jeff put in, because he's got enough followers on Instagram, you can do the thing where you can swipe up and it goes directly to the link. That I don't know exactly. I think you need 1,000 followers for that. So as soon as you got that, you can activate that. Well, that makes it easier. You don't have to do the link in bio thing that I have to do. Where like, hey, go to the bio. There's a clickable link there, but I actually have to get you to press it. That one you just swipe up and it opens up the YouTube page, and you're on. So that's a big game changer. So here's a good question for you. This is from Jeremy here. Do you collect Dumba?
Yes, that's the only one I don't think I've got right in front of me. But he's the only current guy I really dabble with at all. And I've got. I know Matt from the Essential Credentials YouTube channels, like, you got to do a PC showcase on him at some point in time.
Yeah.
I will, because, I mean, there's a lot of that Dominion stuff I've got, the Prime, those patches. They
did some good stuff.
Oh.
I tried to win the Shield of Dominion. That was the one. That was like, that would have been the most expensive card I would have bought on eBay. I topped out at, it was about $870 US is what I topped out at. But with the shipping and the customs and everything, what I was actually offering was well over 1,000. And I still got outbid. I got outbid by about $40. But it tells you how serious I was, that I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to commit $1,000 US to this. And I still fell a little bit short. Which, you know, we talked about it in one of the episodes where I go, I get over stuff like that quickly. I have hobby amnesia that way because I don't dwell on it. Because there'll always be another card. There'll be another opportunity. I would have loved to have had it. But then almost immediately, I went, well, now I was willing to commit this much money to it. When I said earlier, well, then Pujols rookie. Well, then one of the Juan Sotos that I was looking at. I had stuff on my watch list. I was like, well, I wasn't going to buy it because I was committing money to this. Well, since I didn't, now I can go get this other stuff that I think is pretty cool too. So it's like, you move on.
And that's the plus and the minus of that watch list on eBay.
That's right.
Mine is literally always filled with stuff that is rare, stuff that isn't rare, stuff that at some point in time I want to pick up, but it's just like it's there. And I've said this before too. Don't constantly, if there's some good deal there, and okay, it's went through a couple cycles in the auction, the 30-day listing or whatever it is. Don't let it keep going, because at some point someone else is going to pick up that it's a good deal, snag it, and then you're going to be like, oh.
Yeah.
for me, if it's like a super cheap card and I just I'll get it later and I lose it, that's where it hurts more, because I'm like, stop being a penny pincher, just grab it and get it done with and move on to something else, because you know you're going to want it anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those things. That's the only time that the value comes into play for me. That's the part where I care about it, because I don't have unlimited funds. So I have to try to, I will overpay for a card I very much care about, or that I'm interested in, or that fills an interesting slot. And we're going to talk a little bit about the player collecting side of it as well in a little bit here. But the thing is, I pay attention to it because if I have $1, I need to stretch that dollar as much as I can. I need to get some value. I don't want to pay for a 10-cent thing and pay $1 for it. I'd rather space it out a little bit and get more for my buck. But the thing is, once it's in my collection, though, then it can be $1, it can be $1,000, it can go up and down, whatever. I'm not really paying that much attention to it. It doesn't make any difference anymore. It's basically locked in the vault for my purposes until forever. So I'm not concerned at that stage. So real quick here, I'll just get a couple comments. Jeremy, yeah. And the thing is, it was logical. And hopefully, Jeremy, now with your newfound fame and your huge exposure, hopefully he won't be too big for the rest of us. We'll see. Paul says, yeah, the import fees, man. eBay kills me with those. Like on smaller cards, like $20 or $30 cards, I can be paying $20 shipping on that, which is unacceptable. Like and it's not like it's good service. Is it tracked? Yes. I get to watch it be tracked to Kentucky, and then I get to watch it be tracked from Kentucky to me. It takes forever. It costs me a fortune, and it's worse service. So it's like, really? That's what I get to pay extra for. On the bigger items, I can live with it. But at the same time, on the smaller items, it's like, well, that hurts. Like I have to factor then into my price. I'm not paying $20 for this card. I'm paying $40.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference, because I have to kind of think about, all right, is it worth pulling the trigger on this one right now? So that's a big thing for sure. So right here. Yep. No, it's one of those things. It's, it's absolutely killer. And I genuinely don't know. It's one of those deals where I haven't played around with it, but there are the services that will let you forward, like forward mail. And it's one of those things where I think if you're Canadian, and you really want to partake, especially because there's some good deals where if you remove the shipping from it, it's actually perfectly fine. Like some of these cards would be way cheaper that way. So it's like you either get an American friend or relative, or who can bundle it for you and then ship it over, and then you hook them up, and then you're good to go. Or you use one of these forwarding services that charge a fee, still cheaper. Be like, all right, guys, I'm going to send you a bunch of stuff. Ship it over to me right after, and then you can set it up whenever you want. And it's a shame that you have to go to those lengths.
I know. I've gotten comments from my post office. I think it was the end of August, early September. I made that deal for all those basketball cards and sold a ton, or sold 20 cards, but I made a very healthy sum of money.
Yeah. So
I'm like, okay, I'm going to knock off some of these brodeur cards that I've been watching and I want to get, and I know they're going to cost a chunk of money. So, I mean, it was like every week was like 15 packages at the post office. I think the one week had like 25 because I missed a day of going there, and then go there the next day. There's two of the yellow slips in my P.O. box. Go there. Like, you're keeping us in business.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just like dumping packages out there. So I'm like, everybody's got to chip in these difficult, tough times.
Hey, listen, I consider it keeping my contribution to keeping the economy going, Dave.
Yes.
This is what I want to keep: the post office in business. I want to keep, the fulfillment service in business, the sellers in business. I'm just helping everybody. It's a service we do.
And that's where your dollar, it stretches far, because all these people are now in business because of your dollar being spent.
It's really a noble thing, Dave, if you really think about it. It's really a noble thing.
I have.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let me kind of take off of that. So one thing we're going to do, like I said, we'll show some cards as we go along, but I had a little bit of fun with this. This is a project I've been working on the last couple of weeks at the house. Those are the 1990s Medanos. So this is basically the decade of the 1990s in Z folios. And I got it sorted out by the years just to make my life easier. It's not everything, because memorabilia cards are too thick for this and stuff like that. And there's a couple of more valuable cards I keep outside of it, but almost everything else that I got fits into these guys.
And how much, because I've wondered this, how much are those a pop, or how much those go for, like 25?
It depends. You can get them on sale. I've gotten them as cheap as like in the 20s.
Okay.
Sometimes they get a little more expensive. They get into the 30s. Mind you, part of that is because now they're lower stock, because I think a lot of people caught on to those. But they're really nice for what they are. The downside is that you can't see the back because they're double-sided.
Okay.
But for a lot of the main cards, It's great because it's black in the background, so it's a nice contrast. They just look good. Like it's an album, and then it's side loading, so you can take the card out a lot easier in most cases.
Okay.
So from that perspective, it's pretty good. So I put it in kind of Beckett order. So if I want to reach for something, I grab there's the one, open it up, grab it, and I can find more or less what I want, and I can figure out if I have it or not without even having to check the checklist. It's a nice little extra helpful thing to be able to look the stuff up. It's nice that it fits in the 5 though. So so that's the entire decade. Now the next decade, each year would have its own at the bare minimum, with the exception of the lockout year. 2004 2005 is an anomaly because Medano has 32 total cards.
Okay.
That's the one year it's like 32 cards. You can fit it in a couple of pages and you're good to go.
But then you'd have all the gaming stuff too, and that'd be a bear to try to get in there.
There's a couple of them, but like because it was the lockout year, they didn't release a lot of product. It was just it's only 32.
Like the 2000s and beyond.
Oh yes, yeah.
Games.
Yeah, that ends up in top loaders and boxes. Like you can't have it in those. But the regular stuff that's normal size, it's fine. It works really good. It also, like I said, if I ever need to do a showcase or something, it's a heck of a lot easier to locate it inside of one of these. Just open it up. Here it is, guys. This is the year. This is the brand. We're good to go.
Well, then a lot of the room, you think of a 3 count, a 4 count, a 2 count graded box. That takes up a lot of space. I know. But, so, I mean, that's just like the old Trapper Keeper in half, maybe.
Exactly. So let me ask you a question. We'll kind of play off of a little bit, like I said, towards the tail end of your podcast. One of the things that you guys did talk about a little bit, so I'll put the subject right there. So you guys were talking about the definition of a super collector, but the thing is, it's almost impossible to define because it's I can't think. So I really think this was pretty much developed based on the Beckett super collector thing. I think that's really where the term came into being, really. And personally, I've never been a fan of it, just because to me, like, a collector's a collector. Like, what do you get hit by gamma rays? What makes you a super collector? Oh, well, you have this high percentage of it. Well, if my guy has 10,000 cards, high percentage is 5,000, 6,000. But somebody who has 6,000 cards, 6,000 is everything. So, are there levels of super collector? Is that what it is? So I've always thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah. So exactly, Vinny. Yeah. I think just the 3 brands. Had a couple of cards in 04, 05, and that was it. So that's how you ended up at 32. So it wasn't too much. But the thing for me, though, again, it's just I don't like the term. I've always thought it was silly, but I accept it. It is what it is. What are you going to do? But then you're back to your original problem. Like, okay, so at what point do you hit the magical threshold? Is it card count? Is it percentage? Is it certain type? Because to me, if you're a legitimate collector of a player, and you have 1,000 base cards, but they're all different, that to me is legit. Like, you put in the work. Like, it's not easy getting 1,000 different base cards of one player. That takes some work. But if you're another one who just like, you know what, I just love certain types of cards. Maybe you put together a set of like some awesome memorabilia cards of the Cup, and you're meticulous and you look for the best patches, but maybe your collection is about 30 or 40 cards. To me, that's legit. There's nothing wrong with that. That's an awesome collection. Both of them are legit in their own way. And I would have no problem listening to kind of what made you decide which ones you were going to pick up, because that to me is the interesting part about collecting a player.
Yeah. We had that, like you said, and I don't think we both don't like that term. I'd rather be known as the Josh Johnson guy, the 90s Brodeur guy, Dennis Northcutt guy, whatever it be. I don't like the super collecting because, like you mentioned, with what year did the kid card or the cards not become strictly for kids? It's a discussion that it's a never-ending one.
Yeah.
And it's, again, I said with you put in the time, you can have X amount percentage-wise, and then let's say you got bobbleheads, you have starting lineups, you have pennants, you have posters, you have 8x10s, whatever the case may be. Like I said, if Josh Johnson had his picture in a douche kit, I would buy it because it's Josh Johnson. I don't care. Diapers.
But you should also ask questions at the same time. At the same time, you make the purchase, but you also got questions.
I would ask, why is that on there? But at the same time, I'm like, well, it's Josh Johnson. Whatever. It's going to go on the shelf. But yeah, and that's where I'm more in the boat of, I try to go hardcore after everything, but then I also realize I can't go after all the Patrick Roys. I can't go after all the Brodeurs because the market is night and day, the fan base is night and day, and then Brodeur is a Hall of Fame goalie. Josh Johnson had 2 or 3 good years for a team that, whatever. The Marlins weren't a stellar team like they were in the mid 2000s when they had Cabrera coming up and Dontrell Willis. So he didn't get to ride that train to the title, but it's always subjective. It's something you can always discuss, and nobody's ever going to be wrong unless you say, "Well, I'm an Adrian Peterson super collector." Okay, what do you got for a collection? Well, I got a couple tops rookies, an upper deck rookie, and a Panini whatever patch. Well, that's a nice start, but
I always thought it goes back to what I said earlier, where I think there's different versions. That's why I say, to me, a collector is a collector. The super collector tries to imbue upon it some kind of a title. I feel like there should be a super collector committee that decides on your case. That's basically what you're implying, because it requires this nebulous definition that doesn't really exist. Because again, you've got the person, you can have the person who collects the memorabilia only. You don't even care about the cards. Well, if you've got 15 game used jerseys that hang on your wall, again, that's legit. Like, I don't have it for you. You decided quality over quantity. You actually went to the lengths to go get these items, which are probably not easy to come by. So again, you put in the work. To me, the work is the key part here. You put in the effort. You just didn't go to eBay and hit a bunch of buy it nows, because it's not that easy. You had to put in some effort, or maybe get a network together and put that. The other thing, though, is that it also gives this identity where it's like, well, I'm superior. There was a time earlier in my collecting life where I was definitely I was winning a lot of the Medano cards that were on eBay, but that's when you could still see who the bidders were. So it was me and a handful of others. So I knew I was running in that circle. And it's like, I know who my nemesis are. I know exactly who they are. At this stage, I have no idea, but I've definitely got more cards than I did back then, because at that day, I had a very small budget, but I would push for certain nice pieces. Then it took a while where I got really bored with the base cards and the commons, and I didn't touch them for a long time. So I'd focus on these nicer cards. But I kept collecting and I kept accumulating the stuff. And then at one point, maybe about a year and a half ago, I said, I wonder how far I could get if I just tried to get all the stuff again, especially since now some of the jersey cards are like super cheap. Some of the lower end stuff is like $2. So I can buy 5 or 6 of them at a time, just stack them up. They're not as interesting to me, but they're part of the checklist. Right now, the focus is more on the playing day for me, but there's some nice stuff post playing day as well. So if there's something really cool and the price is reasonable, I'm not objecting. But the playing day stuff has a finite number. It's not adding more every year.
And that's why I like Brodeur up until like that 03, 04. They're all the guys that I try to collect, just because it seemed more so even a couple of years before that Pacific, you go from awesome inserts, different material for the card to be made, die cuts, all that. Then you're just dumping jerseys. Private stock had dual jerseys, 1 per pack or whatever it was, and then titanium. Everything seemed to have jerseys, and that was where Pacific, I think, got away from what made them maybe not the top brand, obviously, because Upper Deck then was still pretty much the king, no matter what it did. But I mean, you get away from what people really like with your die cuts and all that stuff, and the Kramer's Choice. Sure, you had them, but I mean, it was getting to the point where it's like, the same 10 players in every set. You have to change it up a bit and not just have it with the jumbos being different colors. So it's like, no, we'll just do more jerseys and all that stuff. I do like what they did with the rookies. That I'm guessing the few when you had the, I don't know if it was titanium, had the jersey number ones way back then. I love that. I mean, it sucks for like if somebody's numbered 1 or 2 or 3, I get that. But I like if it's like to 23 or something. It's like, okay, that's cool. Where it's something that you can somewhat still obtain. Not if you got what John Sebastian Jaguar or Hiller, Yona Hiller had it for one of the collectors on a Hobby Insider. He's looking for 1 card out of like a Panini product because it's numbered to 1. And it's like, well, that's the only downfall for me. You can't. Everybody can't have the card number to 1, but when that pops up, guess what? You're going to go harder after to try to allocate funds to make that hard push to get that. But that's Pacific was the one that really was a disappointment when they got all into their game use stuff and got away from the inserts and what brought them to the table.
I think part of it is that they kind of ran out of ideas. It
Mhm.
became kind of a thing because because they threw so much stuff. If you guys go back in the back catalog of Pacific in that late 90s period, they were just throwing so much stuff at the wall. Every single set had, we got die cuts here, we got laser cuts here. Not even die cuts, laser cuts inside the card.
Mhm.
You know, we'll do this, we'll try that, we'll do this other thing, and then they would come out with all these, and you'd have some of these, and it's one of the topics that I've got here. You've got some of these cards that are like, they look like just regular inserts. It's like, but this is 1 out of 700 packs. It's like, wait, what? If you didn't know, then you'd be like, what? Because they weren't numbered. You'd have to see the odds, and it would sneak up on you, and you'd be like, oh, okay. Turns out that's a lot rarer than I thought it was, but I wouldn't know it by looking at it because it just kind of looked like a card. It was one of those things where it would throw you off. So let's do this here. But that became one of the reoccurring themes as time went on. It just became like, what are you trying to do? What are you after? And then as the other companies, the good part is that Pacific forced the other ones to innovate a little bit. So that was kind of nice. So that was good. So let me quickly grab a comment here. Hey Ziggy, just hanging out, having a chat about collecting players and things of that sort. Here we go. First retirement years for Mario was a sad time not to have Pacific for him. Yeah, the timing on that was really unfortunate because he played before that and then he played after, and then there was that little gap in between where they didn't really have cards, and I don't think they were really leaning harder than Legends as much at that time, because today Modano still has cards every year because he's in the Legends rotation. So whenever a new set comes out and for some reason he's not in it, I'm like, oh, thank God, I get a break for one. I'm kind of in the Steve camp, where it's like, give me a break once in a while. He's a legend in almost every set. So I usually have to grab some stuff. It's like, give me a little bit of a break. I got enough stuff for the playing days. He's got almost 4,000 cards in the playing days. He played 21 years. So it's like, I got plenty to chase after. But the fun part has been going into that back catalog though, and being like, all right, you know what? I had a lot of these, and I ran the numbers the other day. The first 10 years that these binders represent, I have somewhere about 77% of the cards that exist for that first decade of his career, which is pretty good. So now my goal is to get to 80 or 85 or 90, but most of them I can get because I removed the one of ones from the checklist as best I could. I'm not counting those. I either have them or I don't. It's not that hard to figure out. Yeah. So anything that's not a one of one, I'll at least take a shot at it because I probably have a shot, but some of them are obscure. And some of them I don't. Some of them I remember opening the product and I don't recall. So it's like, I just don't recall. It's like, what is this card? And occasionally I'll have one of those where it's like, I know for a fact I opened packs of this. And I genuinely have no earthly idea because I used to get the sell sheets and it would show all the inserts and stuff and odds and pictures. And I was like, what the hell is this thing? I don't even know. So yeah, let me grab here. So yeah, no, absolutely, Vinny. It's one of those things. It was a bit weird because today, if Mario was away and he'd be in that Legends rotation anyway, they would they'd make cards of him the whole way, all the way through for sure. They'd find inserts of them. You get memorabilia, you get autographs, you get the whole shebang. You get everything for sure. Now I got to give you props, Dave. So we're going to show off some cards, but before we do, I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to use Instagram. I got to give you some props because I'm going to share here. I'm going to share here your Instagram page real quick. And this is one of your recent ones. And I feel like you were trying to throw down a gauntlet on me here. You brought the Modano card into this. And I was like, oh, it's a bit low, Dave. Dun, dun, dun. But here's the interesting part. So you show 5 cards over the 2 pictures. So you got these 3 right here. 94, 95, the franchise, the stubble card from Leaf Limited or Leaf Preferred. I forget which one it was. Yeah. You got the Beam team up here. We got to work on that lighting, Dave. We got to work on that lighting. Because that Beam team deserves better lighting than that.
I know. And then thankfully I've got it right next to me, so it'll.
Sounds fair. Special edition, the gold version. Very nice. And then you got the gold. I think that's the gold refractor for the Mystery Finest, if memory serves me. So you got 5 cards here. And I will say to you, props to you, I have 4 out of the 5. Can you guess which one of the 5 I don't have?
I'll say the stubble. I'll go with that.
No, the stubble I got maybe about 6 months ago,
Okay.
but it is on this page.
It's got to be the Beam team because I know as soon as I got my franchise, I think the auction ended that week. You had a video that you showed off the franchise. I'm like, well, there goes that one.
Yeah, the Beam team is a nice one though. That I think was 2000, 2001 if memory serves me.
Yep.
It was an excellent card, but it's one of those things. Like, if people saw my checklist, they would be surprised at certain cards that you say, "Oh, you don't have that one." It's like, well, guys, there's a lot of stuff. Like, and this is now. Let me ask you this. Let's talk about this for a second, because you collect a lot of players as well. Even within the one player, sometimes I find myself getting a little scattershot, buying a bunch of different stuff. So I kind of occasionally I have to be like, you know what? Let me just limit myself for a little bit. Let me grab the 99 2000s, the 98 99s, just so that I can focus on a more clear set of objectives, and then I can target these. Because as they come up, it's like, oh, awesome, knock it off the checklist. It feels good to see that checklist shrink for certain years, because it's like you feel like you're making progress. Because for years I would buy all these cards and I'd get stacks of them, and I'd be looking at this checklist. It's like, this monster just doesn't shrink. Like, it's still there, page after page after page of cards that I need. But then when you narrow it down to a year, it's like, okay, I can start seeing some progress. I see those lines as I start crossing things off, and it feels good to actually feel like you're making some progress towards the thing. But with all those players, if there's a cool Wah card up there, a cool Brodeur card up there, a cool Josh Johnson up there, and Dave only has a couple of dollars to spare, where does the money go?
Johnson, it usually would go. It just depends on the price. There's a lot of them that can be had, even low numbered stuff to 10 or whatever, to 5. I can get them for 10, $15. When it comes, if it's like a Brodeur versus Wah, at the beginning it was more Wah, but then his stuff started to have an uptick, which again, justifiably so. Both guys should be higher than they are, but the Brodeur stuff, I'm just like, okay, take X, the Wah, that's $65. The Brodeur is 40. Well, if I can get the Josh Johnson, if I can get the Brodeur, and then still have $10. And it's not like I'm getting, again, Jaguar or Jocelyn Tebow, Jose Theodore. Again, no ripping on Matt for Tebow, but it's like, if I can still get an incredibly gifted top 5 probably of all time goalie, and the guy that I'm pretty much known for collecting, and still have money left over, I'm going to do that. If I can find Wahs that are cheap, I'll get in on that. But again, and then odds, scarcity. If something's numbered or I haven't seen it, I'm really gravitating towards whatever that is. Just because, again, if I haven't seen it, it's not like I have a long history of looking these guys up. I admit that in every video. But at the same time, if I'm like, okay, if I look at the Beckett, I know the inserts from that generation. If something pops up and I'm like, I got to get that Beckett out. I don't remember this one. Then I start eyeballing that one a little harder. Ooh, I got to get that one at whatever cost within reason.
Yeah. No, that's fair. If it's something you haven't caught, that hasn't caught your eye, then it piques your interest a little bit more. It takes you down the rabbit hole looking it up, and that's as good a reason as any. One quick thing I'll just say for you guys in the chat there, Dave and I are just having a conversation, and in the course of this conversation, but if you do have any kind of general hobby questions, you can certainly throw them out there. I have no objection to taking a minute to talk about anything that interests you guys, because usually when a lot of these we'll go to different areas and we'll talk about different kind of Q&A style. But it's one of those things where I'm having a collector conversation. We'll have a general topic that we'll kind of go through most of the way. And we definitely have plenty that we can talk about in that regard. And that's no issue. But like I said, I'm certainly willing to put a pause on that and then come back from where we left off. I have no problem doing that either. So I'm just leaving that to you guys in the chat. You're more than welcome to chime in anytime with any question, even if it doesn't directly pertain to this. So you're more than welcome.
Well, that's what I did with you and Amit. What's your favorite TV show?
And I didn't mind. It was one of those.
It was leveling off, and I'm like, let's throw that out there. That's going to get the masses going, and
yeah, it did. One of those things where it gives everybody a moment to reset, and because we didn't come in with any specific, like the previous one, and I don't know if Steve ever got around to checking it out. That's where we went into that fractional ownership thing, but we really went into depth with it because we really wanted to talk through the thing. Where if somebody wanted to see it later, it's like, here you go, guys, check it out. It's like we talk through it and explain it in some depth, so that maybe it'll be helpful to you. But if we have one of those topics, then we can do that. But if we've got just a handful of questions here and there, then Amit and I'll just hang out and chat, but then it goes wherever it goes. So let me ask you this. So we'll get into these kind of things here, and this will play into maybe the section that we're looking at here. This is kind of the category that I wanted to talk to you about a little bit. So 90s inserts has a lot of stuff that's kind of obvious. So I'll use an example. We'll start showing a couple of cards here. This is kind of obvious. This qualifies. So you've got the Pinnacle Totally Certified, personal favorite of mine, the Mirror Platinum Golds.
Yep.
Those are obvious. Those are very rare. So this one here is the Medina for that. So I'm going to back it up just so we can hopefully see. Unfortunately, I don't have a, I'm going to get a light on that side of the monitor later because it'll make it a lot easier to see. But this one has a lot of shine to it. These ones are crazy. They've got a very, so what I would say is if any of you have never seen these, they basically combine the technology of foil along with kind of a refractor shine to it. So I'll see if I can get a light on that side later on. It'll make it easier to see stuff like that. But this one here is numbered to 30. So those are super tough. And it's very clear and obvious. Like it says right on it, it's out of 30. We know these are tough. We don't have to guess.
Yeah, I've seen there's one up on eBay of Brodeur, but that's just the totally certified gold to 59. And I threw out an offer at the guy, and he came back with a number that was just obscene. And he said, "Well, I have X amount into this. I will only take 900 for it." Well, good luck.
Yeah, and at the time, something like that would have made sense though, because there was a time where those were off the charts. There were certain ones, like I said, I used the here real quick. Exactly, Vinny. 97, 98. You got it. That is still my favorite year of cards. I felt like Pacific came in. And they came in early, and this was when they were like at the most innovative because I think they had all the ideas on the board. They hadn't already used everything 5 times, so everything was new and fresh. And then as a Medano collector, it was like the perfect time because he was the spokesman. So he was on a bunch of the boxes and stuff. So obviously they made sure to include him in a bunch of the sets. So that was not an issue. And then Upper Deck was coming out with some great stuff. Pinnacle was coming up with some amazing sets where they were really trying stuff. They were trying all kinds. They came up with a postal theme set. Like, who does this card set based on the post office?
That was Donruss. Donruss did that, but still, it was amazing. I know I've got one in here somewhere amongst the multiple piles, but I've got all 4. And I mean, that's just that's a base one. That's not a super tough one.
Yep.
But there's 4 variations of the coloring around the stamp. There's white, silver, like a copper or bronze.
I think it's bronze, silver, gold.
Yes. And that they're trying to find them. And again, if you're a player collector, that's just something that is maddening to me when you have the 4 variations and there's really no rhyme or reason, bucket lists, nothing like, okay, the gold is like a 4 times, 10 times multiplier. It was 1 in 90 or whatever, and everything else was easier to get. Yep. Yeah, and that it's like those ones are the maddening ones where it's like you don't know if you just saw Joe Schmo opens a pack and like, oh, that's cool. Here we go. The
stamp of approval, exactly.
Those are the ones that are. I just bought the subset variation of this.
Okay, so he's got the subset one as well.
Nice. Yep. I spent a decent amount on that in a SPX Radiance or Spectrum, whatever's numbered to 100. But again, that's the stuff I'd rather spend money on than like a Topps Update Soto, which again I've got that. I've got the Chrome version. The one that I think you've got, the rainbow foil, is the one I really want, but at the same time, everything gets drawn back to that because it's just die cut, foil, serial number, great photography. I mean, you're checking every box.
Yeah.
And it's a Hall of Famer. And I know, again, unless he does something stupid, which over his lifetime has been null and void of a conversation of stupidity, it's not going to go down.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess if you were concerned about value, because I joke about the thing with Jeremy. Like I said, I'm the outlier. I don't really care if it goes up. Once I have it, it's mine. I don't care. Yep. The only time I care is when I'm making an offer to a seller on eBay, in which case I'm going to say, panic, the market's crashing. Sell it to me for pennies on the dollar while you still can. Well, that's different. That's different. That's different. But real quick here, let's just pull this up. Made a giant Eagle grocery store set, 97.98 by Pinnacle newspaper in Pittsburgh. Made one numbered by 10,000 by Pinnacle. Interesting. That I'm not familiar with that one, Vinny. I don't doubt it because there was definitely a lot of like regional issues and things like that that came out. So, but I'm not familiar with that one, but I definitely would be happy to check it out. Now, it isn't an insert, but I also want to say part of the other thing with 97.98, part of the reason I like it so much is because since Pacific came out with it first, that's when they were really going nuts with the parallels. They really went off on the parallels. But I think the best one for the parallel, in my opinion, and please, Dave, if you got a different opinion, bring it because I'd love to. That's what I got the binder for. I might have an example if Medano's in it. Dynagon Ice. Because with the amount of foil they had on it, so I think that's a complete set there. Let's see if I can get it on the screen there.
Yeah, so
there's a lot.
And then the colors, there's what? The silver, bronze, emerald, platinum blue, red.
Yeah, so you got the red, and then you got the silver and dark gray. Now, silver and dark gray is the hardest part. If any of you have ever seen, they drove me nuts because the amount of times that I would buy one thinking it's that they would label it as the dark gray, but it was the silver, or silver and it's actually the dark gray. It is irritating. And I understood. And unfortunately, at least I will say, some of these series were a little bit better for that. And the last one here, there was a Dynagon Ice insert that was different from the Dynagon Ice card. So, and these two are right beside each other. They're actually two different cards. Even though they have the same picture.
The player on the back.
Exactly. But the picture on one side would be the same. Yep. So it's just like, so I have it flipped to the Medano side, but the point is it's two different cards.
Yeah.
Now, the later 90s were not the only one that were guilty of this. 91 score, they just decided to screw with us for fun. Because are you familiar with some of the variants on that one?
All I know is the French and then the American.
Yes, but there's two versions of the Canadian. So there's the Canadian English only, and then there's a Canadian French. Because reasons. It's the exact same damn card, except on the back it's different.
I'm gonna have to go look for I've got the American and then the French Brodeur 9s, PSA 9s. I'm like, if I can get that and it's $10, I'm gonna do it. Grading costs $10 or whatever it is, alone for the card. Again, Hall of Fame rookie card. He doesn't have an upper deck one. Doesn't have like the O-Pee-Chee Premier. So scores it. And so to get that for $10, I'll do it. But yeah, now I've got another Brodeur to chase down.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll show it to you guys just so, again, hopefully episodes like this, what I like to do with stuff like this is intended to be an education for those of you that might not be familiar, because guess what? This isn't obvious if you do start collecting for this. So this is a little subset card called the franchise. Pretty straightforward. There's a Canadian and American version, to Dave's point. Totally true. On the back, what they did is they put a little flag on there so that you could distinguish between the Canadian and American. And this one has a little Canadian flag on it. But you can't read the text, so you'll have to take my word for it. All that text is completely in English. Oh, sorry, this one's English and French. So you got that. So that's fine. That's kind of the normal one. But in the same set, you could pull, well, actually, I should say in different boxes. Same card. Canadian flag on the back. It's all in English. Still Canadian. Two different versions because reasons. It's obscure. It's one of those things where it doesn't come up every day. But, in the binder, I keep it flipped to the back so that I know the difference, because on the front they're identical.
Yeah, you're looking like, what do I have?
And it looks the same as the American one on the front. So like literally if you just put them beside each other, it's like, why do you have 3 copies of the same card? I don't have 3 copies of the same card. I have 3 different cards. You just can't tell. Yeah, so that's 91-92 score. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so was Brodeur in 91-92 score?
I don't think so.
You might have lucked out then. You might have lucked out then, actually.
I was gonna say that if it was 90-91, that was all I was thinking about. Like, now I got to look for that PSA 9 of that variation.
Yeah, I think you might have lucked out. I think you're okay. because I know that he was in 90, 91, but I don't
Mhm.
think he was in 91, 92 because I don't remember that card.
No.
So I think you might have lucked out, but I still think it was a useful exercise. So now you know, guys, if you are an early 90s hockey collector, that is another pain for you.
Yeah.
It's one of those things like, even I actually thought Beckett had made it up. And then I went looking and looking and looking. And I finally found it. I'm like, are you serious? And it's not like it's an expensive card. It's just obscure. It's one of the, gets to be a little tricky that way. So travel store to get your pack every week. Sounds fair, Vinny. High card collector. How are you? And yep, 91, 92. So I think Dave's off the hook. I think he's okay. I think he'll do all right. So I'll show another one. This is, again, not an insert. It is a parallel, but it's definitely a tough one from that one. So you've got the Bowman Best Atomic. And this one you can see a little bit better. At least you can make out a little bit of the shine on that.
Yeah.
But these things are just glorious. And these things are out of 100. And basically late 90s wise, if I say out of 100, it's tough.
Yeah.
Like if I say out of 100, it's tough. But then sometimes the card companies would play games with you. They'd play tricks with you. Because 97, 98 Black Diamond is one of my favorites. And one of Jeremy's guests on his show had what they thought was a rainbow of 97, 98. And unfortunately, I don't blame them because you don't think about it. But you have the single, the double, the triple, and then the quad out of 50. And the thing with the quad out of 50 is it's the most generic looking, like it's just like a dark gray.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you could, unless you pay attention where the diamonds are. And the thing is, it's not numbered on the back. So it's like not exactly an exciting card, but at the same time necessary if you want to be complete as far as those are concerned. I preferred the premium cuts. I thought the premium cuts were pretty good.
What was it about you had the vertical and you had the horizontal, and then I think the horizontal, which the brodeur is it's not the toughest grouping.
Yeah.
I think there's 5 or 6 groupings, and there's, I think, 1 or 2. I think Waugh and maybe
Gretzky.
Waugh
and Gretzky. Those are the two guys.
Like 25,000 packs or 2,500.
It was something really, really, really difficult.
And then again, he was in a group with, I think, like 5 or 6, like Sundin might have been in there, and Messier maybe. Whatever the case may be. There was like 5, and then it was 5 easier, then 5 easier than that. But yeah, those ones were... That's why I was happy with that guy that was over in the Czech Republic when he started listing. Unfortunately, I got in a week late because he had stuff that had went off, and one was the 96.7 Select certified gold.
Yep. Which I love those cards.
And it went for $40, and I'm just like, oh, that's a kick in the shorts.
Yeah. So same color as the one that Dave is showing. So that's the quad. And the thing is, if you ever come across these, they are all out of 50. Like but they don't look like it. You don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the reason why Jeremy's guest thought that he had a rainbow is because of 96, 97. 96, 97 Black Diamond, you would have your big players like a Waugh would be in the triple diamond category.
Yep.
But they didn't have a single and a double. It would be a staggered set. You'd have like your first 90 cards were pretty common guys. Then you had 30 guys in the double diamond. So Medana, fortunately for me, is in the double and the reason why I'll say in a second. And then you got your big guys in the triple diamond and your Joe Thornton rookie. So you'd have that in there. That was a big card. But the reason why I say I was fortunate is because then you have got the gold parallel. And the single gold is, a little bit tougher. The double gold, not so bad. A little bit tougher still. So that's where Medana falls. I got the regular and the gold. And I've got in one of these folders too. I can show it later. But triple diamond gold in 96, 97, that one is also unnumbered, but also to 50. So if you get the Joe Thornton triple diamond gold, you're doing good. You got the Gretzky gold, the Waugh gold. But if you're in one of those guys, your life sucks. Basically, unless you happen to have that card. But that's where I think it would trick some people. Black Diamond, the early years of Black Diamond, I love that set. 96, 97, I thought was a cool looking set. I loved it. 97, 98 is a personal favorite. All the premium cuts and all that. Love it. Love it. 98, 99, I was still all right with it, but I was starting to lose a little bit of its luster because I was like, But you tried to mix the first 2 years, but you took a little bit of the part that wasn't so much fun about 97, 98, and then combined it with a little bit of what wasn't so much. And then you kind of did the staggered levels. But you didn't do the staggered levels with the diamonds. You just did the rookies are short printed. Okay. They didn't look that attractive, but okay. And then you turned the quad diamond that year was green because reasons.
I like that color, but at the same time, yeah, I like continuity. I like something to be the same every year. That's what my big problem with like the Panini product has been. It's like, or Topps Chrome sort of has deviated at times too with like, oh, well, I want the gold refractor to be numbered to 50 in Topps Chrome. I want the Panini Prism gold to be numbered to 10 in Panini Prism. I don't want to shuffle them around. Keep it the same so that the collectors who like your stuff can continue down that same path, because that's having stuff that stays the same is a big thing for me personally for collecting. I like that. I like the stuff where you get ingenuity, you're innovative, but at the same time, if you've got stuff that you've had cards, the same cards for 10 years, don't be like, okay, now gold prisms are numbered at 88. Why? Who drew the number out of the bowl? Why? It doesn't, just 10. 10 every year.
I think what threw the whole thing off though is that they changed the format 3 times in 3 years. Right from the get-go.
Yeah.
It's not like they established a formula and then tweaked the formula over time. It's that year 1 we did one formula, year 2 we did a completely different formula, and in year 3 we threw everything out and said let's do it a third way. So that was kind of where I think the issue ran into. So 98, 99 was this one. And then you got the green over there. And then the one over here is the winning formula. And the winning formula has the platinum version. And it's to a bunch of made up numbers based on a certain stat. So I think for that year, so Medano, the regular version is to 1,050. And the way they came up with that glorious number is they took the goals from the previous year where he was injured. He scored 21 goals, multiplied that by 50. All right, 1,050. Cool. But then the platinum version is numbered to 21. So they numbered it to whatever the actual stat was. That was the platinum version. So the platinum version is one of those cards where it's underrated tough. I count it in this category only because a lot of people don't know there's a platinum. And even if you do, you're like, but the numbering is different. Wait, well, what's the number on the card? Well, it depends on the card. Depends on the player being depicted, because some of them have a higher number than the others. And sometimes the higher number is for some of the quote unquote higher end players, just because that's the way the formula worked out.
Yeah, because I think his number in the platinum is to 41, 37 to 41 for the wins. So
exactly.
But again, I like that stuff when you actually have, and again, if you're not a card collector, like a deep dive card collector, or you're not a big sports fan, you're just like, oh, I like the Avs, I like whatever. I'll pick up a pack. You like get that, and you're like, well, I don't even know what that means, that numbering. If you're like a diehard, you're like, okay, he had 41 wins last year. That's when he won the Vezina or whatever it would be. So that becomes sort of like, oh, I like that. I like that. And there's always going to be two camps with, well, that's odd numbering. I don't get where they pulled that out of. And then the ones like, oh, that's the bee's knees right there.
The bee's knees. Look at you. Look at you. No, but I get what you're saying. Like, I don't disagree with you at all. It's one of those things where sometimes they get a little too cute for their own good. Yeah. But at the same time, if there's a rhyme or reason, like I said, that winning formula platinum, I can live with it. The issue is at the same time though, like after the fact, like they become impossible. It's one of those things like unless you happen to be around, unless you happen to be paying attention, because otherwise, like, how would you know? And I'll grab this one here. I have the card in another section here, but this scan is a little bit better. It'll be easier to see. So I'll show it to you guys. This one is just outside of the 90s. It doesn't quite qualify for this category, but it falls under that whole jersey number kind of concept. So this is one of the ones that I think Dave was talking about, the titanium, when they did the jersey numbering. So this is where they did that. And Medano obviously was numbered to 9. So this is one of the tough cards that had been sitting there. And one thing, if any of you ever check out my Instagram, what you're going to notice is that I try to do a little write-up on some of these sometimes, just to give you a little context for it. It's just so you can certainly just look at the picture, by all means. Feel free. That's why I took the picture. And I love that I was able to get the shine on this a little bit, which is nice. It is a nice kind of foil. You can tilt it around and get a nice color to it. But these were ridiculous. And when one came across, not that long ago, that's why I say all these years on, I'm finding that the last couple of years, some of these do appear on eBay from time to time. And I think some old collectors are starting to cash out a little bit. And it's been to my benefit where I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm not complaining. If you guys are ready to give up, I'm ready to take the cards because I couldn't get them last time. And I haven't seen most of them for years and years and years. But any other ones that you think fall kind of under that underrated category, Dave? Because I've got one here that I definitely have a picture of that I can show. But if you've got one, I'd be happy to defer to you on this.
I've got a couple.
Okay.
Well, I've got a bevy of them.
Sure.
This is one. I love them. And again, the baseball ones were die cut. The hockey ones were not. Out of that 97, 98. And it's a parallel.
Yes. Yes. The executive collection, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Those are excellent. I like those.
And again, they're not numbered.
Yep.
I think they're like 1 in 59 tins or whatever it may be.
Yeah. And also to your point, tins.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, there were cans. Those were cans. Which was hilarious and ridiculous.
I love those because again, baseball wise, they've exploded.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey wise, I lucked out on the Forsberg. I got that for I think $15 by it now. I was it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The other one, I love these, and I spent, I won't be shy, $150 on this.
Mm-hmm.
No serial numbering,
mm-hmm.
no foil, no die cut. It's acetate.
Yep.
1 per case, 1 in 350 out of 96, 97 Ultra.
Yep. Clear ice. Yep. Clear as ice. Oh, sorry. Clear the ice.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just a 10-card set. Thankfully, Brodeur isn't in it. I'd like it, but again, that'd be a healthy chunk of change because I got the Forsberg as well out of that.
Mm-hmm.
I bought that for a C note from a guy in Sweden. So, but yeah, these ones, I wouldn't say they're underrated,
mm-hmm.
but again, if you look at something like that, you're just like, okay, it's acetate. There's a bunch of late 90s stuff that's acetate.
Yeah.
So if you look at that and you're like, oh, whatever, that's not numbered, no fanciness to it. I think that's like a $10 card maybe. I wish I would have found it in like a $10 box. So, yeah, that's. And I mean, Jim Carrey, when I looked up the WA back in April, Jim Carrey had sold on bids $68.
Yep.
So, I mean, this isn't like WA, Hasek, Brodeur, Potvin, Belfour. This is Jim Carrey, who had. At some point, I'm going to try to offer that guy a lower price and hope that he takes it.
Is it best offer?
Starting bid or best offer. So
okay.
I don't want to spend the same as I did for Forsberg when I don't collect Lindros.
No, for sure. Yeah, there is a strategy to that because you do want to be aggressive sometimes, but at the same time, it's like, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I'm never desperate to get a card. I've tried to move myself completely out of that phase of my collecting years ago where it's like, no, I want to get it. And I'm willing to bid aggressively. I'm willing to offer aggressively. But if you don't want my money, there are other cards that I can go get. So it's one of those things, like, and especially when there's so many, like and the last couple of years, like I said, I had some cards years ago that were awesome cards that I love having in the collection to this day. But the last couple of years, especially the last maybe 18 months, there have been bangers on there. Stuff would come in all the time and be like, I've been looking for this for 20 years. I've been looking for this one for 20 years. I've been looking for this one for 20 years. And it's like, now some of them have started to slowly crawl out of the hole that they were hiding in for the better part of the last couple of decades because I wasn't seeing them. It wasn't that I wasn't looking. They just weren't there. And then suddenly one day they just pop up. And I'm like, where have you been the last couple of decades? Where did you come out of? That's what would happen. And then sometimes, and this is the one that I talked about on the last stream I did. So I'll show the picture for this one. But we already know this one a little bit. But let me just put it on the screen there. We know these guys.
Ooh.
Yeah, these ones, folks, if you do late 90s hockey, this, tough, super tough. I totally lucked out when I got mine. I got it at the card show, paid $60 Canadian. Try getting it now. Try. I dare you. And if they know what they have, you're not getting it for $60 Canadian.
No.
That ain't happening. And it's not mutually, and if you're not into the hockey, it's not exclusively hockey. They got the basketball ones there too.
And there's football, but it's not as nice as the hockey. That hockey's got all the gold foil.
Yeah. The basketball actually does have the same design.
Okay.
Yeah, so they do. So, but now imagine there's a Jordan.
No, that's
So it's like, just think about that. Think about that.
got to be a huge. I'd like to see the last reported or recorded sale of that in Jordan, because that's
Yeah.
got to be. And if it's like a few years ago, multiply that probably by 5, just because of the way the market's come up, especially for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah, and Jeremy's 100% right, because like I said, I keep an eye still on the market just to see, because I still want to know. I'm not in the market for another one. I already got one. And the thing is, the front of it is scratched lightly. It is
Okay.
scratched lightly. But like it's almost, for me, I'm not in that thing, but the that Jordan PMG and how those ones have set records and all that.
Mhm.
But like one of the ones that set records, like Nat Turner bought one for 350,000 at the beginning, at the onset of the madness. He bought it for 350,000, and it was an authentic. But it's like it's so rare that it's like I don't care. It's the real card, right? I'm
Mhm.
good. So and he paid clearly top dollar for it. But at the same time, it's like if it's like that, you're gonna have to. So I've actually pulling up some of the completed auctions, and I'm gonna have some fun with this. I want to show you guys one that'll be kind of fun. Oh, this is a good one. So they do show the American dollars on it, so that'll be helpful. We don't have to do conversion, but I got to show you guys this one. You're gonna love it. So this one is recent. Well, it ended in August. So it's a PSA 7. This is one of the basketball ones.
Mhm.
Same Star Quest Gold. Here we go. So we're going to show this one to you. So it's from eBay. Check it out. So I don't know if you can see that there. I'll make it a little bit bigger just for everybody's benefit here if I can. Let me do that. There you go. How's that? PSA 7, $8,188.89 with 31 bids for the Kobe.
That's.
PSA
I'm
7,
sure.
guys. PSA 7. And that's in August. Like the height of the craziness still was to come a little bit more because these things are going on. Now it's PWCC, obviously, but this is not the first thing that people think about. And this is basketball. It's the same
Mhm.
damn thing. It came from UD Choice. It's the same design, same aesthetic, but they're out of, they're out of 100. These are tough. There were
Yeah.
so many boxes, so many cases. You could open a ton and never pull the damn thing.
No.
Ever, or even come close to one. It's obscene. But
Know
there you
that.
go.
I
That
I know Brodeurs in the set, and I just don't even want to think of what I'm going to have to put down should I finally happen across one, because that and the 98, 99 Atomic are probably the two on the top of my list, with that totally certified platinum 97, 98. Those are the top 3
Yep.
for him, and I know it's going to literally break the bank. I do have cards I can move if I need to. Do I
Mhm.
want to?
Yep.
No. But again, that's where it's always good to have a few other collections, or if there's something else you really like, you can go and you go back to what you picked up there and be like, okay, I can part with this. I don't want to, but that's the card I want.
Yep.
So
Yeah. So I'm
yeah,
just showing everybody the Belfour here. So that one was also back in August, and then a Wah went for comfortably over $900 as well, not that long ago. So it's just a lot, ridiculous.
yeah,
So Jeremy's right on this. Like when it comes to something that tough, if it's got a scratch on it, you're still buying it.
hmm
You're not going to complain that much about it. But I don't know. I just don't know. But
there
at
was a
least
one.
I know there's one person in the chat, Dave, that appreciates what we're showing here. I can think of one person. You know who it is.
Who is it? We got Vinny or we got
No,
Steve?
no.
We got Steve?
Check out the screen.
See, I'm frozen on my screen. I
Oh,
don't
are
want
you?
to see anything. But
The
so I'm gonna go.
the Broncos 79.
What? Steve loves hockey inserts. I
I
know
know. Like I think he's posing.
he doesn't.
I know for a fact he's hardcore. Like
He doesn't want to say anything,
I
which is
know.
fine. But eventually he'll come around to our side of the table, and that's yeah. And again, being frozen, I won't be able to
Oh, no
actually.
worries, no worries, no worries. No
There's
worries.
3 here.
So I'll just read a couple of the comments here. So Vinny's got chiming in a little bit here. He passed on boxes of those to show for $20 2 years ago because Mario was not there. Had no idea what was in those years. Here's the thing, Vinny. I opened my fair share of those. I did. And like the odds of pulling one of those is that you could open a couple of cases. The cases could have been for $20 and you still probably wouldn't pull one. It was that. And then the prime choice reserve parallel to the individual cards were all set of 100. Extremely tough. Very tough to come across. They existed, but it's like they just weren't there. So we'll say hey to Steve, and you know, he says no. He says nope about his passionate love of hockey, but we know better. You know, thou doth protest too much, sir. Thou doth protest too much. That's all I'm saying. Just saying.
This is one I got from Canada, and I paid I think like $85 for it. And again,
yeah, that's the Centurions.
The refractor variation.
Nice.
Numbered, and that's one of the ones I think's crucially underrated for hockey.
I would say yes. But I think it's because Topps didn't have its license for long. Like they came back in 98, 99 after a little break in the mid 90s. They came back and then they had a quick cup of coffee and then they were almost gone, and they were gone almost immediately after that again. And it's a shame because like I would have loved to have had like them making cards consistently going forward. And the reason why I wanted to share the Star Quest with everybody is because, like I said, it's also in basketball. I believe baseball had one. I don't know if they had one with the same design. I think they had a different design. Although I feel like they might have squeezed the similar design in there. I'll look it up while we're talking, but I think they did.
Yeah, and then saw one. And I know football. It's out of 100. I think for both of them because there was a UD choice and there was like a UD choice something else like rookies and stars.
Yeah.
Like the front was a veteran, the back was a rookie, but it's not nearly as aesthetically appealing as the basketball and then the hockey variations where it's that foil around it and it just draws you in.
I think what worked about it is that it was the fourth one, but you had the foil on all of them. So you had the blue as the one, you had the green as the 2, the red as the 3, and the red I enjoyed. I like red. It's a good color. But the gold was the one that was kind of fun. That was like it was the unicorn. It was like, does it exist? And then when you finally come across, like, oh my God, it does exist. What the heck? Yeah. So let me just quickly say get a couple comments in here. So Vinny just says astronomical. I've been reading up on those years. Vinny, there's a lot of very interesting sets and things. There was a stretch of time, not anymore, because I think the market has dropped off on those. There was a time when I did well, trolling for things like quantums. If you typed in the word quantum, I would look it up, and because they were all out of 100, a lot of them, unless it was like 98, 99, where you could get some lower numbered stuff, but it was a lot of those like 99, 2000 ones were out of 100. And people were like not paying attention to them. So I could get like I could get like Joe Sakic. I could get Dominic Hasek, and I bought Dominic Hasek for like $15, and then turned right around, took a better picture, sold it for $100. And it was the same card. I took it off eBay and then put it right back on. Somebody just say hello, Yamwax. Hey, how are you? Thanks for popping on. Yamwax has been making I check out a lot of the Instagrams. Yamwax is the resident like Pokemon expert. He's developing that. Although I will say one other thing, Yamwax, if you're still hearing me, I want to give you props. I saw some of your Instagram lives, and he has a setup with the camera and everything where he can do like sharing, like showing cards or opening packs or something while he's doing it. It's all looked like nice in HD. Like he clearly took time to like build a setup. Yeah. But it actually looks really sweet. And he was able to do like a live in the thing with multiple cams. And I was like, that's actually pretty cool if you want to show off cards and do whatever, to actually be able to do that on Instagram of all places. Yeah. I was very impressed. I was like, you weren't playing around, man. I like it.
No, you can tell when people, and again, you don't have to be technically savvy. If people have watched any of my videos on YouTube, you know I'm not coming at you with an Ultra K 8000 whatever camera. I just use my Samsung Galaxy 9 for pictures and the video.
A lot of those cameras are pretty good now. Like they really are. The pickup videos I do it on my iPhone.
Okay.
I have some nice cameras, and I actually this is my latest pickup. This is a A6400. I just got this from Amazon today. So this one's a 4K camera. I want to use it for some videos and take some nicer regular videos. But the pickup videos are with this. because this can do 4K video.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. So there's no excuse. You can do it with this. It does work. And and you know what? They look so good. The reason I started using, even though I have a nice camera that I've been using on my when I do my face videos, and it's not like one of the share streams, and this is just sharing for other folks that might be thinking about making content. I just want to give you this.
Yes.
This is what I was using for the majority of the thing. And this is a great camera. Like if I was to go to the expo and I just needed something, like this is a good size. You put this on a tripod and you're good to go. This is a nice HD camera. It takes good video. The fancy stuff is not necessary. This was an excellent camera for like a vlogging style deal. But otherwise, in a pinch, just use this. And I was an Android guy for years, and guess what? That camera was good too. But this one can do 4K, so you know what? No complaints. There's no excuse. There really isn't. Enjoy it. Do it.
No, not anymore. I mean, and the prices have come down so far too, where you think mid-2000s digital cameras were what, $250 a piece.
Yes.
And you weren't getting anything. Maybe there's an 8x zoom or maybe 16 at the top end, and they're junk compared to what people have now just built into their phones.
Yep. So at this stage, they've made it so much easier. And so I encourage anybody who's thinking about it, put a little, because it's become a hobby into itself. I bought this camera because I like making the videos, and I thought it'd be kind of cool I invested, let's put it this way. I spent good money on this damn thing. This is about a $1,500 Canadian camera with the lens, but I'm going to use it for a bunch of different videos and a bunch of different things. And I'm going to have some fun with it because I like cameras and I like technology as well. That's what I do for a living, technology. So I enjoy it. I'm going to have some fun with it. And if it makes for a better video, all the better.
Well, and you should too. I mean, don't just take pictures of your cards. I love going in nature, just going out there and putzing around, and that's what you have to do. And I've said that too in videos, and I know a lot of other people have too. If you like cards and you want to share cards, share them. If that's the only part of your book you want to share with people, do it.
If you want to make a minute 30-second video complaining about the snow,
this is correct. At 4:30 in the morning, walking to work.
Exactly.
But I'm more apt to go to the people that are like, okay, here's a wedding. Here's me dancing like a buffoon. Here's Lake Superior. Here's me eating food, being a gluttonous monster. Okay, at least you're putting yourself out there. And again, you don't have to dance in like a banana hammock and do cartwheels. You can just put yourself out there as a regular person instead of just like, hey, you know me for cards and that's it. And it's simple. I mean, when I started YouTube, it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to be stupid all the time. I'm usually stupid anyway. But then as like you get on and people know your personality and they're like, well, there's a contest response video. Do it for that. You have to do something to up the game.
Sure. Yeah.
For that part. And that's, again, I love doing that, and I miss that from YouTube because there's a lot of people now that just don't want to put themselves out there, show their like, hey, I can have a fun side or a dumb side, or I can be stupid. I want to focus so much on like the road ahead. It's like, no, just take a pit stop for once, or use the bathroom.
I think that's fair. And I know you and Steve like to go through a lot of discussions about that kind of thing and the different sharing. One thing, I'll generally agree with you. I think it's a fair point to make. I do think everybody has a different level. And I've talked about this kind of before because inside of this box, nobody knows exactly what everybody is like. And I've literally said this in videos. I go, I'm going to take down the fourth wall and tell you that I am, what I choose to present to you in the video. And I'm honest about that because it's like, just understand that that's the same as everybody else. So they're showing you a sliver of life. And I'm not going to make anybody share more than they want to. I think you should do what you're comfortable with. I enjoy focusing mainly on the cards on the channel, but when I do live streams like this, then I like having a conversation that we'll have a little fun. We'll do a tangent. I shared a couple of obscure TV shows that some people may have to look up because they may have never heard of them, but we can have that kind of a conversation and I'm good with it. Let me grab a couple of comments here as well. So Steve is just popping off. But Steve, no, definitely. If you check out the replay, we're definitely having some fun here. And thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Simon here. So UD Choice Basketball has a Star Quest. Absolutely. Yep. We got a chance to take a look. I think it was the Kobe is the one we got a chance to take a look at. But I've seen some other ones, man. I think there was a Karl Malone one that sold for a ton of money a while back that I looked at it. They're awesome looking cards though. Basketball or hockey, they look amazing.
Terrell Brandon was recently up, and I think somebody had popped on like a $300 opening bid for Terrell Brandon.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So I mean, it's not just the high end names that everybody knows and remembers. It's some of the more date specific type stars.
Well, I think the checklist were only like 30 cards. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like whoever was in it, like that's what made it so hard. And the thing is, the Prime Choice Reserve has 300 players in it, and they're still hard. Now it becomes almost impossible when you want your one specific player. So I pulled a Prime Choice Reserve. Who'd you pull? Matt Higgins.
Yeah.
but it was still a tough pull. So on the one hand, you're happy that it was a tough pull and you got one. On the other hand, it was Matt Higgins.
Yeah.
Not so exciting. So let me grab a couple of these here. So yeah, Mark just says, yeah, no, I just wanted to give you props, man, because I was legitimately impressed. Pokemon is not my scene, but I was impressed with because from a technology lover standpoint, I was like, I'm really impressed with what you did here. It was a really cool presentation. And if you can do that with the Instagram lives, dude, go for it. Yeah. Phones are amazing today for sure. Yeah. There was the Microsoft phone. I remember that. And I think a lot of it is the processing they do inside the phones now. I don't want to get too technical, but a lot of it is the software is almost as important as the hardware now, because almost all these phones have good cameras now. It's just how it gets used.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that Apple did that was smart, is that their cameras are good, but their software is really good and optimized to make it look as good as it can look. So it's very smart. Are you out in Minneapolis, Yamwax? Is that whereabouts you are? Yeah, maybe complain once or twice. That's fair. That's fair. 8 inches of snow will do that for you.
I was very happy when I saw down that way got more snow than up here. It always makes my heart beat a little faster and warm up a little more that the Twin Cities gets to deal with a foot or so of snow. And because again, up here we get the cold probably more often than down there. It'll like Duluth will be like the cutoff up north of me, or up to the north where I'm at, and they'll get a few more storms down that way, which whatever. We're all in the same boat of it's bitter cold, too much snow. Nobody still knows how to drive when it gets snowy out. So
there's no excuse though in that area. In that kind of thing, like really, there's no excuse.
People are dumb. I mean, that's just.
I get it. I agree with you. Let me ask you a question as well, yeah, Max. So I think he is basically outside that area. So that's cool. That's fair. Now let me ask you a question, because I think at some point during one of the crossover episodes, it felt like Josh was like reaching out to maybe do a Cardboard Chronicles episode. You don't have to give it all away, but did he end up reaching out to you and setting up an episode? Because I'd love to check that out. I think that'd be kind of fun. Just curious if he did reach out, because if not, I'll reach out at some point, because I think, because I'm very interested in a lot of the stuff he does. And it's one of those things where on my channel, even if it's not something I'm interested in, I still want to talk to somebody about it, because they usually have, okay, why do you like it? What's interesting to you about it? Because I'm interested in that part. It doesn't have to be something I like. You know, it's got to be like, you got to embrace it. The same way Steve embraces hockey with a passion and a joy. He is a little conflicted about it. I try to be a little more open, but you know how it is.
He wants to hide that undying love and that burning desire to pick up every Marty Turco card that has ever existed.
It's this bizarre guilt he has. I can see it in his eyes every single time I look at one of your episodes. Like, it's this weird conflict. He wants to share with you his profound love of hockey, and he has to hide behind this facade of football. It's very strange. Very strange. It's a little sad, I'll be honest with you. Yeah. So let me ask you, Dave. I got a couple of binders here, and there's some cool stuff that I definitely would be happy to show off. Is there anything in particular? You can go anywhere in the 90s you want. Anything in particular that catches your eye or that you think would be kind of interesting?
Where to start?
But that's what I mean. Like, I'm open to whatever direction you want to go. Where would you like to go?
Might as well show a big one first.
Sure. Yes, the Back to the Future. Nice.
Graded, it came graded because that's the way it was. But no, the first, and this is another one too.
And Luongo on the back.
Yep.
Nice.
So you can't see it, but it's like 82, right? Yeah, maybe.
A little bit. I also like that they did like leading zeros at the beginning of it because reasons.
But that's another one. If you don't know the product, you're like, okay, that's out of 1,500. No, out of 100.
Yeah, they did the same thing with the PMGs. That was the whole thing with the two colors in the PMGs. Like the first, like the really rare ones are the first couple of numbers. and then the remainder of the print run is the other, which is still rare. It's still rare.
Yeah.
But it feels like there's two different sets. Actually, they're not. They're part of the same print run. It
And
was a
that was
trick.
one I got for football because the guy didn't have a clue about who or what it was. And it's the first, I think, 15 for football. And I'm guessing it's going to be the same for basketball, but not a big name. Ken Dilger, the old tight end for the Colts.
Yep.
But again, I look at a couple guys that have sold and they go for $600 for these guys who are just cup of coffee guys. Ken Dilger was Peyton Manning's pretty much blanket up until Dallas Clark, or he was Dallas Clark before Dallas Clark got to Indy.
Right.
And I mean, he'll never be in the Hall of Fame, but to get a PMG Emerald and a bunch of other stuff, and I think I paid like $200 for it in a poorly titled lot, I'll take it.
I agree.
Here's another.
Yeah. Is that platinum or gold? I think the lighting is messing with me a little bit.
Gold.
Gold. Okay. Nice.
But the precious metals.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and again, I don't know why you'd grade these because, again, they're in that little, like your driver's license laminate. I mean, you're not going to have scratching on them. You're not going to have corner issues unless you physically did something to the card and created chaos with it.
Yeah, but I think there is a certain comfort for some folks in having it in the slab, just because and the thing is, depending on the slab. Now, BGS less so, but you got to admit that the presentation can look pretty good with the label. It's kind of nice to have the label sometimes. It depends on the card. It depends on the presentation. BGS has always been a little odd for me that way, but I don't mind the concept because even some of the Mirror Platinum Gold, at some point I'm probably going to put this in a slab, just because. But I would do the whole set because it's just such a cool looking. I would just love to have them and just line them up.
Yep.
But they to me they're worthy just because they're really awesome looking cards. So I'll do a little mini reveal of one of the things that I picked up on my mail day. Now the thing is, I already got these. I just bought these because I'm a jerk, and I actually really like the card. So this is $98.99. It is the Hollow Electric, just because I like the way the bottom was. So I'll see if I can get the lighting on it. Okay, it's a little tricky to do, but you have to look down where the letters are. And there's a little bit of a reflected shine in it, as opposed to a lot of them where they just use like a single color foil. Yeah. And those were all numbered to 99, but the numbering is really faint, which is junk.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a duplicate. And, and this is a triplicate. Because reasons.
But, okay, I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
And again, we're both in the same boat of having not finite funds, but I mean, we don't have unlimited.
Sure.
And you've pretty much just answered it. But again, let's say you've got something that's going off and it's 7-day auction. You hit the bid, $20, whatever, just to start it off. Because again, and this will be one other question after this for you.
Sure.
Do you then, when you see something like that, when you're like, okay, it's at an auction, do you just say, I'm going to put a bid on that and just watch as it goes and have a number in mind? Or is it like, okay, I'm going to get that too no matter the price within, again, reason, because you've got multiples. But let's say like a Z-Team 95-96 popped up.
Sure. Which is an awesome card. I got that one semi-recently, but they're spectacular. I love those things.
And I'll show one at some point here too to give everybody a view of it. But
absolutely,
let's say that one's up. And again, I don't know what he sells for. Let's say it's like opening bid $5, and then whatever it is, like the run for the cup or the quest for the cup of that 96, 97. Let's say
run for the cup. I still need that one. That's a good one. Yeah.
Let's say that one's up for the auction, and then the other one comes up, the Z-Team, and you're like, oof. You're like, okay, I know I need to allocate 99% of whatever I've got for that run for the cup. But I still would really like another Z-Team if it stays in play. How do you differentiate in your mind that? Is there, because again, I've got my answers. Knowing another player collector and talking to all the player collector type people, I'm always interested in like their mindset when it comes to duplicates, because that's what a lot of my Josh Johnson stuff is. There's a lot of low numbered dupes that I've got, but again, I get crazy with them because it's like, no, I collect Josh Johnson. I do. You're not gonna have them. Go.
You get a little possessive, do you, Dave? Get a little
bit.
possessive. I just want to put this on the screen while we're talking. So I'll answer that question, definitely. Let me just put this on here. So Simon's asking a little bit about the basketball PMGs.
Okay,
and
first.
I appreciate greatly, and it looks like I'm not 100% sure. I think you guys are basically answering it amongst yourself. But it's good to know because I love the concept of those cards, and I definitely want to dig into them some more. That's an area like a hobby blind spot for me. I just don't know enough about them. I know a little bit, but it's definitely fascinating. It's definitely fascinating. I'm just trying to think. I want to say, so he's right that they're out of 100. I think 90 red and 10 for green. I think that's correct. That sounds right to me. I'm just trying to remember, but it sounds right to me.
Football was 150 total.
Yeah.
First 15 were green.
Yeah, they just used a different numbering system, but it was the same general concept. But I think that's bang on. I think you're right, Simon. But I also kind of want to learn it and make sure I get it, grasp it fully in my mind. Here we go. Perfect. So Jeremy confirms. Beautiful. Good stuff. So good stuff. I wasn't making it up in my head. So to answer your question, I generally pick and choose my spots. That hollow electric, I particularly like it. Like, unfortunately, the pick, on this screen, like my hope is to get, I'll get one of those lights that'll shine this way because it'll make it a lot easier to show it. It'll be a lot better for this because I've got the light over here, and unfortunately, that's not going to help us. Yeah. But because I happen to like that one, I was able to get the two of them for like $15 combined, including shipping. So it's like, if that's the situation, and that's 15 Canadian. So if I can get that including shipping, we're good. Sure. And it was the same seller, as it turns out, had two of them. So I was like, so I got combined shipping. They refunded me part of the shipping. So at that stage, it's like, yeah, sure. Why not? I do not need this, but it's a fun card. And I was like, okay, cool. But to your point, if a huge card comes up, well, then everything gets reshuffled. I have to kind of think about it. That's where what I'm really doing is, fortunately for me, when I go after a card that's an auction, I use a sniping site. So I'll go and use it because I'm not going to sit there like, I can't do it. I think you and Steve were talking about it. I was like, I can't do it. No, I'm already up all day and night. I'm already doing sports card stuff all the time. I do not have time to sit in front of the eBay thing or on the app going like, no, well, I go in ahead of time. I set the dollar amount that I'm happy with and then say, all right, let it ride. What's going to happen is I'm going to get an email if I won, because the number I put in was the number I was happy with. And if I win, we're good. If I lose, no regrets, because otherwise I should have bid more. And that's usually, it gives me a very guilt-free way of operating.
Yeah.
But let's say I've got like 6 hours left on one and Run for the Cup comes up and it's like a buy it now with best offer. I'm like, all right, so I'm canceling that snipe because I haven't actually made the bid. It's a snipe that's preset. So I can be like, all right, we're canceling that snipe. We're canceling that snipe. We're canceling that snipe. No snipes today. We're going after the Run for the Cup because that's still a centerpiece card that's still yet to be in my collection. And there's not a lot that I need in 96, 97 of that caliber. So that's one of those ones you got to pull out all the stops for. You back up the Brinks truck and get this thing going. But that's how I approach it. It's I to your point, I have to balance it.
Yeah.
And that's the way you do everything collecting, because I also like collecting vintage. Right now I haven't done a lot of it lately, but that's because I've gone really hard after some of these years that I'm really focusing on. As I start to dwindle down those numbers, I'll go back and start picking up some of those vintage pieces again, because I think there's some good deals upcoming, as some folks are trying to get out of that market a little bit. And part of the problem is that a lot of the buyers I buy from are stateside, and it took a lot of time for things to cross the border. So there were these added costs and delays and all that. And even now, one of the things that I'm waiting on, that I'm looking forward to, that's I have to set some money aside for, is when all the eBay stuff comes in that I've currently bought, I'll have just shy of 1,600 Medanos.
Okay.
There is over 100 new ones on ComC that I haven't cataloged yet. So when I bring in that ComC order, I'll be adding at least 100 to that group. So in reality, I've got about 1,700, but I'm calling it a 16, because until it's in hand, I'm not counting it.
Yeah.
But it's in my account, and it's waiting for me to get it. Yep, that's the Z Team. I love that one. And 97, 98, I think was pretty good. The Z Team Golds that year were also very good. I was a big fan of those.
Yeah, I like the 96 sevens, but you can't find them. I mean, it's the different. It's sort of like the Pinnacle Sure Shots, I think it was.
I think that's right. I think that sounds right.
and it's got the acetate.
This is the Z team we're talking about, right?
Yes. And it's got the acetate, but it's got sort of this that foil.
Mm-hmm.
Pick it up, I don't know. It's like a rainbow. Of course you can't. Why would you? But you can sort of see the rainbowish of the foil, and I mean it's more vibrant with the color, and it's got the acetate, like a thicker acetate too. And I mean those ones are tough to find of pretty much anyone. It's not just like, oh, 2 or 3 guys are usually on there. You can find Eric Daze, he's on there, and I think Alfredson with relative ease.
Yeah,
but
I'm just using. I'm going to use the example here.
Yep.
So just for visual aid for everybody. Good old eBay for the win on this one. We may as well use the resources since they're there.
Yeah.
You know what? If they've got stuff, let's use it as a resource to help us out. But no, you're right, Simon. It does get tricky. Fortunately, I don't try to set too many snipes at the same time. So usually I'm okay, especially if I know that I need to suddenly pivot. But this is a Z team that Dave's talking about. And they were really good looking cards. They had a couple of consecutive years where they kept the set. One thing that I like though as well is that they didn't make the checklist too big.
No.
Because that StarQuest was tough, but they had 30 players. So you'd have a couple of kind of okay players. But in Z Team, they stuck to like 17, 18 cards. And they tended to be really good players. So it's like they stuck to more of the like, no, these guys are good. And you're getting some of the top folks as part of it.
You might have had like a rookie or two, like a Daze. What you look at the end, you're like, well, if I didn't really watch hockey at all, I don't know who that is. But
at the time, though, they thought he could be. And that was the reason. So it's a time capsule to that time.
Yep.
So it's a valid thing. The other one that I think was good because I saw it here as well in the listings. The team Pinnacles were nice.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I think there's a WA in here. The earlier.
You grab the WA, and while you're doing that, I'll start off with this one. So we got Shanahan and Paul Correa. So that would have been a pretty good one back in the day. You got Shanahan in the Hartford Whalers jersey, which is kind of nice. That's kind of cool. And like I said, Paul Correa, I mentioned it in a previous stream. Paul Correa was a superstar, basically until Scott Stevens ruined him. And it's a shame because he really was like probably going to be, because he was already the star of the league. He was the up and coming young star and he was going to be the guy. And then he still ended up having a good career and obviously got the Hall of Fame, but it's not what it would have been had he been able to, had he not run into Scott Stevens' shoulder.
That's the back. Or the non-Dufix side. This is 94, 95.
Yep.
And then WA.
Nice.
Another. The 96-7 sweaters.
Okay. That one rings a bell. Was that is that goalie only or do they have position players as well?
They had position players as well, but then you have the away, which was, I think, away, whatever, home and away.
Yep.
This one's to 1,000. This one's to 5,000. So you're like, oh, it's still 1,000. Who cares? They still go for decent money. I mean, it isn't like a $5 card. You're thinking, oh, it's to 1,000. Who cares? Meh. I was looking at a Pavel Bure because I love that old Canucks. That mid 90s, early 90s logo. I'm one of I think the few that love that black, the yellow, the orange, and the white. And I put like $15 on it and I went for like 30, 35. I'm like,
They do get tricky because now in that later 90s period, it's become deceptive. Because some of the cards you think, oh, it's not a big deal. It's like, well, it turns out there's some player collectors who are a little bit nuts, or some team collectors. Let me just get this comment from Simon here. Set collecting steals heavily researched tends to be the set minimum amount of cards. The majority of start. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that Z team would be one. Not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I might be picking up a little bit of those on the side. The gold ones, especially 97, 98 is, like I said, my favorite year. So I'd be looking for something like, because they had the regular Z teams, which are cool. But then they had the gold Z teams, which are just a little bit tougher. And you've got Gretzky and you've got some good players in there, obviously. Really exciting. 96, 97 boxes are Stick It City for those. Yes. Especially if they had the coating. A lot of the UV coating. Yeah. Opening the boxes and stuff after the fact, horrific. Because it's like, you open the box and you're all excited to see these cards. And it's like, You're hoping, you're crossing your fingers that they don't stick together, and it basically depends on where they were kept. In the wrong conditions, you're basically doomed. They become little bricks.
Yeah, you could be owed a lump sum of money if you put down too much for a box, and that's why when you see the wax boxes go for X amount of money, and you're like, oof.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they know what they're getting themselves into, because again, yeah, that if it's stored in the wrong conditions, you're
a lot of it was luck of the draw. It really comes to you have to kind of really research the source. The source is really important, because a random person on eBay, that's tough. You're crossing your fingers on that one. Now let me show you guys this one here, because this is also kind of in that range. But even a low end brand like Score could have some really awesome looking cards. So let's take a look at a Score artist proof here. So I'll pull from the old Instagram, because it was a lot easier for me to get the colors right, because you have to tilt it to get the effect.
Mm-hmm.
So you had the little red stamping at the bottom, and then there you go. Perfect. So let's back up here. So yeah, so that's the Brodeur there. And if you move it around, you really do get a sense of that full shine. They're really cool. And I love the little red stamp at the bottom with the artist proof thing. That was a thing they didn't always use, but I thought that was a really nice touch. I actually thought that was a really good idea. Yeah, for $20, Vinny, I would take a stab at it. You never know. For $20, it's, if you're not into it a lot, at least it'll be a fun experiment. Because there are still some good ones. That's where I mentioned to you, Dave, that unfortunately we'll have to see if and when we do the expos again, if dealers like Grizzly Cards come back with their inventory, because obviously that dwindles as time goes on.
Yeah.
But there was a stretch of time where, like I said, Donruss Preferred, they had cases and cases and cases, and they were blowing them out at 35 Canadian a box all day, as much as you can carry. It was by the pound. Go. And it was only a couple of years ago. It wasn't like 10 years ago or whatever. It was a couple of years ago, because I opened a bunch of them. And what I want to do is I'll actually show you guys something related to that. I want to show it to you. So it's not one of the cards, but I got to show you something related to the tins from that series, from Donruss Preferred, because that's kind of cool. In the meantime, Dave, do you want to show off a couple of cards, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Another ultra tough one. And again, if you don't collect from this era, you just think, okay, it's like a refractor or whatever. It's a cool looking card. That's your case hit out of the, what is it, 90, I think 96, 97. Might be, 96, 97. The Fleer Metal. Armor plate of Brodeur. And again, these are called superpowers. The refractor variation is a superpower parallel. And then the other one where I think the design better is the ice carvings.
That was actually a really good one. I like the colors on that.
And I think that's 1 in 480 for the parallel.
Here's a good question from Simon, Dave. Are there many action shots of hockey cards with no masks on? For goalies, it would be, well, for goalies, it wouldn't make sense for them to do an action thing without the helmet on. Although, obviously, maybe a helmet could have gotten knocked off, but that would be a really rare picture.
This is about as good as you're going to get for like a goalie card.
Oh, a Belfour stubble. Nice.
Without, you'll find some of the old guys when they put them on like a Leaf card or whatever. Yes, you're going to have that because, again, back in those days, it was people didn't wear masks too often. I think and I'd have to go back through the history annals, but I think the 50s.
Yeah, you know what? If you go back to the days prior to Jacques Plante basically initiating the masks, if you go back to those, if you find action shots from that era, you could totally get real action shot. They do have cards in the 50s. Unfortunately, they're kind of like
cartoonish.
Yeah, they basically like took the picture and kind of colorized it, but it ends up looking a little blurry. You don't really get the detail, the sharpness. They're cool cards though. Like I love some of those 50s Parkhurst. They're awesome looking cards. But yeah, you do get a little bit, you don't get the full effect.
No.
So I wanted to share this with you guys, kind of to the point that I was making to Dave. And I didn't keep most of it, but I did hang on to one. So that's the Donruss Preferred 10. That's the full scale guy. So this is actually the hobby box that it came in. So you get one of these. And inside would be the little tins. I do have them as well, but they're in another floor and I'd have to go get it. But generally speaking, so you'd have that. And then, of course, I've got the Medano. No shock. But
Mhm.
like I said, I want to use these. I want to use this stream with Dave as kind of also a reference for anybody who's curious or interested. Because fortunately, the good side, again, you may be sick of seeing the guy, but because I have such a breadth of the career and his career spanned the whole decade, I've got examples of a whole bunch of different sets and inserts and subsets. It just makes it easier. I can pull
Yeah.
as many references as I want. So the tins look like this. You could get a bunch of different players. It wasn't just Medano.
Mhm.
But the one thing you have to pay attention to also is that they were numbered. So the numbering would be on the inside. So they'd be numbered out of 499.
Okay.
So the tins were serial numbered, believe it or not. So you obviously could just keep this, but I wanted to keep one box fully intact, including the lid.
Yeah.
And then you had inside, there were a couple of different Beckett acknowledges a couple of more than I've seen, but for sure there is a blue version, a red version, and then a gold. And there's also a ones that have 2 players on them. So like a wide tin as well. So there are slight variations. You have to be aware of that. Yep. Donruss
Those,
Elite.
and again, when you get people coming into the hobby today and everything's a 101 or something to 5 or to 10, oh, that a tougher breed, and maybe they got in a couple fights coming up through the ranks, so a couple brain cells got dinged up a little bit.
Yeah, but the other thing is also, Simon, your point's valid, but also bear in mind one thing. In a lot of the era that you're thinking of, the slap shot really wasn't a shot.
Yeah.
Once the slap shot became a thing, because you think about even going back to the old days, Bobby Hall could shoot a 100-mile-an-hour slap shot. So, and that's with a non-curved stick.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a guy now, like with a curved stick, who could shoot 100. You want to put your face in front of that?
Yeah, it's carbon.
Because all it takes is a deflection. It doesn't have to be a straight-on shot. It can be a deflection where you're not ready for it from an angle you're not expecting. Yeah, bounce it off your head a couple of times, and it's like, you're done.
And not just in hockey.
Exactly. Like it's just over. I love those things. The ringleaders, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
They've got ones in baseball as well. They look pretty good.
Just so much foil and cool design.
Let me ask you this, Dave, because since you bring that one up there, what's your favorite tech? So think like 90s technology. You got acetate. Personally, I consider the type of foil they would do where they would decorate most of the card in foil. I consider that almost its own category as well.
Yeah.
Refractors. You got a lot of the different foils that could do different colors. Sometimes they would combine some technologies. What do you like? What's your favorite? It's tough.
And that's the thing. I loved acetate, but then by the end of the 90s, you got, like I said, so much of it. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't just for like the rarest of the rare, because at the beginning, the first, I think, introduction I had to that was the 93-94 classic NHL or the classic draft.
Yes.
Like Jason Arnott and that group. Mm-hmm. When I pulled, and Korea was in there too, and I pulled the Korea out of a pack, and oh my God, what is this? Mm-hmm. It's a plastic card. I mean, Collector's Edge football had sort of the bendy card, and it didn't crease. But this was acetate. I'm like, oh, wow. The Dufix foil is probably the one that, in all the iterations of that, it always, like, again, if we're going to talk Dufix, again, I've got it in a screw down still from the cellar and the soft sleeve, but that foil on probably the most iconic hockey only insert.
Yep.
The Pinnacle masks, where they were just a subset, and their Pro Set had, I think, that in 91, 92 as just a subset. Pinnacle, when I don't know if they had it right away. It might have been 92, 93 had a subset, but then 93, 94 was their first year of the actual insert Pinnacle mask. And those things were wildfire, and then again, that's where Dufix really just absolutely exploded.
Yep.
That and like this kind of Dufix too, though.
Yep, exactly. The gold team.
Yep.
Nice.
Just that's where it dances and it shines, and it's you can't. For me, that's probably the top one.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with cricket, Simon. Semi-familiar, at least somewhat, but I know what you're referring to. It's one of those things where like you can play those sports, but I think you do have to be aware though that some of those athletes can throw the ball harder. Like it's as soon as you introduce the fact there's just a little extra speed in it, because even like a hockey, oh, they played without helmets for years. You're right, but the other players also didn't go headhunting necessarily, unless they really disliked the guy. Like if they actually wanted to murder them, then they would go headhunting. Today, in a way, bigger shoulder pads for a while, and they still have them today. The helmets, so they're just like, yeah, well, he's protected. I'll just go for it. So Scott Stevens would like ruin guys because he's like, oh, they're wearing a helmet. It's fine. He just decapitate people. But in the old days, if he tried to do that, sure. Until the other team was like, yeah, we can also get you. Yeah. You're not wearing a helmet either. So it was like a code, like rough physical play, but don't take liberties. Because if you take liberties, you got an entire team on the other side who also knows that you don't have a helmet either. So they can drive you into the boards and two can play at that game. So that was kind of the tit for tat that kind of kept things in line a little bit. And then
especially if you went after somebody's star, that was no. That's
so kind of Dave's point. These are the 97, 98s. And I like that they did, instead of just doing the regular background, they went to kind of this gold gradient thing, which I thought was kind of cool. It made it a little bit different because Rink Collection was always, in some cases, for some of the years, Rink Collection to me looked better than the artist proof because they at least put in. So that's what the regular card looks like with still the foil. Yep. But this is the Rink Collection version where they didn't do the whole background. But you can still see the foil thing happening. So to me, Rink Collection a lot of times was actually a nicer card. I absolutely love that. Looked fantastic. So that was just kind of my thought process on it. Yep, absolutely, for sure. Yep, basically the same game. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And when you said for the StarQuest Gold, Madonna, it's got the scratch on it.
Yep.
This, I've got the Brodeur somewhere amongst it. I'll show the WA version. The gold medallion version came up. And that's probably the fourth card on my list. And it's not numbered. It's die cut, though. And I remember this from when I collected hardcore back in the mid-90s as this being like, I want to just hold one, not even own it. Because, again, at the time, they were ultra expensive. No pun intended. You can see me behind there.
Yep, see through.
The Ultra Padman with the die cut. But the gold medallion wasn't up here with like the Ultra. They moved that somewhere down here so you could press it in there and stamp it. But there was a huge scratch like on the card, on the gold part.
Right.
And that just, for me, killed me because I'm like, if I couldn't see it without turning it in a light, I would have got it because I haven't seen one since.
Yeah, that's kind of goes back to what we were talking about a moment ago. Just think about that. The card I showed earlier, the StarQuest Kobe, it's a PSA 7 right on it. Under normal circumstances, you say, oh, relatively modern card. But then at the other hand, it's a gold StarQuest. And a 7 isn't so bad. And somebody paid $8,000 for it. It's not. It wasn't a trick. It's not like they were misled.
Yeah.
It's not only clearly defined, it's also graded. So you know exactly what you're getting. And they were still very comfortable paying, high four figures, in Canadian dollars, we cleared into 5 figures. So it's like, so I can't blame them. It's like, you have to kind of make your decisions because some of them are a little bit tough. Now I'll show this one as well, because this is also one of my favorite sets. The Totally Certified is the big favorite because I just love the combination, the colors with the technology and the foil. But the regular mirror golds for regular Pinnacle, Pinnacle Certified, were just fantastic. And these ones were not numbered. They were just tougher odds. And I've still got the peel on these. Now, a question for you, Dave. Are you a peel on or peel off on these?
I can find them, which I know as I've leafed through these piles like dozens of times already, I know I've seen.
Yep.
A couple.
So this is a philosophy question, guys. I don't know if you're familiar with these, but these all came with these little peels that you could peel off if you wanted to. I haven't done so on these. I have done so on the Select Certified. There you go. On the 96, 97. That's the one Dave's showing. You got the gold. You got the gold on the 96, 97, Dave?
That's the one that
eludes you?
Yeah. But again, I don't know. It's one I want to get.
Yep.
and it's one I will get.
Yep.
But at the same time, for whatever reason, I haven't placed that as like, and I know that there's a finite number comparative to what baseball and football have.
Yep.
There's an even less number of copies out there because there was an even less amount of the product produced compared to its football and the baseball. But it's just, I don't know. I'm very particular with the copy I want to get.
Mm-hmm.
Print lines and that are devastating to me.
Okay.
Some people I know don't care because it's, again, a very limited copy, and that sometimes you got to just be like, I got to pick one up, even as a placeholder, and then maybe later on if something comes up, whatever. Print lines, I can't spend probably the type of money to get the mirror gold, and it's got a print line in it. Or like I'm lucky with the blue and the red. Perfect. There's nothing, but there's stuff that, like on the Madano beam team,
Mm-hmm.
on the very left side, through something there's a print line, and I'm like, Urgh. But I got at a price where I'm like, I can live with that.
So you're saying that I should offer you bargain basement price since it is the one of the 5 that I need. We'll negotiate later. So let me show this one here. So there's the gold guy. Now I took the peel off because, again, this would qualify as one that I'll probably send in with the set.
Mhm.
Because I have the group of them. And again, I won't do this with everything, but some of these sets are just so good. Like I think they will look good as a group. And I just think the presentation works for me. But the shine on these is sick, but you have to be super careful. Like if you are going to take the peel off, and I did that myself, and I did the same thing with the other ones, but you got to be super, super careful. So I'll just show the group here.
That's the thing. You can't just be like, oh, I'll get it, and then catch part of the card itself, then peel off the front of the card as well as the peel. You don't want to do that.
Exactly. Now, I think I finished this rainbow. I'm just trying to remember if there was something I was missing, because I got the base, the artist proof, all the regular mirrors, the blue, and the red. And I think that's it. Unless there's a promo or a sample.
Yeah.
There might be a promo. I'm trying to remember.
But even then, I mean.
Yeah. But that would be but out of the ones that came out of the main, they should be done.
Yeah.
So seeing that is highly satisfying. As a player collector, just being like, it's there. It's all there.
And that's why I didn't like what they did with football. They added the premium stock, which it has sort of like the Doofix technology, and then a mirror red premium stock, which is the stated print run of 20. So you've got, I don't know, probably about 10 or 15 of the biggest stars have 2 cards in that set that are 20 or less, because they've got like a silver spirals parallel or a subset, and then they have the regular cards. So it's like, and Kerry Collins happens to be one of those guys. Okay. So, good. I've got, I think, the silver spirals, but not the regular, because I don't want to spend $80, $100 on it.
Well, the decisions we have to make, right? That goes back to what we talked about. So, Vinny, I just want to make sure I understand. I think this is assuming based on the peel question I asked. So, on if gold, blue, red, on in binder for 8 of 9 cards. I got the first part of it. The second part of it, are you saying you have 8 of 9 cards of one of these in a binder? I'm not sure about the second part of your statement. What's that?
Unless he's talking about the ones you have in that binder there. Do they all have?
Oh yeah. Well, actually, all the mirrors got the peel off.
The mirror gold 97, maybe what is he, or 90? Yeah, 97, 98. No.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
Yeah, 97, 98, because you didn't have the gold peeled.
Yeah. No, that's fair. It's one of those things where on a couple of them I haven't gotten around to it, because the mirror ones I did first, just because I know those are ones that I just wanted them to be uniform. So I'll pull it up here. So the 3 main ones in the center, the peel is off. The 2 on the bottom, the peel is on, and the 2 on the top, the peel is on. So the mirror ones in the middle, yes. Here we go. Yeah, okay. I got you. Okay, interesting. All approaches are open. All approaches are valid. Interesting. Yeah. Is there a particular reason for that? Here you go. Your mirrors aren't hard plastic. Totally fair. I liked it just because I liked having it on the page. I am very careful with them. And these are actually pretty nice binders. So they hold up very well. And because they're side loading, you don't have to worry about like smashing it or doing something weird. So they give you enough room, because you got cards like, let me do this one. This is the 96, 97. Yeah. So those could scratch to hell if you're not careful.
Yeah.
just because of the type of foil on the front. So you do have to be careful, and you have to find like a storage solution that you're comfortable with. And playing off of what we looked at earlier that I showed from Dave's picture. So you got the Z Gold. And then also you've got the two special editions up here.
Yeah, and the one I think I got, again, just like if I see the one guy on eBay, I think it was Carter's Cards, that I've picked up a lot of stuff over the last month-ish or so, somewhere in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
If I start seeing like, okay, there's a Brett Hull, there's a Madonna, there's a couple like the older players from the 90s that really didn't pan out, Alexander Daig, Joey Junot. I'm like, I want to pick some of that stuff up because, again, they might not be worth anything now, but at the same time then, oh my God, you picked up a Daig of anything, you're sitting on a mint.
Well, you know the card that's on eBay, and I kind of want to make a play for it, but I'm like, I would have to talk them down. The 96-97, the 96-97 Black Diamond that we talked about, the Daig was a triple. The triple gold is on eBay. And I was kind of like, and I think they're asking for like 100 US. I'm like, that's a bit much. It is graded, but I'm like, well, if I could talk you down to a reasonable number, it is 50. It is legitimately rare, but I'm like, you got to bring it down. It's still Alexander Daig. I'm amused, but it is Alexander Daig.
I've got and again, I don't even know with all the stuff I've gotten, the multiple moves, I've got it somewhere. I've got a big Daig collection.
Right.
And I mean, all because he was another one that was all promos and the little score pinnacle stamp that was
because he was supposed to be the next guy. Yep. He was supposed to be the man. That's how you know. When you look at the card, why does he have so many cards? Because at the time, they thought he was going to be the next guy. And if he had been, well, then it made perfect sense, going forward. So I'll show this one here just because I think Matt found one of these recently for his players. So you got the artist proof from Summit. Yeah, the artist proof from Summit. This is 96-97 Summit, I believe, but it is the artist proof. And then the one before that is the same kind of idea, but it's all in silver. They're cool looking cards. Exactly. That's right. And they're awesome looking cards.
Yes.
Honestly. So like,
if you know the score Golden Blades, it's sort of the same. Like 95-96 score Golden Blades is the same, basically the same technology. But again, it's a great technology, a great foil. So it's not like you're using a generic foil. Exactly.
Yes, sir. See, the binders work. I was explaining that to Mead on the last one. I was like, see, the binders work. I can, most of the time, within reason, I can probably pull an example with a good chunk of this stuff, which is nice. Yeah, Daig and Yashin. Yashin was supposed to be the next one too, for them. He actually had a decent career. Like he wasn't a bad player either.
Yeah, if you look back and just what the Islanders gave up for him to get him from Ottawa, then it looks horrendous. But again, you're still at the time. He wasn't overly old in 02, 03, whenever they picked him up. Maybe a little earlier. Here's another.
Yeah, the franchise ones. That's nice.
Stick with.
Yeah, you know what, Vinny? I agree with you as a whole, but I will say one thing. We also have to remember the reason why I give Lemieux a lot of credit is because he did play past the 90s and the 80s into the 2000s. What made it interesting for me with Lemieux is that when he came back, I think in 2000, 2001, or maybe 2001, 2002, the first year he came back, he played about half a season. But like his stat line was incredible for half a season. Like it was sick to the point that it was like he just picked up and started scoring. Just like, oh yeah, it's 1995. Good enough for me. I'll just go do like what I do. No worries. Yeah, these two and Gordie and University of the World, they are. But you also have to remember, Gordie Howe did it in a different way. He just played forever. He also played in a lower scoring era and did it consistently and played 1,000 years. Gretzky scored 1 billion goals in the 1980s. He still was a great scorer in the 1990s, but it did slow down as time went on because he had injuries, he had his back problems, but also by the mid-90s, we introduced the trap. So we really started to lock things down. So you have to factor the eras. So nobody's going to be a next Gretzky
because we don't have the scoring available to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the Ovechkin thing is interesting and fascinating now is that if I gave Alexander Ovechkin the amount of ice and the type of goaltenders with the type of 1980s equipment, how many goals does he score? A couple, a few.
Yeah.
And there were other guys like Mike Bossy theoretically might have been a better pure goal scorer top to bottom. Gretzky was an amazing goal scorer, but he also played in a stacked Edmonton Oilers team that was surrounded by Hall of Famers. He contributed to that too. Let's not pretend that he wasn't a big factor. Mark Messier was pretty all right. Jari Kurri was pretty decent. Mark Messier was pretty all right even after he left Gretzky.
Yeah.
So give them some credit. Give the other players that were pretty good on those teams some credit as well. But obviously he was the cog that got the thing going, and that team was stacked. So you just have to think 500 goal scorer, and Messier had he was like the second all-time leading scorer until Yager passed him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. That's decent. That'll do. That's adequate, Dave. Adequate. But they were on the same team. It's ridiculous. And then Yager played with Lemieux, and then he became the second leading scorer of all time. And he took years off. Literally. Those are a different breed, but they also played in a different era. And the reason why I give Ovechkin a ton of credit is because he's the only guy up in that goal scoring echelon who did not play in the 70s. He didn't play in the 80s, and he didn't play one shift in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't touch any of those decades where all the other leading goal scorers did.
Yeah.
All the other guys in that side of the mountain, all of them played in one of those decades or in multiple of them. So we have to give him a little bit of extra credit as far as I'm concerned, because he's the only guy in this generation who's anywhere close to that.
Yeah.
Crosby's great, but guess what? He's like 250 goals behind him, and he's great. And we know he's great.
Yeah.
He's in another stratosphere. Like, it's scary what he could have done with the type of things that he could have done if the conditions were better set up for him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's working against conditions that would make it easier for him, and he's still dominating, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. 21 team in the 80s. Yeah, and it's very possible. But the other thing, and Paul, the only other thing you got to consider, though, is I also still have to factor in that training and nutrition are different now, yes. The goalies are also physically bigger, and their pads are physically bigger. There's less space in that net to shoot. And they're more athletic generally, if I take the average goaltender.
Yeah.
The top-end guys are the top-end guys in every generation. But you take like a middle-tier goaltender in the 1980s, I could score 30 goals on them. Like, it's scary how much room there was in that net. And you would see goal, 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 and you'd go watch some of those. I have a DVD box set that I haven't had the chance to watch in a while. It was the old WHA games. They were able to restore a handful of old WHA games, including a 1979 game with the 1979 Edmonton Oilers with Gretzky in it. And you had, I believe, the Winnipeg Jets on the other one for the Avco Cup. So you had Bobby Hall on one side and Gretzky on the other. That was the kind of era you could have. But that was like, think about that. And Gordie Howe, as great as he was, in his 40s, he was able to make a comeback in the WHA and be a 100-point guy again. He was never a 100-point guy in the NHL prior to that, really. Like, only a handful of times. Because he was a grinder. He was also very tough. So he could do everything. Here you go. Exactly. But that's the thing. So I don't penalize Gretzky for that, because he was so statistically dominant. He was clearly the best scorer of his era. Full stop. So I give him 100% credit. Ovechkin is the best goal scorer of this era. So we give him his credit. And I think that's fair.
I often wonder what Ziggy Palffy would have done in the 80s.
I mean, somewhere off there, Amit is smiling. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, he's a big fan of Ziggy Palffy, as you know.
I may have heard that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know where, but it's trickled through the grapevine.
It really has. It really has. So let me show you guys this, because I think this is an interesting comparison. So this is 95, 96. I mentioned before that I think the rink collections for a lot of the years of Pinnacle, I feel like we're better than the Artist Proof. But this is a year where they were really similar. I just want to show you guys for contrast. So in 95, 96, so this is the rink collection. So a little hard to see. I'm going to try to tilt it for you. But you got like these, you got the foil, and you got like these rings. So you've got almost these concentric rings of foil that go along. It's a nice looking card. This is the Artist Proof, and I don't know if you'll be able to see it properly, but it's in the corner. Actually, you can see it a little bit, I think.
Yep.
In the bottom corner, it says Artist Proof. In this case, they're almost virtually identical. aside from the artist proof in the corner, which I always thought was kind of interesting. It was like, really, guys? That's it? That's all you did? But at least they kept the foil technology up, which I actually liked the foil technology that year. So I was like, okay, fine. You know what? I'll accept it.
Yeah, that was the one year, because again, for 90, I don't have a copy, but again, the ring collection looks the same with that foil.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the artist proof.
Yeah, they would go a different way.
Then you have like the stamping down here, the artist proof, and then the foil here. And then over here, it's like the rainbow foil off the name there. And then for 95, 96, they just pretty much, hey, same card. Oh, we're going to cut a little sliver out and put that artist proof stamp there.
Well, that was the thing. I always thought that was kind of interesting. For me, I always found that kind of odd. But it's like, okay, guys, I guess that is what it is. Okay. And you're right. And the thing is, I totally get the point. But that was basically how things were done at the time. And it felt like every year they had to kind of reinvent it and be like, all right, how are we going to do it this year? Make them the same. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I think your point is interesting, Paul. And I agree with you because, like I said, he was statistically dominant in his era. But I know there were some years where Gretzky definitely had like the huge point totals. I think one thing, though, that stands out about some of those years was that, yes, he would be statistically dominant, but you'd also have a stack of 100-point guys.
Mm-hmm.
Not like one or two.
No.
Because then when you got, like I said, to the 90s, you would reach this era where it's like, okay, how many 50 goal scorers do we have? Maybe one. Mm-hmm. Whereas in the 80s, it's like, John Bob scored 50. Who's John Bob? I don't know. A third liner for somebody. And he'd scored 50. Yeah. It was just a different era. Like it was interesting, but it was a different era. There you go. Nice.
Alfredson. And again, a lot of that stuff was cheap. And not to jump up the 80s goal scoring train, but
no worries.
Yeah, that you look at go to somebody that was playing in the 80s, even mid 80s on, and has like a 90, 91, 92 tops card. Just look at the back of it and you'll see video game numbers. That's all it was. Video game numbers on the easiest level. It just, you look and it doesn't even seem, especially when you look at stats today, it doesn't even seem fathomable.
Yeah.
That people could put up, well, he had 98 goals and 112, 130 assists. It's like, what?
Yeah. and that's kind of what it plays into, is that maybe the best example, and this is actually a nice story. I like this, Paul. So worked at a call store. Recall one customer had a master set, and that with the ring collection as artist proof, that master set would have looked spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, I genuinely love the way those cards looked. If it weren't for the fact that doing a complete set of those would be a pain, I wouldn't mind having a complete set of those in a binder because I think it would look great. Like the ring collections, especially. I feel like you could do it reasonably. It would just be a bit of a pain to gather all the cards, but it would look awesome. It would look fantastic, for sure. But to Dave's point as well is that maybe the best example isn't necessarily to look at the number one guy. Maybe that's not so much. Don't focus so much on Gretzky. Focus on like the number 5 scorer of a given year in the 80s. And then go look at like the current goal scoring leaders. And you're going to find that like the number 8 guy in a couple of those years would be the Art Ross champion, which tells you something. Like it's not the top guy. It's the number 14 scorer would be a top 5 scorer today. If you carried over the numbers, that tells you it's everybody was eating in those days. There were a lot of guys that were eating tons of goals. No problem.
Here's another.
Oh, the high voltage. Yes. Solani. Nice. Now, I think I saw you did a video the other day where you were doing the Forsbergs and stuff. So is that like another little side collection, or just you found a good deal on them? Is that the deal? Because I know you do Sakic occasionally as well or stuff like that, or how does it work?
Sakic, I haven't picked up much of him at all. And that's again where, you only have so much in a pot to pluck from.
Totally.
Forsberg is a guy, him and Wah were the guys I was going to go after the hardest.
Right.
I was like, okay, but then again, everything sort of works out. It's like, okay, wow, his stuff is a little more. Forsberg, there isn't a lot of stuff I'm really jonesing for. That there's stuff I wanted, but a lot of it was stuff that I'm like, more in the game used realm, more of that type of stuff. I mean, I picked up nice stuff regardless of Forsberg, but at the same time, I got away from it because
I really love that year. The
yes.
Millennium, the different ones, I thought really good. I loved the way they did the patches and the emblems and the number design. Really well done. Very impressive.
And again,
Paul likes the Forsberg you showed off. I agree.
I will have more eventually, coming from that same guy that I bought that binder from. But I mean, there's.
Yes, that was a good one too, for sure.
So I mean that.
Let me show you this one, Dave. See if you can see this one here.
Is that the Prime Choice Reserve?
This is the Prime Choice Reserve.
And that's on ComC? Or...
Yep. Yeah, you'll find it inside of my holdings. I saw it the other day. $26. Mine. Don't worry, Dave. We can work out a deal. Include the Beam team. We'll talk.
That was the.
But for $26, guys, I would take this all day.
Oh.
It's like it wasn't even a debate. Like it's the Sackett guys. And here, you got the numbering down here in this section out of 100. These are tough. So when I get this in, Dave, we'll talk.
We will.
Yeah. Just thought I'd show that to you. I thought you'd appreciate it.
And again, they look a lot better in person because
unfortunately the scan here doesn't do anything for you. I wish it was better.
The whole thing like Prime Choice Reserve or Prime Choice, Prime Choice.
Yeah. I'll see once I get it in. That's where the 4K camera will help. I can have better lighting and I can show you guys in 4K. It'll look a lot better. It'll be easier for me to show.
The gold script. Again, a lot of this like the UD MVP stuff. I think just as a whole, it's underrated.
Dude, the super scripts are amongst. Actually, let me just take advantage of this here, Dave, because I have this in one of my cards. Look at this. Yes, because there's some toughies. There's some real and it could be tough for different reasons. I already mentioned Run for the Cup. Well, that's just legitimately tough. That's recognized. Yeah. Those are tricky. Some of those inserts we know they're tough. Something like a Prime Choice Reserve. You'd think it's like, oh well, it shouldn't be. Oh, they're tough. When I saw that Sackett, I was like, you know what? At least I can pick up a card of like a quality guy. And at the least, I know somebody could appreciate this because we know they're tough. So it's like, I can think of people who would appreciate it. It's an excellent card. And for the price it was at, I was like, I'm not leaving this here for somebody else. It's mine now. And then at some point, it'll be somebody else's.
You've got a copy that at least, okay, I want the Madonna. Yeah. But I've got the Sackett in hand. I can look at it and be like, okay, now that Madonna that I want goes from like maybe a 12th or 14th place card, maybe up to like a 5 or 3. You're like, that really gets me going. Guys. Like, yeah, the what is it? To 100.
Yep.
Those ones.
And like I said, I don't have the Medano of this, but I thought this was a cool card. And I was like, at some point, someone else will get this. It's in my collection for now, but at some point, someone else will get this. There are a million crazy Goldie collectors. One of them probably will want it.
Yeah.
But it was a good deal. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. Nothing wrong with that. That's a good one.
Cards that have eluded me.
Something that's maybe on more of the gray list. Something that's like tough. And obviously there's a lot of Waz, a lot of Berders, but also it could be some of the other guys as well.
There's out of the cup.
Okay.
13-14 for Dumba. And I've seen them, but they're just stupid priced.
Okay.
It's whatever the monumental, I don't know. It's a booklet to 5.
Okay.
And you open it and it's like just a sick patch of like the wild.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're autoed, but at the same time, I've seen a couple that are like $500.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way, even if I won a lottery for multi-million dollars, I'd pay $500 for Matt Dumba to 5. And again, this is coming from a guy that I've got a lot of nice Dumba stuff. I mean, totally certifieds and mirror emerald stuff.
Mm-hmm. Paul, I have no issue with that. I got a good deal on the Cujo. If you want, you have my. I don't know if you're on Instagram. You might be. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think you might be actually. I don't recall. But let me go here. Let me just take this off the screen. You got my Instagram right there, man. Knock yourself out. Reach out to me. I can work something out. Like I bought it because I thought it was a cool card, and I thought somebody would appreciate it. I'm more than willing to make some kind of an arrangement. Not a problem. I'm not going to. We're not doing my precious on that. We can come to a deal. Just be aware though, they were somebody was drunk when they cut the back of it. So it is a cut one, but somebody took some liberties with it. But that's probably why the price was so reasonable. So by all means, feel free to reach out. That applies to anybody they see anything like that. By all means, the Medanos are off limits, but everything else is open game, fair game. Go for it.
That StarQuest Gold, I wish I'd see one pop just to have a baseline to know, okay, I've got a number in mind. If it goes well over that number, well, okay. Then I've got to readjust and figure something out. But that's one I'd really like to go after. Like I said, I guess anything under 100. It's not that stuff eludes me yet because I don't have a big enough, and I'll admit it, a footprint collecting hockey as hard as I've done since pretty much February. I mean, I've collected it obviously for 25, 30 years because I remember that Lindros craze like yesterday when he came in. But at the same time, I know what's tough. I know when you start talking 100 or less, you're instantly talking, you better pick it up if you can get it cheap, or if you can get it, get it then, because that stuff doesn't pop up from 20, 25 years ago.
Yeah. That's kind of the problem is it's not that it's so rare, because I can get stuff out of 5 today that's 100 times easier. But it's because the stuff got broken recently, and then it goes up on eBay. Some of this stuff was out there 25 years ago, but it was scattered in the wind. Maybe it made it to eBay. Maybe it made it to message boards, because I remember message boards. Rec.collecting.sport.hockey. I was there. The early message boards, the regular message boards, I was there. So if there was stuff out there, it was easier for me to track down. But then eventually the things started to branch off. And Dave talked about a card he got over in Europe. I know where one of the Quantum 1/1 Medanos from 98-99 is. It's off in Europia. And if I ping the person, and probably if they still have it, they may still. It's been a little while now since I checked in, but if they still have it, and I'm willing to come somewhere near their price isn't absurd. It's not absurd. They weren't asking ridiculous, but I just didn't feel like spending that money for the card at the time. But if I reach out and we come to some kind of a deal, I could have one of those. And those ones are 1/1s. The Quantum 1/1s is like, and it would complete one of my rainbows. And it'd be really cool to have the 4 cards beside each other, because those are tough. But they're scattered to the wind, even if they're not the 1/1s. I am missing one of the regular Quantums, and I have it here. Because 98-99 was the year you had all the inserts. And then you'd have the different levels of Quantum, and then they'd base it on the different numbering systems. And it was weird. It was all over the place. Even though 98-99 had some good sets in it as well. Yeah, so here we go. So you got all this stuff going on. Regular, and then you got Quantums, and then you got the Gold Reserve, which looks like a parallel, but it was a different set. It was a retail set. But I just like having them all together because it looks nice like that. It looks good. And the same thing with that one. But then starting here, you've got the different inserts. This one, Frozen in Time. One more. That Frozen in Time Quantum 2 is out of 25. Haven't seen one in a long time. That one's out of 100. That one's out of 50. Out of 25. One more. And just look at how pretty it looks. I just need the one more, Dave. I need to fill these pages. Look at how that would look. Just one more.
That's the thing too. It's I get, and you said it for yourself. You start getting on your years. You're like, okay, I need to start jamming away some of those 98-99s or the 96-97s. I would be obsessive about that because I'd have the one page, the 2 pages. Nope, there's one slot that's empty. I would just be the ADD, ADHD, whatever. I'd just be like, no, I need to get that. We need to find this somewhere and put it on APB, Twitter, Instagram, MySpace, AOL, whatever.
Oh, we brought up the MySpace. That's when you know it's hardcore. It's serious. I understand. I understand what you're saying though. Like it's annoying, especially when you're almost there. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's not like it's not like it's the one of one because I don't have any of the one of ones. To me, the one of one is a bonus. It would be icing on the cake. It'd be really cool to have one of them to be able to say, "Hey, I finished one." And I'm the only Medano collector on the planet who can boast that one rainbow because nobody else can have it. Just me. But so tough. And they did the same thing. 98, 99 was also a good year. Not my favorite. 97, 98 still is. But these two pages are nice. So there's all your mystery finest, including your gold and gold refractors. That's a nice looking group. Like the bronze, the silver, and the gold looks awesome. But then right beside it,
the gold labels.
Yep. And that's the full set. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, regular, black, and red label. Including the out of 25 at the end. Now that is a pretty page.
Yeah, that gold label, that's, I think, again, if people see him in person, they would be instantly hooked to him.
98, 99 was so good. Oh. I love that set. They look spectacular because they changed the pictures up just enough between Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. And then you got 3 parallels up. But the thing is, the third parallel is out of 25, the third red label. Now, they've all got one of ones too. But again, that's bonus. I don't care. That doesn't count to me. I'm not worried about it. I'm not going to lose my mind over that because they're out there somewhere, but I'm not going to bother with that. If I can find it, that's cool. It's a bonus for me. But having that page complete was so satisfying. And it wasn't that long ago I completed that one. Yep, exactly.
And again, those were, I think the 2 came from the guy in the Czech Republic.
Yep.
And I paid more for the silver refractor than I did for the gold.
But the other thing I like, Dave, is that they, for like beautiful synergy, the pictures on the back correspond to the 3 levels.
Yes.
Which is a nice touch. I think that's actually really cool that they did that. It actually gives you a nice match because the backs on them pretty much show the same, but then you get to see each of the 3 pictures if you get the 3 levels, which is actually excellent. It's actually a good touch. I like that.
That was one of my favorite, and I won't say sets, but the innovation to it, like the black peel on there, and you had to pull it.
That one you didn't have a choice. That's right.
Partial light. I mean, that was like, okay, you need to pull it or peel the peel to see. Well, did I get well, you knew you got a refractor. It was listed as such on back.
That's right.
Well, did I get the gold or did I get a bronze? Either way, I'm happy. But if I got the gold, whew,
that was the thing. It was like that was the thing. You had to. If you were a fan of the player, you're like, I got to peel this. I got to know. You're not going to leave it unpeeled. That's the mystery must be solved. It has to be done.
It's not sort of like with the Cujo. You didn't have to slice it in back, but people did.
Well, the thing is, that's what I think. So speaking of, again, not insert, but I showed the gold impulse because, like I said, I wanted to have one in the collection. I've got the regular 5x7 Medano. I've got the silver impulse. I don't have the gold impulse. I've got the regular size Medano, the Z silver. The Z gold is going to cost me a fortune. They're stupid. Even like the regular guys, I've got that alert set up. Anytime something goes up there, they're like, oh, $3.99 for who? Joe Schmo. Really? $400 for just some random dude? And the thing is, there's only like 7 or 8 of them on eBay at any given time.
Yeah.
So it's not like they show up all the time. It's like, I await. When I get an alert, it's like, Z gold. Which one? Which one? Disappointment.
Vincent Damfus. Ah!
Yeah. But the thing, the day that comes, I have to be psychologically preparing myself to be like, what's this going to cost me? And you got to do it with that face. What's this going to cost me?
I've done that a lot with the Brodeur stuff. I'm like, okay, there's stuff I want to get. There's stuff I haven't seen that I want to get. There's stuff that I don't even know if it's out there, but there's a 25, 100, whatever. I know it is, but if I haven't seen it in the 8-10 months I've been hard after him, I still have to be. I know I'm going to pay.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to pay more than I want. But at the same time, when I get that card in hand, it's going to be fireworks and party poppers and everything, because people are just like, that's what the diehard lifelong type collectors, even if you don't collect a player, if you collect a team, and there's that rare Gretzky from the Kings that you wanted, or the Rangers, or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
Or Vinny, he collects a lot of the Penguins too.
Yeah.
Once you get that, and it doesn't even have to be considered universally like a hobby unicorn or a white whale or whatever the case may be. If it's something that you yourself is like, man, I haven't seen this and it finally popped and I got it, and I spent whatever it may be, as long as you're super stoked about it, and you like Steve and I have said, just don't have a regret.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't put $800 in a card that's sold for $200 a month ago, and it's not one of these ones that are in the fluctuating market of right now. It's I don't know. I like gearing myself up for the big purchase.
Yeah.
Even though I might not have the funds at the time, I can at least have some sort of information then to hopefully use somewhere down the line to acquire said card if I should have.
Well, there is value to getting the intel, because sometimes you just want to know, because there are certain cards that I know are tough, but it's like, I got to know.
Yeah.
What would it take? That's why when the Shield passed by me, like I said, I got over it because I said, well, you know what? There was a limit to how far I was willing to go. When it's a one of one, I can let it go. I can accept it because it is a one of one. And if somebody's willing to go nuts for it, hey man, more power to you. But for some of the stuff that's the other one, some of the stuff, people would be shocked. Some of it seems obvious, but some of it like genuinely isn't. That's why I wanted to show some of those interesting random cards. It's like I said, that out of 25 is limited, but in your brain, it's like, well, it doesn't feel like it should be. They don't pop up. I don't remember the last time I saw one. I don't recall. No. And I pay attention all the time. I'm constantly on that, paying attention for it, because I'd love to add it, because it will fill that page and I will be highly satisfied when I fill that page. It will look so good with the other ones and everything's lined up beautifully with all the colors. That is satisfying. That is very enjoyable, but not yet. The time hasn't come. It's one of those things. It's there will be a day. There will be a day. I want to show you guys. I love those. Can I actually give you a story about those, Dave? The Leaf International? I found one on eBay, but I think, unfortunately in that year, once they closed up shop, a lot of stuff got backdoored, right? And you know how on those ones, they're not numbered. I think they say 1 of 250 on the back, if memory serves me. Is that right?
Yes, it's somewhere.
I think it's in the bottom middle, right? Yeah, right there on the side. Yes, perfect. Yeah. So 1 of 250. So I found a seller who had one. I shouldn't say have one. They had like 20 in a lot. And I think I bought the lot for about $20. So I have a stack of those, of the Medano. Literally a stack. They're awesome looking cards. But at this point, like if I wanted to do a giveaway or something, it's like, what, you know what you're getting? You're getting a Leaf International Medano. Are these out of 250? You can have one. You can have one. Steve can have 2. I know he'll appreciate it.
Oh, he definitely will.
Oh, no question. Maybe I'll even let him have a Hall of Electric, because that was at least numbered. That was at least legit. I think they had a lot of extra, but they look awesome. Like they're awesome looking cards. I have them in a little stack in one of my boxes, because I'm like, well, they're still cool cards. I'll hang on to it. But the fact that I have 20 of them made me laugh.
Yeah, that's it's always and that's the same with like a football and the baseball, when you have that the backdoor sales and whatnot.
Yes. So here's a kind of a random card I wanted to show you guys. It's kind of an interesting one. Do you remember these, Dave?
I do, because somewhere amongst everything, I just got that in the mail today.
Yeah. No, Simon, this is the funny thing is, this was that's the way they did the numbering that year. They did 1 of 250 or 1 of 100 or whatever, instead of numbering the individual cards. It was a fine idea. It wasn't an issue. The problem they ran into is that obviously once the business closed, I don't know why they had so many extras. for
That's
potentially, you know, because you'd have to hold back some cards for damage, right? Like if somebody said, "Oh, my card got damaged, can you replace this?" You wanted to have a couple. That made sense. Replacement stock. The problem is apparently they had a whole whack of replacement stock to the point you were able to get tons of it. Now this card here, and I think Dave's looking for one as well. This is actually from a collectible card game. This is called Playoff One-on-One Hockey. And like any other collectible card game, you had different levels of scarcity. You have the common version, the uncommon version. Well, this one is the gold one. This was the rare one, card number 250. And I will say, this was a tough one to track down for the longest time. And this is sitting on my ComC as well. So that's where I've been pulling a lot of these pictures from. These are on my ComC account. So when and if I get around to doing the ComC share, the ComC, mail day, that'll be part of it. And that's a nice one that I'll be able to add to the binder as well. It's going to be really nice.
I do not see it, but again, I that was one. When I looked it up, again, this is something I'll plug too. If people find like the almanac.
Yep. What does it say about that one?
Huh?
What does it say about those? Does it have like some kind of a like a potential print run on those? Because I don't think I checked. I've got one of those books recently. I just hadn't checked for it. So Vinny says he's got 3 for Lemieux. So is the red like the ultra rare, Vinny? Because that would make sense for Lemieux. I could totally see that being the case. I just don't remember. I know there was at least the common, the uncommon, and the rare, and there might be an ultra rare. I don't remember if they got to a 4th tier. They might have. They were cool cards, I will say, Paul, because I feel like I opened packs of them. They were neat looking cards because I like collectible card games, but I never played the game. It looked interesting, but I obviously didn't catch on. I think they only had 2 years of that series.
You had common,
yep,
uncommon, rare,
yep,
ultra rare.
Okay.
And that was in a booster pack, and ultra rare that was in a starter pack. So I mean, you had 2 variations of that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
Again, it's the thickie. It's not like you're in a magazine stand.
Yeah, I grabbed. What year edition is that? Is that 2018?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I grabbed one of the newest ones, like the 28th edition. I might have the one just after.
Okay.
But it was. Yeah, I saw that recommendation. I was like, yeah. It's funny because I've been relying on this for so long, and I'm sitting there like, you know what? Because there was a time where I could memorize every Medano card I had and eyeball it and be like, yep, I knew that one, or no, I don't. And then I bought 2 patch cards from the Cup out of 35, and I was like, I'm getting old. I was like, how on earth do I not remember an out of 35 Cup patch auto?
Yeah.
And I was like, they're both nice. They're both really nice. One of those is eventually going to go on eBay. As much as I don't mind having duplicates, but I was like, I do not need 2 Cup patch autos out of 35 because I could get a couple of bucks for it. It's a nice card. So it's like, I may as well recuperate some of that money. Yep. 2 boxes. Nice. That's actually kind of cool. So one of the starter and one of the booster. It's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, that Beckett is just...
It's one of those things, Paul, where there's a whole generation of kids that bought them that didn't play the game at all because they just like the cards. And I don't blame because I remember Dave, I think, is a couple of years older than I am, but we're in the same age bracket. Like we're right in the same general generation. I remember when Pokemon came out. It was not my scene. My younger brother liked the video game and he liked the cartoon. And I remember the video game and the cartoon because he played it all the time and he watched the cartoon. And I was like, okay, it's a kid's cartoon. It's fine. But I also remember being in the card shop when the boxes came in. The kids were ravenous. They were all over it because even back then the Charizard was the big pull. The foil was the big pull. And I don't remember the exact thing. I asked my younger brother the other day and I'm pretty sure it got to like $100 pretty fast, like $100 retail. But it stayed there for a while. It's not like it shot up immediately. It was like $100, maybe like 120. And then it took a while for it to eventually grow. I found a PSA article because I was doing some digging into it. I thought it was interesting to look it up. You could have gotten them for $700 or $800 back in like 08, 09. So almost 10 years on, you could have gotten it for under $1,000 still. The same one that sold for 220 grand. So anybody who complains about the rising prices, you had chances. That was 10 years later. You still could have gotten it under 10 grand as a PSA 10. So whose fault is that? Like, if you wanted it so damn badly, you could have bought it back in 08, 09 and still gotten it for relatively a lower price.
I've said that in a few videos too, where I'm like, I know I could have got X for 10 times less, 20 times less. Oh, only if we have Elf. 'Cause everybody loves Elf Pogs.
I think the problem Paul ended up with Pogs. I actually think that would be hilarious. I would enjoy that thoroughly. But I think the problem is you had too many of those like third world reprints.
Mm-hmm.
Like way too many of like the off-brand Pogs. And I think that killed it. Like as opposed to Pokemon, that these are the Pokemon cards. If you get fake Pokemon cards, you know that they're garbage. But you had so many. You could go to the dollar store and get Pogs by the stack and get a stack of slammers. And you had like, because the original was the World Pog Federation. They were cool looking and they had their logo on it and the whole deal. But once they were printed in such volume, it's like everyone like would treat them like garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that will ever get fixed because there's so many. I promise you, we could find somebody's garage probably has 1 million Pogs. Like honestly, we'll find somebody with a garage with 1 million Pogs. I promise. Yep. And so let me quickly talk about this for just a minute, Dave, and you're welcome to interject a little bit if you want to as well. I don't like I don't like Pokemon that much. It doesn't excite me. It doesn't interest me, but I remember it.
Yep.
But if anyone asks me if I think Pokemon will do well going forward, my answer is yes. And the reason is because the generation cycle. Because we know that now the kids that grew up with that in the first generation are now in their late 20s and early to mid 30s. So it means for them, this is the nostalgia. Mm-hmm. For them, they remember collecting Pokemon with their friends. And maybe now they're in business. Maybe now they're entrepreneurs. Maybe now they're making some decent coin. So for them, paying a couple of grand for one of the foils that they like of their favorite character, maybe not a Charizard, obviously, now that's astronomical, but maybe for one of the other side characters they also liked for Generation 1, those will go up. I believe it. And one thing that happened with that Charizard sale is it's getting dangerously close now to passing the Black Lotus of Magic the Gathering, because one of those sold for $250K. But Pokemon, to Simon's point, has a TV show. It has movies. It has more video games. Nintendo owns the property. They're going to protect it. And the mobile game. So now another generation. So now you've got the Generation 1 guys growing up and getting to that age. Well, the Generation 2 and the Generation 3 and the Generation 4 are the cycles that come later. And if they go back and start looking at the OG ones, as those other ones now reach their 40s and 50s and maybe now start having even more expendable income, now they're more established, they got their house paid off or whatever, I could see that Charizard going for $1 million. Not today, not tomorrow, but in 15 to 20 years, wouldn't shock me. Not at all.
No.
Not at all. Would not shock me.
No, again, I think if it was brought up with Jeremy on the After Hours show, where
I think a little bit, yeah. They talked about it.
Charizard's not going to have like a DUI or a domestic assault.
Yeah.
And again, that's always something, a risk you take with some of these sport players. And it's just like, that's the inherent risk of a human being. You cannot always predict what somebody's going to do, even if there has been a lengthy, lifelong, okay, he's mellow, calm, something that can just snap like that and end up shooting 20 people at a mall and be put away forever, death sentence, and then guess what? Ray Caruth. Not like he had a long, prosperous career, but
I think you underestimate the rage of Charizard, Dave. I think you underestimate the rage. He is a fire Pokemon.
If he was facing like the Chin Pokemon from South Park, Shu, I don't know, that'd be a worthy matchup of pay-per-view.
There you go. But the other point that I would make also to that is also that since they keep releasing the cards year on year, I can't call them a fad because they've been going, releasing series after series, year after year. So, and the kids keep playing it. So for me, it's got all the conditions to hang in there and keep going because there's no reason it couldn't. Unlike, unfortunately, maybe I could get a meet. If we could get, stay with me on this, Dave. If we could get the Ziggy Palfy Pog to launch, this could be the rocket ship that gets this thing into the stratosphere. This could be it. That's the
we
key.
could get like a base, like a silvery foil, the prismatic foil, and then like the StarQuest Gold 101. But in the middle,
Mhm.
do we have the Amit rookie Pog with the 9 million penalty minutes on the back?
It could be. It could be the beginning. I would make him eat the slammer because I think he would enjoy that.
Yes.
With the penalty minutes, you make him the slammer. That's
Obviously.
logically. Like it works. We used to be able to get custom pogs. That'd be very funny. I will say, actually, funny. Speaking of pogs, they were making NHL ones like in 0506. I got the Medano the other day and I just laughed. And I was like, this is amazing. I love everything about this. And it's like hologram on the back. It was awesome.
Okay.
I was like, okay, that's cool. Hey, listen, I have no moral objections. There will be no pog slander on my show. But yeah, unfortunately, they made so many. They just made so many. But although obviously it would have been kind of funny if they had done. Simon's right. I agree with him here. But to that point, Simon, though, the fact that it doesn't matter about the current ones. If they're overprinted, no problem. The fact that kids are playing it may make them interested eventually in going back to the OG one, and that's what will inflate the prices because the first edition ones have a much lower print run. That's what's going to help a lot.
Well, that, and again, apples and oranges, but to a point, it's the same. Let's say again that Jordan 86, 87 Fleer.
Yep.
Okay, you still got a lot of Hall of Famers in that set, a lot of great Hall of Famers. Charizard. I can't believe I'm comparing Charizard to Michael Jordan, but you've got all the other.
See,
and
but
again,
Dave, isn't this a nice variant on your usual? We have now we compare. Dave compares Charizard to Michael Jordan. Please continue.
I was going to say I lose absolutely all credibility. Whatever shreds are left.
I was going to say, do I need to literally pull up your podcast and play it while we're watching it? We can do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing on your podcast.
We could.
Yeah, we could. That may be another episode down the road. We may do that.
I hope that I'd love that. Because one of the best. I'll get back to the Charizard in a moment. As long as my train is going. The Final Sacrifice is my favorite, and I know it's a widely loved one for the Mystery Science Theater with Zap Rousdower.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm a Manos the Hands of Fate guy.
I love that too, especially with Torgo.
Dude, I will tell you a story about that. But here's one thing I want you to do for me. I will actually tell you a story about that, and we'll do a Mystery Science Theater thing for a moment here. But give me the Charizard Michael Jordan comparison. Let's do it.
Like when you've got, okay, people are so ingrained on the price of Charizard, the foil. And again, I don't know Pokemon, and I know Pikachu because it's, again, basically the Mario of Nintendo.
Yeah. He's like the star of the show as well, quite a bit, I would say, for the cartoon show, for sure.
Yeah, because he's the whatever the kid's name, that's like his main buddy or whatever.
I think Ash, if memory serves me. Okay. I think that's right. Because I remember my younger brother watched the cartoon and I would hang there for a bit and I'd watch a little bit of it and because I wanted to see if it was any good. It's like, it was okay. It wasn't terrible, but not my scene.
Yeah, same here. I was probably when it came out, the cards came out in what, 99 for the US.
That's right. 99.
I was 19 then. So, I mean, that's,
Yeah, I was like I said, I'm in the same time zone as you. I was 16 when those came out. So it's not far off. It was the thing. Oh, don't worry, guys. I promise we'll get back to that because I do actually want to have a brief conversation on this. And I know Dave's passionate about it. We'll have a little fun with that in a sec. But keep going, Dave.
But you have like you'll see the Charizard price and you're like, well, okay, if I've liked it or I'm playing the Pokemon Go or whatever you're playing or into it, like, okay, that, and again, if I butcher the names, don't comment after the fact. I'm not a Pokemon guy. I don't know.
Yamwax will disown us. You realize that. And he's got the kind of production value where he can do it with some style and flair.
He can show the atomic bomb going up and the nuclear bomb for me.
Indeed.
Like Blastoise or Blastos or something.
That sounds familiar. I know it's like the turtle that has like the thing. Yeah. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
2 or 3 others that are starting to bubble up now.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like Olajuwon, Dominique, Barkley. You've got all these great players, but you have that centerpiece of Jordan. You've got the centerpiece of Charizard, and all these other guys are starting to bubble up. Guys, like whatever they are, the monsters, bubbling up now. And people
Pokemon is short for pocket monsters, so you're on the right track.
So, that's the comparison. It's like, okay, you don't Fleer, you had probably more made because there's so many stories of people couldn't basically give it away.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a more finite amount of the product. But you still have that centerpiece in the middle, and you have these periphery stars that are basketball already grew. Now with the Pokemon, they're starting to grow. So I can see people going back and be like, okay, I can't get the Charizard, I can't get whoever 2 through 5 is. What about 6 through 10 on that list? What about 11 through 15? Maybe I'll go back and get those because again, I remember those monsters. I remember that was my favorite because I know what is it? It's like 3. You level up 3 times a monster or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you'll pick out your favorites and do that.
Mm-hmm. Paul, you're awesome.
The Amish community would not be proud.
Paul, good job. You're awesome, and you're right. Please continue.
So that'd be my comparison there, where again, you have the one that's always been valuable.
Yeah. Can I get? I have a theory on that. Do you want to know why I think the Charizard is specifically singled out as the one?
Okay.
I think that, and again, I have to think back to 20-year-old memories, so forgive me. I'm doing the best I can with this one. I feel like it was one of the better or more interesting choices in the video game.
Okay.
So whereas Pikachu was the star, basically Pokemon of the cartoon, I'm pretty sure you could start off with the fire Pokemon in the video game and it would become the Charizard when you evolved it. So I feel like that at least plays into it because the video game was a smash hit too. So because it was a very effective Pokemon.
Is it not a rarity? And I don't.
It's also, the thing is the foil is also rare. Like it all plays together.
The video game.
Sorry?
Is there not like a color Game Boy? Or I'm trying to think that there's, I think, a video game color cartridge.
There were multiple, yeah.
That's like rarer than whatever other ones.
Could be.
I don't know if it's N64 or what it was, but I know there's some sort of.
There was a game called Pokemon Snap. That was on the Nintendo 64.
Okay.
So maybe that one's. And I know there was a Pikachu N64 console.
Okay.
They had a limited edition one because I got into I was looking into a lot of different video game collecting for a stretch. I've collected a lot of different stuff. I like to be eclectic. I like to have variety in my life. We're not going to do it today. At some point we'll talk wrestling too, because I know a thing or two about that as well. It's like the reason I listen to your podcast is that I get a chuckle because it's like, yeah, I know that reference. I know that one too. So we could talk wrestling at some point as well. And then you can continue your roadkill cosplay. You know what I'm referring to.
I absolutely do.
Yeah, we'll talk more later on that.
I've been told to do that many a time. I mean, it's
chickens, Dave. Chickens. But like I said, we can have this conversation. It's not a problem. But I think to put a button on this though, the reality is I think the video game is why. That's my actual theory because otherwise I feel like Pikachu would have already launched head first, but Charizard seemed to be the card. So I feel like the video game is at least part of that. That's a theory. Strictly 100% a theory.
But I know there's other rarities with the Pokemon too that can drive, not necessarily the cards, but just the overall interest in the brand.
Yeah. And that's why I say, like, bottom line for me, I genuinely believe that if you are of the investing ilk, it's not a terrible play. If you do the first edition, you'll do fine. I think you'll do well. If you pick right and you pick good condition stuff, you'll do good because it is a legitimately tough thing. And I think the popularity is there. I wouldn't be concerned about that. Again, not my lane. I don't get excited about it, but can I respect it? And do I understand it? Yes, totally. Because I'm not going to judge somebody else's nostalgia the same way that I would expect that I wouldn't be judged on mine because I've got my own. So I'm in no place to judge you. If that's your area that you want to go into, go for it.
That's their money, collect what they want.
Correct. I'll judge you for a bunch of other things, but not that one. That one we'll leave alone. That one's fair. All right. So real quick, I'll grab a couple comments here because the guys are filling in some of the blanks as well. Yeah. Ash Ketchum. That's right. Now that you write it down, the name rings a bell. Yep. That was the one comment for Paul. You're right. Are there a Pokemon set of Charizard only sort of, but are those other Pokemon only sort out after in the first edition? Here we go. There are many that follow through the years. Yep. Okay. That's right. Top Scrum made non-gaming cards. I don't think it's going to elevate to the same degree, but you know what's another thing that I wouldn't be surprised if it picked up down the road? The Marvel cards.
Mm-hmm.
Because my younger brother collected those, the comic book cards, and some of the art on that was spectacular. I remember those. Marvel Masterpieces, never a comic book guy, but the art was good.
Yeah.
Like I gave respect to the art. It was good stuff. All right, so I happen to have a banner for this. You're going to love this. Boom. See, Dave, I run a tight ship around here. Take notes.
Tight ship like the Satellite of Love?
That's all I'm saying. All right, let's do it. So, real quick, my experience, let me give you my experience with Mystery Science Theater 3000. I had never heard of it until university. And when I was in university, one of my best buddies there, who I still chat to from time to time, but he's a bit of a loser, so I have to make fun of him on a regular basis. But the thing is, we were chatting, and at one point he was saying like, "Oh, Carlos, I got to show you Mystery Science Theater." He kept talking about it. So finally one day, and we graduated in 2006, which I feel privileged that I did. The reason why, I'll explain why in a second. Well, actually, I'll explain why now. What I liked about it is that 2006 was the last year before the iPhone came into existence. So it was I feel like it was the perfect moment where we had cell phones, but they were not smartphones. So texting was kind of a pain. You had to do the thing with the 9. It was a pain. It wasn't a smartphone, not like today. So what you do, you still had a cell phone. Like I said, it was a flip phone, whatever. But what you do is you'd be like, get in touch, you get communicated. It's like, I'll meet you at the bar at whatever time. So usually myself and my buddy Ryan, we'd go down. We go down early because we had to put in a good shift of drinking.
Yep.
Because I went to the University of Guelph, Ontario. So there's the plug. Boom. Still got one of these. But so we go down to the bar to go hang out, and when I say put in a shift, it's like there were days we sat there drinking for 8 hours. We put in a shift, Dave. We put in a shift. And we didn't slack off. Not on our responsibilities. But anyway, the thing was, Guelph is a university town. So it was about 100,000 people. So it wasn't small, but it wasn't like a giant metropolis. And a lot of that population during the school year was students. So there were about 25, 30,000 students floating around in that 100,000. So it was a university town. Yep. So you'd have the street where you'd have the bar, this bar, this bar, this bar, the club, this bar, the club, the pub, this bar. So we went over to a place called the Albion Hotel. And it was an old hotel that was retrofitted as a bar. And that was where the art students went. So we'd go hang out there. That was the spot because they had couches and things so you could sit down and chill. So the way you communicated with people is you would go early, you grab a couch, sit down and chill, get your beers and hang out. Your friends would come eventually down the road here. We weren't calling each other. We weren't texting. They would just be like, meet us at the Albion. Yep. We'll be there. And then meet us when you're there. We'll grab one of the couches. But then other people would come by, hey, do you mind if we sit down? Well, we were stealing a couple of couches. We'd be like, yeah, of course. And then you strike up a conversation. That was the way you communicate and socialized at that time, right before the smartphone. So when he wanted to show me something, it wouldn't be, I'll send you a link to whatever YouTube or whatever, even though YouTube was out there. That wasn't the way you did it. He goes, all right. So he came by with a case of beer. He goes, we're watching Mystery Science Theater 3000. I go, well, you brought beer, so fine. So he insisted on doing Manos, the Hands of Fate. So that's the first one. I might have consumed a lot of that beer, Dave. I drank a lot of that beer. So I was basically chilling out in my room with the TV on, watching Mystery Science Theater 3000 and Manos the Hands. So we ended up watching about 3 episodes, and I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But it's funny. So I'll give you that. And like I said, we drank a lot of the beer because that's what we did. Because usually the way we set up a bar night would be a very carefully elaborate procedure, Dave. I would pick up the phone because I wouldn't use the cell phone. I was in a basement, so the signal was no good. I'd pick up my actual phone, dial it up, and my buddy's nickname was Ogs because his last name was Ogilvy. So I pick it up and I'm like, hey, Ogs, yeah, I'm bored. Let's go to the bar. All right. And then off we went. That's how we roll. And we went there. And last call in Guelph was 3 a.m. So we'd be sitting there. So we put in a shift regularly. But it was fun, man. It was fun. But yeah, my first experience with Mr. Science 3000 was just like he brought a case of beer over and we sat there and watched a bunch of episodes. And then I was like, this is ridiculous. So needless to say, now I can bring it up. There you go. Tom, Servo, and Crow.
Yeah, we lived up here in Ely. Then my mom and dad wanted to go to It was JC up here, junior college, 2 years only. So then we moved to Superior, Wisconsin, which is just across the bridge from Duluth, Minnesota. So obviously there's going to be bigger population in those two towns, so you're going to have a bigger cable company. So instead of like the 13 channels we had here, now we're up to like 45, 51 down there. One of those being Comedy Central.
Yep.
Didn't even know about it. One of the first shows I turn on, I'm like, you have the planet turning, and the logo on there, and the not too distant future. And then I'm
a
like,
surprisingly catchy jingle.
mm-hmm.
Considering how ridiculously lame it was and low budget, clearly, a surprisingly catchy theme.
So that was like the introduction. I'm like, what do we got here? This is, I have no idea what this is. So I watched a couple episodes. Some of them are just dreadfully slow because of the movie. They are just, I mean, watching paint dry, then hopefully watching it peel would be more exciting. The stuff that they had on Netflix, and again,
I appreciate they tried. One thing I'll say, the original series, the thing that it had going for it was that before it really picked up and became super popular, they were able to get better movies to make fun of because the movies were so bad that the rights were cheap. And that was basically the problem. So conceptually, for those of you who may or may not have seen it or catch a replay down the road, Mr. Science Theater 3000 was really a simple premise. It was a guy and some puppets basically hanging out riffing on movies. There was a loose plot. It was basically sung in the opening intro. It was basically there. But the idea was that you'd have this bad movie and then you'd riff and basically make fun of it. But the thing is, you needed a nearly endless supply of bad movies. There was, here's my favorite thing. So my dad is Carlos Sr. And Carlos Sr. is like me in many ways. So we come from a long line of assholes. A long, proud line. So, and every generation gets worse. Because Carlos Sr. was worse than his father, Jorge Alcazar, who was worse than his father, and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. So by the time, I have simply perfected it. And to the point that he has acknowledged this. It's like, it took me 50 years to get to the level of horrible that you are. It's like, I'm proud and terrified. And I go, not like tip of the cap. Like I've done it. I've refined it and taken it to a new level. My legacy. But the point is that one day I was watching one of the episodes and I was showing to my younger brother and blah, blah, blah. And my dad walked by and he saw us watching the thing. And we were watching it on the main TV in the living room, whatever. You know, I just had it on. And then he walks by and he's like, "Is that Santa Claus versus the Martians?" And I'm like, "Please tell me you don't know this stupid movie." It wasn't Mr. Science Theater 3000. My dad saw it in the theater. Santa Claus versus the Martians. The movie. Not the Mr. Science Theater 3000. He saw the movie. And I'm like, of course you saw the movie. And it was like from the 1960s or whatever. And I was like, really, dude? Really, man? And I'm like, only you could see such a truly horrific movie that's like obscure, lost to the sands of time. No one knows what this is. And you're like the guy who saw it in theaters. The guy.
There's, I think I've seen that DVD. It was like at the dollar store. And again, this was 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And just a single movie for $1. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to buy it. Because I know how bad it is and I've already watched it.
You've seen it technically, yeah.
Oh, yes. And then there was Soul Taker. There was a VHS up on the Iron Range here, like Hibbing, Virginia, Mountain Iron, Grand Rapids. They had a video chain that went under. So this one centralized location in Virginia was getting everything like every couple of weeks. So every couple of weeks, being the collector I am, I'm going there looking for the old campy horror movies and wrestling stuff.
Okay.
So I'm going in there and go through the sports area, and they had started saving the wrestling. I said, hey, just save all the wrestling. I'm coming in and I'll buy it. And so then I just sit there and look through okay, here's all the horror stuff. or mystery or whatever. I see that Soul Taker one. I'm like, no shit. I watched this on Mystery Science Theater. This can't be it. So I turn it over, and it's the same guy that has like a catcher's mitt for a face.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Right.
like, I gotta buy this for $1. I'd be a fool to pass this up.
I don't know about that. I feel like that's an argument you could lose. Please continue.
So I mean, the Killer Shrews. I've got that on some of these like old '60s horror compilations that I bought on like DVD.
Yeah, that was basically their bread and butter. Bad science fiction and like the 60s horror. That was like the because I'm scanning here looking at some of the movies because they had over 200 episodes, guys. If you ever check out the original series, it went for a while. They did really well, all things considered. I'm trying to find a name of a certain one. Here I found Santa Claus versus the Martians, 1964. My dad saw it in theaters.
It's horrendous. Just
He was 10.
utter trash.
It is trash, but he saw it in theaters and he was 10.
He paid for it.
He paid for that. The Castle of Fu Manchu. I think I've seen that too.
Oh.
Some of these are heinous. Some of these movies are heinous. Sorry. I want you to finish your story because then I want to throw in a thing about Manos because I've got a lot of stories about Manos. Please continue.
But anytime I see, and again, a lot of them are on these compilations of the horror movies. You'll see it Halloween time now.
Yeah. It's not in millions, Vinny. It's not in millions. It might be in pesos. That might be a lie. It might even be in yen.
Yeah, I can't even imagine seeing a preview for that for Soul Taker. Oh, it's if you can watch it somewhere, and again, just know that it's utter trash, and that's from the 80s. It's just garbage. Watch it because it's again one of the opening line or whatever it is from when it comes down with the credits or the name comes through the screen, sort of like the Star Wars, but not ascending up and into it. It comes down. It's like, and now we gotta get aboard the Soul Taker, like the Soul Train type. So, but anytime I see that stuff and it's a rarer one, again, if it's $1 or $2, I'm gonna pick up the video just because, again, nostalgia. Again, because
that is nostalgia. I'll give you that. Yeah.
We're collectors and some of us collect just heinous crap. So
some of us collect rotting our brain from the inside.
Yeah.
I will say though, Paul, under a different era, if Mystery Science Theater 3000 had hung around, that movie would have totally gotten the riffing treatment and it would have been funny. Would have been because some of these movies were only made tolerable. I watched Manos the Hands of Fate without the riffing track.
Oh.
No, just look at my face.
It's a
slog, man. The opening credit has nothing. It's rolling countryside. It's literally minutes of rolling countryside. Without the riffing, you've got minutes of rolling countryside and nothing.
There's so much uncomfortable silence in that movie where people are just standing there, not doing anything. You're like, does somebody have a line? Where's the director with like, you over there, Torgo, do something other than waddle and wobble.
Well, the best part about that is that my buddy actually did a Torgo Halloween costume. And I think, if memory serves me, he was able to get like a little recording. So he had the haunting Torgo theme as he walked. I remember. Believe me, I remember. Yeah. It's seared into my brain forever. The beer could not drown that out. And I tried.
No.
Oh, I tried. It wasn't for lack of effort, Dave. It wasn't for lack of effort.
He didn't bring 2 cases, so you can only get so far.
Yeah. There was a movie I was trying to find. I'm not going to worry about it, but there was a movie that was genuinely it was like a He-Man ripoff. And I remember it pretty well as well, but the name escapes me. But it was like a He-Man ripoff. It was like a thing, like an adventure where they're like, it's in a mythical land and you got the guy and the heroine and they're fighting some kind of a thing. And I was like, yep, this is prime for mockery. But yeah, there were a lot of different ones that were like that. It was just endless. And then they would sometimes do the shorts where they make fun of the shorts. It was a good show, I will say, for what it was, because I was impressed at how many different things they were able to come up with to make fun of the movie, which in itself is a talent. Because yeah, the movie's bad, but you can't keep using the same joke over and over again. You got to find different twists to be able to do it. I will say though, the people that did it did do something. It was called like riff tracks or something later, so that you could listen to it to the thing, so they could get past the copyright issues that the show eventually lost out because of.
And then there was one where they were almost like on a stage, where like you have a graduation, you'd be showing the film, and then they'd be in like tiered sections of like I think 6 of them from the show, and it was called Cinematic Titanic.
Yes,
and that was another. It's basically the same premise, except they're just doing it in front of you instead of voiceovers or whatnot. But yeah, that was another good one too. I've got a few episodes of that on DVD.
Yeah, and the thing is, I liked that they were actually very good comedians. They were actually very funny. They did a good job with it. If they hadn't done such a good job with it, it would have been as much fun to watch. Because the movies are garbage. So it's like you're not going to waste time on these movies if somebody doesn't add something to make it a little bit more tolerable and enjoyable. But yep. So there's a little Mystery Science Theater 3000 diversion. A little bit of fun in there. Especially since I happen to have some stories about that. I thought, why not? I know that one.
There's a lot of good episodes. And again, don't hit on one that, if you don't like it, try it. I don't even know what let's say you don't like horror movies. Hit on like some other type of genre of a movie. Because there's, like you said too, a lot of different stuff they did.
They did.
You have something that's sort of like a Terminator that they did. Not actually Terminator, but the same sort of premise. And you had like Merlin and his Shop of Wonders. Just a lot of fun stuff that if you can't even laugh at them, you'll laugh at just like the bad acting of the movie and be like, well, that killed an hour and a half. That's good enough.
Yeah, well, that part of their job was to help you point out how bad the acting was.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I can tell you, like I said, there were well over 200 episodes by the time it was all said and done. Although that includes the last couple of seasons, which were in the remake, the relaunch. Yep. But the end of the series was like 1999, so it went on for quite a while. 10 seasons of the original iteration. And I can tell you, like, even towards the end, they had a movie called Final Justice, which sounds like it should be a Steven Seagal movie. And because I think he did Hard Justice, which basically sounds like it could have been a sequel to this or the prequel or whatever. And it was a Texas sheriff goes to Malta in pursuit of the criminal that killed his partner. It was from 1985. It sounds like exactly the kind of generic 80s movie that like, we haven't heard of that one?
Yeah.
It sounds exactly like a mid-80s movie that we would have heard of. Maybe they didn't have enough explosions. Maybe that was the problem. I don't know.
That or killings. Railing kills. Not enough railing kills.
Well, I can tell you if Sylvester Stallone had started in it, we'd all know about Final Justice. I promise. We would.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care if the plot was the same. We'd know about it.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, so let's do this. Timing-wise, we're pretty good, but I think we're going to wind down a little bit here. By the way, guys, appreciate you, Vinny and Paul, hanging out with us. It's been fun. If you got any questions or anything that you want us to talk about towards the end here, we can certainly do that. But we'll show off a couple more cards just to finish things off a little bit, kind of bookmark it nicely from where we are. So we already talked a little bit about kind of the cards that we got still looking for. One more I wanted to mention as well. And we alluded to it because you mentioned the gold scripts, the superscripts from the 90s, especially those early ones. Impossible. I cannot find them. And it gets frustrating because it's like, there's 25 of them. Where are they? Yeah. So 98, 99, 99, 2000. Nope. I think I saw the 99, 2000 once. The 98, 99, haven't seen it.
And I've got, I think, a 99, 2000 Sundin that I picked up at National 08, 09 for $10.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm like, okay, I love the superscript for football, love them for baseball, hockey. Why not? It's to 25 and it's a Hall of Famer, or at the time, future Hall of Famer.
Well, I can tell you, all you need to know is that MVP has gone almost uninterrupted since 98, 99. So for years, the series has been out there, almost uninterrupted. Obviously, a lockout year and a couple other things, but stuff happens. But almost uninterrupted. I do not have a single superscript for any year of Mike Manano's career that he played. That tells you how tough they are. And I tried to win one and I got outbid. And I was like, I bid pretty aggressively on these things, especially since I know how tough they are. And I was like, really? Wow. So yeah, I don't know. The next time one comes up, I'm going to have to really fight for it because those things are tough. But the ones that I really want are those early 90s ones. I want the 98, 99. I want the 99, 2000 in particular. And there was a Stanley Cup edition, I think 2000, 2001 or 99, 2000, something like that, right in that range. That would be a cool one too. But yeah, I don't see them. They're not out there regularly. I have a search for that too for Superscript. And I'm like sitting back, like when one comes up, I guess I'll have to go crazy on it and just really like blow somebody out of the water with an offer, I guess, because they're tough.
Yeah. And again, until you've held one in your hand, you're like, okay, that's why it's a desirable card.
It's a cool looking card. It's a cool card.
But again, people are like, well, it was $1 a pack or $1.50 a pack. It's not anything that anybody should get wound up and excited over. Well, there's some hidden gems in there. That gold script's a nice looking card too.
I only recently got the 98.99 gold script. I had actually been looking for it for a while. Like they rarely came up. So it was just very tough. Let's see here. Let's take on one point when discussing cards that have been done. Was going to ask about JJ for Dave. Oh, Josh Johnson. Yeah. Is there, I can't remember if you mentioned one for the cards that have eluded you. Is there a I think there was the one Josh Johnson you mentioned. There was like Josh Johnson. You mentioned a cup card that wasn't Josh Johnson. Was there a Josh Johnson card you mentioned as well?
I didn't mention it here, but I've said the two that I want to get. The one that I've seen is the 06 Topps Chrome Superfractor Auto.
Yeah.
The thing went over like $600 back in 2011, 2012, I think.
Okay.
That's not where I'm at with Josh Johnson. Even to meet him, I would not pay that much.
Okay.
And then the 06 Ultimate Collection, which I've never seen, is the dual MLB logo man dual auto with him and Joel Zumaya, former Detroit Tigers pitcher. I have never seen that. I don't know if it was a redemption. Upper Deck was very good with a lot of redemptions at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was a redemption, I don't know if it ever got packed out. Somebody redeemed it. So those are the two that are going to be in the top of my list until I get them. I mean, there's nothing else that even comes close to me wanting it as desperately as I want those two.
Yeah. But I still think it's kind of good to have the chase, because that's like I mentioned before, is since money clearly isn't a motivator for me, I don't really care that much. The chase is the motivator. It's going after those superscripts, trying to find them, trying to track them down to fill that section of the page up, trying to find, that last quantum 98.99 that I need to make that page complete, because that'll be awesome. And when I do, that will be a celebration day. I'll enjoy it. I may give it marginally above adequate status. Marginally.
Understandable.
We can't get too far. We can't let it get too far. I think Matt's a little too excitable. There's so many adequate cards, Dave. You got to keep stacking those adequate cards. So I'll show this one here, just from the gram, since it's easier to take a picture. So that's the complete rainbow of the 97, 98. So you've got on that one. These are the premium cuts we were talking about. So you got the single, double, the triple, and the quad. The quads are 1 in 180 packs, if memory serves me. The Medano is actually one of the easier ones for the verticals.
Okay.
Sorry, for the horizontals.
Okay.
Because I think it's 1 in 90 packs. So it's actually less rare than this one. So it's not so bad. But then, like I said, the real hidden challenge, single, double, triple, the quad. This guy right here is sneaky because if you come across one in the wild, they're not numbered. If you don't know what you're looking for, you will not realize, oh, actually, that's a tough card. As it turns out. I'm trying to resist the urge to grab a duplicate just because I'm a jerk. There's one out there.
And again, if the price is right and you know how scarce they are, I never have a problem with people doing that, especially if they're a hardcore player collector.
Yeah.
Because you already know the time you've put in searching for it, the amount of money you paid for it, whatever it would have been. You're like, okay, if I can get one for, and I know I paid, let's say, 80 for it. If I can get one for 30, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Just let's get rid of it. And
yeah, it's in consideration for sure. But I do enjoy, so to the point I was saying a second ago, I like this because this is an opportunity. It's in the binder, of course. I showed it off a little earlier, but it's nice to be able to just stack it up like this.
Yeah.
And then you can take the nice picture. And it's not so much for the Instagram's benefit, but it's cool. I think it's cool because I know how tough these were back in the day. And I opened packs of this. I remember this set fondly from personal experience. So I can attach that. And this is the master set. This is it. There's no memorabilia cards. There's no autograph cards. There's no one of one. Every single Medano card available in this series is shown in this picture. That is all you can do. There's nothing else. And when you can do that, that for your player, whatever they happen to be, whatever sport it happens to be, that's satisfying because you know. And the stature recently, I got real close. I am almost at that same stage. If I don't count the insert set, I have the rainbow. But if I count the insert, because I've got the variants, including a 1-of-1 and all the rest of them, they look awesome. But the insert set, I'm missing 1 card out of 2. Because it's always something like that. It's got to be like a card out of 2, a card out of 1. And you do what you can. It's unfortunate, but you try your best. And then sometimes you, let's see if I can find it here. I'm just using I like the Instagram because at least I take a decent picture on it. It's a lot easier than showing in this camera. Just makes my life a little easier. See if I can locate it here. But I agree with you generally, Dave, as far as there is a certain satisfaction in knowing that there are a handful of cards that are going to give you the chase. Because honestly, without the chase, this would be joyless.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, well then why am I bothering spending so much energy and time on this if it was either easy or if it wasn't like any kind of a real challenge, then why would I bother? And it's like, well, I don't know if I would. That's just me. I've always thought that was kind of a strange decision. But everybody's got to figure out what they want to do for themselves. Man, I got too many pictures on here. Jeez. Anyway.
Well, don't look all through mine because I think I'm closing in on like 3,500 posts.
Oh yeah, did you? Well, do you like stack them up? Because I try to keep them about 1 a day. So that's the stature. I like this. That's very attractive.
Something I've resisted so far with Brodeur because I really, really like how they look.
For first year set, this looks very pretty. It's a good looking set.
They did it well there, and was everything on card for autos, at least that I've seen.
To my knowledge, yes. Fortunately for me, the Medano didn't have any autographs at all, so that was helpful. That was really good because that would have been really irritating. So let me throw a question in here from Vinny because this is something you can answer. Was this my number to 1-of-1 or to 15?
1-of-1. There's a dual patch auto, I think, to 5. Then I want to say there's like the dual jersey auto to like 15 or 20. But yeah, the MLB dual logo, man. Thankfully, at those times where it's just to 1. You didn't have like when Panini came in with some of the rookie debut stuff for football, cut up all the little logo men on the jersey or the gloves or whatnot, and then put them in and cards numbered to 10. So you're like, oh, logo man, keyword spam on eBay, and then oh, cool logo man. Oh, it's to 10 and it's of Andre Brown. Yay. So yeah, it's a 1-of-1. It would end up, if I ever got it, it would be my 3rd logo man because he's only got, I think, 4 copies of logo man. 3 out of 2008 Upper Deck Ballpark, and that's numbered to 3. So I've got 2 of those. And yeah, I'm bad with picking up multiples of Josh Johnson. It is just horrendous.
No, I agree with you. I'm just checking some of the comments here. So Paul's checking out the Eagles game. Sprinkled amongst them are real fans. Yeah, well, listen, if we can have year 2, year 3, year 4, of coronavirus, why not? At least you can watch the football game. There you go. Works out. Go ahead.
I've been trying to do the social distancing for years, and now all of a sudden in 2020, it's a hot thing to do.
That's why I laughed during the whole thing. See, look, he does love us. It's true.
Steve, you know that. This isn't breaking news.
Come on. Here, just for you, Steve. Just because I know you want it. Don't lie. Here you go. That's the 98-99 Championship Fever. What I like about these is that they etched out the player in the foil piece.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, now the thing is, in the spirit of ones that are like, if you don't know, then you don't know. The copper's out of 20.
Yep.
So it's like, that's the tough one. So it's like, if you can get the silver's 250, that's not so bad. The ice blue is 100. Again, not so bad, not easy, but not so bad. The copper though, man. When I found the copper, I was like, yes, I can actually finish this. All right.
Yeah, I still haven't seen a brodeur of the copper. I've seen the ice blue once or twice.
I feel like that's the first time I've seen that one. So much love. Yep. No, Medana was my favorite, man. Like I said, I'll still watch the Stars games, but it's not the same. When those guys were rolling and that team was good, that was fun. It was a very different era.
Well, show off 3 of the Madonna other ones that didn't make the picture, the leather and laces.
Yep. It's a good insert. I like those.
There again is
those are fun. And they got the 8x10 as well, eh?
Yep.
Yeah. Which are very interesting. Like, it almost feels like unnecessary. They look cool, but it's like, did you really need this in an 8x10?
Yeah.
It just feels unnecessary.
And odd too. You're like, am I looking at another face right now? Yes, I am.
It's gigantic too. Is that the regular refractor?
Refractor.
Nice.
The gold one. That thing, I thought that was going to cost a lot more, and it was just a skosh under like $12.
That's not bad. You can still do okay on those because I don't think a lot of people realize what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one we talked about earlier. It's easier to see in the picture. The picture's a lot better for this. So the colors are fine. The green just always felt weird. So the green on the quad just felt strange. And again, this was the third different change in the format of the set in 3 years. So it's like, it just felt it's not like I'm not saying it's bad, but it just felt weird.
And I love that emerald one. I really do, especially like on the Madonna copy with Stars having green on their uniforms. So I always like that when you can, like the red brodeur, the double brodeur. I like that because it's red, and he's obviously a New Jersey Devil, and that's one of the main 2 colors of their jerseys. So if it fits color scheme wise, it's always a little more appealing, even if it's a player you don't really care for.
That's become a thing, I think. I feel like I've seen a lot more videos where people talk about the aesthetics of that, and I agree. If the parallel does match up well with one of the team colors, it's like an added bonus, but it's a really good bonus. Especially if it's one of the rare parallels.
A Nash card or something, like let's say a statue, and instead of being that blue background, it's like the green. It's like, man, that really doesn't look that good with the Blue Jackets colors and then green in the background, or yellow, really. It's like, the red, the blue I could see, but
no, I agree with you. That's always one of those things. So I'm just pulling up one more card here, and I think we'll show the last couple. I love those. Those are a good one.
Yeah, Kramer's Choice, that's, again, if you collect 90s stuff and you've got a guy or somebody on your team in there, those are definitely ones to earmark as something to get because they are just insanely rare. They weren't even a case hit. Pacific didn't want to guarantee them so they'd have any backlash, so they put the 1 in 721.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get stories like that now because, again, everybody's so guarded. You could somehow try to figure out what stuff the print runs are, but back then you were guaranteed that, hey, I'm looking at the back of the pack immediately. What's the toughest one? What's the second toughest one? What's the stuff I'm probably going to get in the box?
Yep. No,
And
that's
I mean,
fair.
that was part of the joy too of looking. If you didn't get that sell sheet and see what everything was, you saw the box or the packs in there, and that's the one thing you wanted to look at right away to see. Well, hey, there's 8 inserts in there. Ooh, this one says new technology or something. It's like, oh,
Yeah, right. Well, unfortunately, as far as technology, I don't think we're going to have much new technology now. Like almost everything's been done a couple of times. So I'll show you guys this one. So $98.99 SPX finite. They were all numbered cards.
Mhm.
Right from the first base to the second to the third. I'll show you one card a little closer first, and then I'll put it back in the binder, and then I'll show you that piece with the grouping. So this one is the Spectrum. You remember those? And hopefully you can see a little bit of the shine and a little medallion in the middle. It's got a little bit of the rainbow foil happening. So these were numbered to 225 exactly. And Dave's got is another one of the patterns that were available. They've had a couple of different subsets. And you had you'd have the base one, which would still be numbered. And then you'd have the other two. So let's see if I can do this here without breaking something. So I'm missing the one down there, but I think that one's numbered to 25.
Okay, yeah.
So that one's the tougher one. It's same general situation. Usually if I'm missing one like that in a group, yeah, exactly.
There was that from earlier.
I actually like those cards. All things considered, I like them for what they are, with the little gold in the background. I thought they were pretty cool. It's just Vinny's got a comment here. There's another card game called Top Trump. I picked up the Mario tonight. They have a Peter for Dave and a Mike for Carlos. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that. Are you sure it's not something from the White House?
Well, I doubt it. I would be. I think they probably just used the Trump name, but I guess Top Trump cards.
I've never heard of that ever.
Yeah, I'll look. I'll Google it. I'll look it up. It's kind of interesting though.
Here's the one I.
Yeah, those are excellent.
You have the and there's a regular insert of this. This is the parallel to that. This is the Master Craftsman.
Yep.
These are all numbered to 100. Here's the subset. I had this one already, but again, it was all three together for a price, and I'm like, well, I may as well get it, and then I can move the other one. Again, these are just shine, die cut, serial number on the back.
I like when they actually fill out the serial number. And
yes.
I think they're one of the few that actually did it in black. Because usually they'll do it in like a gold foil. That's how they'll do it. So that's the one.
And Donruss and Elite, I loved. You probably talk about
every regular version of it too.
They're gorgeous base cards too. That's the thing. It's not just like some humdrum card.
I would love if they would bring those back.
Mm-hmm.
Like really bring those back in like the original iteration. Just look at that page.
Yeah, if you had the status to 100, you imagine Crosby, Ovechkin, Connor McDavid, Lafreniere. If he had a rookie this year in a Donruss Elite status, stupid money. People it'd be like I said, take my money.
Yep, exactly. But I think in a nutshell, hopefully the idea that has been brought across here is to answer this.
Well,
yes.
I was gonna say,
just a little. Come on.
If anybody that knows me doesn't know me or know that about me by now, you haven't been listening.
You can actually get, Vinny, a bunch of those, especially if they're the higher numbered ones. You can get them for a good price. It's it's that third one, the one I showed you with the more kind of silvery color. That was the higher, the last tier for a lot of them, and that's where you get in those silly numbers. That's the one that looks like a bit of a CD.
Yep.
Nice. And the Jordan and stuff like that is crazy. Like there's a Jordan, I think, in that set for like a basketball equivalent. That's nuts. Like the Mad Hatters or whatever. Yeah. Ziggy. Nice. Ziggy Palfy. Look at you being on brand. So in second here, Donruss Elite has some awesome looking cards. Totally agree, 100%. Here you go. Simon's got a good question. Do either of you have modern PC players you collect? I do. How about yourself, Dave?
Just Dumba. That's basically the only guy I pick up. Would I like to do more? I'm a Oilers fan. That's from the Gretzky years. That's again, you see the goals, you see the Stanley Cup titles, you just see them all over the Sports Center way back when. That was my team, and then Ryan Smith, and then Tommy Salo. Those were my two guys in the '90s. I would still love to go back and fill out every piece of the collection I have of them, because those were fantasy-wise and then actually watching-wise. I got the center ice, I think, 2 or 3 years in a row just to watch them. And then Dumba, and Jonas Brodin. I do a little with him, the defenseman, another defenseman for the Wild. I think the best card I've got of him is his rookie Panini Prism Black Finite 101. So
Pretty good.
I don't know. The modern stuff I like a lot, but it's never going to be enough, I don't think, to pull me away from the '90s. It's just so incredibly tough.
It is. No, but it feels like they did it first already.
Yeah.
It feels like you're looking at a rerun. It can still be done well. I think there's some that can definitely be done well. So to answer your question, Simon, from my end of it, I'll show you a card from that. So let me pull your comment down. So there's a Jamie Benn. That one is from Select. It's a triple jersey autograph from Select, and that one is numbered to 5. So you got the nice foil going on down. So you're combining the technologies. You got the nice foil happening. This actually has some etching, which is kind of nice. I like, if you're going to do this chromium stuff, if you can put a little etching in there, that's bonus to me. That's big time. And then the 3-piece patch right there to go along with it. If you're going to do modern.
Is that 13-14?
13-14 Select. It is indeed.
I've got some Dumba stuff that's rather shiny and pretty.
It's they came up with some good inserts in that year. I was really impressed with it.
That year, by having like Panini in there. Ooh.
But isn't it funny?
About them, but they did a lot right that year with hockey.
But isn't it funny what happens when you introduce another player in there, even if for a cup of coffee, to try to throw in some other ideas? Mm-hmm. Imagine if we had Prism the last several years and you had been able to collect some of your players.
Yeah.
What an idea. I will say, kind of playing off of that as well, I reject the notion, I know Jeremy's had it on his show a couple of different times, where he'll ask the representatives, it's like, well, what if they did like a limited license, right? Mm-hmm. And my retort, and Select are awesome. For baseball, I've definitely been collecting. You asked about PC hockey players. That's why I included Jamie Benn. So I don't get everything. Not nearly. I don't do the collect everything for Jamie Benn. Like, no way. I will say, though, I am trying to collect all his rookie year stuff. Specifically, because his rookie year checklist is 101 cards. So there's some super limited ones. Yeah. I've got all his regular autographs. All his regular rookie cards, and I've got some parallels of his rookie cards, like some nice ones. So I think it's doable for the most part. But there are some like cards that are like out of 5, out of 2 from the Cup and stuff like from his rookie year. They're out. They're on eBay and stuff. But they're like, I want $600. No, you may not have $600, sir. Do not pass go. Do not. His parallel of his Cup rookie patch RPA is on eBay. It's out of 14. Mm-hmm. $600. Nay, sir. Nay. At some point, I'll make an offer on it, but I'll be like, no, man. Like, look, you can have like $200. Maybe
you offer 200 or whatever, and they come back with like 575. Say, I bid you farewell, sir.
It's one of those things. Like, it's a cool card. I would be happy to have it because it would be cool going with the regular version. I would love it. I think it would look awesome. But it's like Jamie Benn is a solid player. Mm-hmm. He won a scoring title. The potential was there. So you knew, like, you're a guy who's a little bit physical. You have a little bit of scoring touch. You won a scoring title. It was a deflated year, but still, you won a scoring title. You're a high 80s, almost 90-point guy, and you're the captain of the team.
Mhm.
This should be the new golden era. I laugh. I joke with a buddy of mine because Medano was still playing in 09-10 when Jamie Benn started.
Yep.
They tried to make Brendan Morrow the next one. It didn't quite work out.
No.
But I laugh because Jamie Benn's still on the team since then. And right at the end of Medano's tenure, Jamie Benn started. And then he's continued. He's been a lifelong star. And I'm sitting there like, you were the chosen one. Why have we? It's like it never got as far as it could have, because I was looking. I was like, I saw him play in the AHL when they put him down to get some seasoning. I got a chance to see him play live in Hamilton when they was playing in the AHL in the playoffs, so they could get him some experience because that team was in transition. They were rebuilding. They weren't making the playoffs, but they said, let's get you some playoff experience in the AHL. And he dominated. He dominated for the Texas Stars, and they got to the championship, and they almost won. So he got that playoff experience early in his career. So they were trying to set him up to be like, and eventually he won the scoring title, and he was a 40-goal scorer, and it's like, all right. But then it's gotten to this point, like, he's still a good player. But I sit there with disappointment, like, you were the chosen one. You were the next one that was supposed to carry the franchise into the future. They got to the Cup final.
I'll say 10 years later.
Yeah. They got to the Cup final, like, on a pandemic year. It was just kind of luck.
Yeah.
But it's like, could you imagine if they had pulled it out? I would have taken it. It's like, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it, dude. Good on you. Yeah, I still like collecting his stuff because I started early on collecting some of his stuff, but it's like, you were the chosen one, and it just never worked out. And it's not like he had a bad career. He's had a very solid career, very good. So I can't complain too much, but at the same time, it's like, compared to what we thought could have been, didn't work out. Did not work out. Problem with modern, in my opinion, is single license support. Yes, absolutely. But there's a sameness to them. So let me make a point on that, Dave, and I'll get your thoughts on this. One thing Jeremy has on his show sometimes is he's asked a couple of the representatives of the card companies about this, and even the concept of a limited license. And they'll throw back the whole thing is like, well, we can't make it work with a limited license because of costs and whatever. Mm-hmm. And Jeremy's good at that because he'll ask the question, but then sometimes I'm like, you're too quick to accept that answer because it's actually not a good answer. And this is my opinion. I'll tell you why I don't think it's a good answer. The idea is if they only gave them five or six brands they could do in a year, they wouldn't be able to make much money because you'd have to hire additional staff and whatever. And my answer to you is, well, you could, or you could ask a couple of your existing brand managers to take on one more brand because it's not like they're doing one at a time. They're probably doing multiple. Maybe hire a person to do a couple and help with them as well, and give everybody a couple of things in their portfolio to mix it up. So I don't see a reason why not. So to be blunt, yes, you could. I don't think they will give it to you because they don't want to do that right now. Clearly the leagues don't want to do that. No. But honestly, if you're Upper Deck and you have 30 brands, I'm just making it up, 30 brands over your sports that you do. And baseball says they'll give you 5 or 6. So instead of 30, you're doing 36. How does that actually hurt your ability?
Yeah, it's not you're going from 30 to 100. Like, 6 more.
You're going to be streamlining. And also, I have an idea. I know how to do that. Why don't you just use the same design that you're using for base Upper Deck and do that? That way you don't have to come up with a whole new design. Just borrow your own design. If you've only got a handful, you don't have to innovate too much, but you could bring regular base Upper Deck to baseball. Yeah. Or another sport or whatever. I'm just making it up. But and Panini and same, well, they could bring Prism over. They could bring Chronicles over. They could do a handful and do it. I think it's possible. I just think they don't want to, I think they want a full license or don't bother. Yeah. Which I get. I'm okay with it. So here, I'll get a couple of these here. I like Select because it's also hobby only. Yes. Agreed. So JR, that might be. Or best offer, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see, JR. If it is yours. Simon makes a reply to that in a second, so we'll get to that. I find each sport you find pining for those other sport licensees. Yeah, but you know what, Paul? I would like to see a little competition in the sense I'd like them to bring some of their other designs. Mm-hmm. Because even if you say, okay, well, we're not going to iterate. We're going to use the exact same Panini Prism formula. Well, hockey, that'd be kind of cool. Mm-hmm. It'd be kind of fun. Yes, there'd be a ton of parallels, but I don't have to collect them all. But it'd be fun grabbing a couple. Just to have it on the binder page, it'd look kind of cool. That's what I do with the Soto. They're unlicensed, but they look neat.
Mhm.
So I'm like, all right, I'll take them. I'm not going to try to finish it. I'm not trying to do that rainbow. If I come across them over time, that's cool, but I'm not targeting that. So Simon here is trying to offer, it's a fair offer. So pulling for Godobin. Yeah. He had a good run. So hold on here. So I had a better offer than 200. All right, JR, 205. It's one of those things where it's not my main priority, but I've still got it on the watch list. At some point, I may tender an offer. I'd be curious if it's actually your card. Mind you, there's only 14 of them, so the odds are probably yes. That'd be my guess. Obsidian and Hockey, yes. That'd be kind of cool. It'd be a cool looking card. Crusades, definitely. Because Crusades baseball looks awesome, and they've done some for basketball as well. And in hockey, it'd be kind of cool to see what they would do with Crusades. So that's my point. It's not like I'm asking for a full product line.
Mhm.
Even a streamlined product line. Like I said, imagine if we got Topps back in hockey.
Oof.
Give me Topps Finest. Give me some base Topps. Give me a handful
Mhm.
of interesting products. That would at least be fun. It would give a little variety.
And then again, that competition, it breeds where you need to actually have some innovation. You can't just pump out the same stuff. Somebody will put I like the Upper Deck, like their acetate inserts, which are like one per case, but they're not numbered. I
Yep.
like it.
Yes.
So then you have somebody else doing well, I'll do an acetate with like a little foil on it.
Yeah.
Or die cut like the Premier Padmen, do something like that and like, oh boy, now we have to do a little more with that instead of just it's a cool idea, but now we gotta ramp our game up a little bit because
Yeah.
whatever, let's say Upper Deck didn't own the Fleer brand. Fleer Ultra came back with the Padmen and did something different. And you're like, okay, it's good for the hobby, it's good for the consumer, and eventually you can weed out whatever garbage people don't like.
And I feel like if I force you to pick, so to Simon's point, I feel like if I force you to pick 6 releases, you would be very careful which 6 you would choose.
Mhm.
You would try to pick your best 6, your most intriguing 6, the 6 that you think would sell, which would lead to some interesting cards being out there. Like I said, that's the reason why I reject the whole idea that it's like, oh, it's not worth it for us to do. And I'm like, why don't you just use the people you already have, ask them to do a little more within the context of it. If you do need to hire a handful of people, I mean literally a handful.
Yeah.
And we use the same printing presses, the same technology you already have. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm not asking you to build a whole factory to make 6 releases. That wouldn't make any sense. I get
No.
it. But you could use some of the resources you already possess and go for it. But that's not that hard. I don't think so. Again, my opinion strictly. So I miss how one brand would fluke out, say Upper Deck, and have a Ziggy Palfy rookie and be the only way you could get him in it. Well, we do have a passion for the Ziggy Palfy rookie on this channel. And there are people who have been on this channel who have a particular passion and joy for it. So you're naming the right person, Paul. You're naming the right person. Plus, wasn't Brodeur only in the scorer that one year? Yeah. That happens sometimes. And Brodeur is moderately decent. He's an adequate goaltender, I feel.
Slightly above average.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so it is you, JR. All right, so then fine, 210. We'll see. At some point, I may make an offer on it. I think you're right, though. If that's a graded one, I think I may have seen that graded one at 1,000. It's just tough because it's one of those things where it's not like Jamie Benn's stock is going up.
Mhm.
And I don't think his ask is unreasonable. It is an out of 14 rookie out of RPA parallel. I don't think he's being ridiculous. I think it's reasonable. I just look at it and go like, I don't know who the buyers are. Like I kind of want it, but it's like, if it was a Medano, I'd have already bought it.
Yeah.
But if it's the Ben, it's like, it's kind of cool. I'd like to add it. I'd put it with the other one. Be kind of neat, but I don't know. I have to think about it. But I think that in the case it is yours. So it's on my watch list, JR. Maybe at some point I'll lose my mind and hit the buy it now. You never know. The dream could live. I assume you're talking about Jamie Benn. He could be borderline. I don't know. That's tough. Like he could accumulate the stats because he's up in the 300 goal range now, but I feel like it's going to take more.
Mhm.
If he had won that cup, it would have really helped his case as the captain, leading them to the cup, and then tack on the scoring title, because then he's at least got the piece of hardware as well. Yeah, I think Paul's right here. He's like he needs something. Maybe he gets bonked on the head and suddenly wins another Ross. We can talk. We can talk again if something weird happens. Or maybe he breaks out and suddenly scores 50. I don't know why he would do that in his early 30s, just suddenly break out and do that, but I don't know. Or maybe have a sustained playoff run. If somehow they carry it over, have another sustained playoff run and then go that extra step. Have 2 consecutive playoff runs, win a Stanley Cup, and be the reason your team wins it. That would help. Like it would help a lot. Otherwise, you got to build the stats. And I don't know if he's scoring or getting enough points to be able to actually do that right now. Okay, speaking of finest, was there any other facts other than the print run being low for 95, 96 finest for being the rarest of hockey finest runs? Goal refractors, of course, but anything else? I think it was very popular. I could be wrong, Dave, but I feel like it was also very popular with set builders. Just because you had those multiple tiers, so that was cool. And then I could imagine a lot of set builders wanting to try to do a refractor set, like the gold refractors were a challenge. Like I said, you can get the Medano now because I'm sure some of them gave up. But like some of the Waz and some of the Gretzky's and some of those guys, the gold refractors, I would still think go for a pretty penny, I think.
Yep, they do because...
Yeah, for sure. And they're beautiful cards, like the designs on them. Like you take that gold sterling, refractor.
And then on the back, it's a nice write-up too. It's not just your usual 1 or 2 lines of gibberish. So
I would say what helps it is that the design was also good, in addition to being the refractor technology looking cool. And the refractor looks proper. Because some years I'll see a refractor where it's like, okay, how bright do I have to turn up this light to actually be able to make out it's a refractor? Because some of the years they did a better job with that than others.
Yeah.
I find when they use like a gold or like a silver, it's really easy to see the refractor tech. It's a lot cleaner and you can really get that shine.
Yeah, and the silvers, it pops tremendously.
I think 99 2000 O-Pee-Chee Chrome has the silver. I could be mistaken, but I believe that was a year that they used the silver, and it really is very easy to see. Like you can make out the refractor from space. It's not a problem. You can definitely see. So this is a noble quest. I want to see it. Are you familiar with this one? This is one where I brought up in one of the episodes with the meat.
Oh, the one.
PSA 1, 2, 3, 4. Simon, go for it. I salute you and I root you on. I want to see it. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, there were certain years that are just easier to see because in baseball, 93 Topps Finest refractors look pretty clean. Yep. 94 are a little tough to see. Like you have to kind of
like green background basically is.
Yeah, it's a refractor, but you got to really look at it and then you can make it out. It's year by year dependent. Some of the years they did a really good job and some of the years it was kind of tough.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, guys, I think we're just about wound down. I want to fall just short of Dave's standard territory. We're almost there, but we're going to stop just shy. Those are good. That's with the die cut on top, right?
Yep.
And those are numbered, I believe, also. Out of 33? Yeah. Nice. Well, I remember my stuff a little bit still. That's good.
I wanted to get that one in there, too, because that one was And I love Pristine, and I think Amit had said it, too. He's like, I'd love to see them bring back Pristine.
Yes. Yes.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. Now, this isn't hockey, but I actually found a picture of what we were talking about a moment ago. This is actually a good illustration of the thing with the refractors. So this is a pair of Delgados. See, 99 on the left. Because it's got a silver thing, this is so easy to see. This one here, 96.
5.
Oh, sorry, you're right, 95. So this one, you can still see it. It's got the green. You can see it here really well, here really well. This one in these areas a little tougher.
Yep.
But on this one, it's like a piece of cake. You don't even have to work that hard. Like it's there. So that's kind of a good comparison of where it comes into play. For sure. But when you have years like that, because hockey had a set like that, like I said, around that same time. And that's how you did it. The Apex. Nice. How many of those do you have?
Play and then game. I think that's all I've got, and I don't think I've got the full three colors, the orange, purple, and green.
Mhm.
But the season and the moment, which are the 50 and 30, and again, I don't know which one's which, but when you get to the emerald,
Mhm.
I don't think I might have a season, one of the two orange. I don't have anything purple or emerald yet.
Yeah. I think I lucked out on that one because Medano never made the Epics.
I was gonna say I don't know if I've ever seen him when I've looked through like just like Epic's Emerald and be like, okay,
If you find one, then let me know because I'd be terrified. Because it's like, no, I avoided that. I avoided that entirely. That's probably one of the few like inserts of that type that he was not included in. I was like, you know what? Fine, give me a break on that one. Oh, look at this. Seb loves it. People talking about the rare 90s insert. So Seb collects the Dominic Hasek.
okay,
We actually conferred on some notes on some stuff that Beckett got wrong.
okay.
So we had to. So it's one of those things when you got the set collectors that know the '90s stuff.
Mhm.
It's really helpful to have the references to be able to because he was literally asking me to check the copy I had to confirm because I think it was I believe and Seb you could correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think it was 99 2000 Paramount, and he was trying because Beckett says there's a silver version, but the base card's silver.
Mm.
So it's like, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that doesn't exist. I think the base card is a silver foil, and I don't think that year they had any silver.
Okay.
So, but Beckett shows it as shows a separate silver one, where it's like, yeah, I don't think so, not that year.
To bring up Paramount, this
That was a good one. I love that year.
and again, Terrible Light, Old Eyes. I don't know if it's Ice Galaxy or what. I can't even read it. But
Yep.
there's bronze, silver, gold for this particular insert.
Mm-hmm.
Bronze is to 1, and again, nothing numbered, to 140, silver to 50, and I believe golds are to 10. And this was another one from my Czech Republic guy that I got.
Okay, so he's your hookup right now.
Well, for two major purchases where I spent far more than I wanted, but again, at the same time, I was beyond elated with what I got,
Mhm.
and also pissed off I didn't get a few more because like that dealer's choice artist proof.
Yes.
I didn't think that thing was going to go for. I looked at it, I'm like, okay, I expect it to go a little more, and it's up to whatever 84 with 2 minutes left. I'm like, okay, I'll put in like 110.
Mhm.
It was like 125 I went for.
Mhm.
I'm like, a score hypothetical artist proof for $125.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that I hate losing it, but once again, when you get a baseline, you can at least say, I know what the last one went for. I can expect somewhere close to that.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah. I just want to recognize Zeb for this. That's a good number right there.
that's yeah.
Very impressive. So Seb, you're just ahead of me. I ran the numbers. So you got like I calculated rough math there, like 81% of those. So I'm at like 76, 77 of the Medanos from the 90s. So we're right in the same neighborhood. You got me on that one. But like it's fun when you start filling those out.
Mhm.
Because those 90s run is going to look awesome. I don't know. Are you counting the one of one, Seb? That would be my question. Because I took them out of my checklist just because, like I said, either you have it or you don't. So for me, I didn't feel like they were worth counting as part of the overall count. It just makes my life easier to like look for the attainable ones.
Mm-hmm. And that's where Steve too was like, for Terrell Davis, it's like a 5 or more.
Mm-hmm.
The obtainable, or you have a legit shot at least finding one instead of the 101s where those upper deck,
Yeah.
the quantum whatever from 98, 99 are the best parallel, or the least populated parallel to one. Guess what? There's 2, 3 of them, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
So at least. So
Yeah.
there's that, and you're like 20 years down the road, if you haven't seen them or you don't know where they're at, that's the frustrating part when I'm like, okay, I've seen a lot of stuff pop up. Where's a couple more of these things? But that's also one thing in the hobby you can't let consume you, the frustration. You have to always go back enjoy the collection that you've built so far, and which I think most people do.
Yeah.
But at the same point, you want to make sure you enjoy what you have, and it's not always the next card, the next. It's, hey, I just got this card like 3 mail days ago. I got to go back and take a good look at it because that was my top 5, one of my top 5 wants. I have to. If you don't do that, you're becoming, I don't know. It's something where you don't want to go down that road of just always trying to spend the money to get the next card, but then when you get it, just, oh, I got this.
Well, I think Dave, what you're basically alluding to is it shouldn't be a second job where you're paying.
Mm-hmm.
If it feels like you're a machine that spends hours searching, hours buying, and then doing all this, bringing it in, processing it, scratching it off the check, and it feels like you're basically doing a job, you're putting in a shift doing that, that's terrible. Because that's the exact opposite of a hobby. I do it to relax. I do it to enjoy. The challenge is the thing. Like something like this, the reason why I wanted to take a second and show it on here is because that's impressive. And I respect it. Being that I try to attain the same thing and we're in the same neighborhood, we're both climbing that same mountain. He's doing it for Hashik, I'm doing it for Medano, but it's the same mountain. So I got a couple of other comments here as well. So Vinny says, awesome, great guy to collect. Totally. I would second this question. Is that the end goal? Once you pick up the 90s ones, or at least most of them, do you touch any of the other Hashik stuff, or is it mainly the 90s? It's a good question.
Or what's your biggest want? And again, you don't have to put it out there. I know a lot of people play that close to the chest because they don't want to get bid up or whatever. I'm always curious because if I see something along the line, I can get back to somebody that I'm like, oh, I know the Hashik guy. I'll get a hold of him because he doesn't have this one, or this is one of his top wants.
Can I tell you, the other day when I was on ComC, I was checking my checklist because I printed out a fresh copy to look through just to follow everything. And I realized that one of the ones that I hadn't checked off was 1991 Parker's French. And I was like, really? And then I went to check. No, I don't have it. Son of a 50 cents. Very well. It doesn't have to be expensive. That's one off the checklist. That's one off the, it's as legit as any of the other ones. It's one off the checklist. I didn't have it. You would have thought by now I would have had it. It's 50 cents, but nope, I did not. And I was like, awesome. So when it comes in, guess what? It goes in the binder with the other ones too. Yep, absolutely. I think it's been fun. I would say, Paul, one of the benefits of this has been it's given opportunities to do more stuff like this. It's encouraged a lot of folks to come out. That's why I like doing these things, is because it's an opportunity to hang out. We just chill. We've been able to show a ton of cards on this one, and we stuck to this subject. And the truth is we could go longer, but we are tired and we have things to do. Steve includes, chimes in, 5 or higher. Yep. And that's reasonable. I respect it.
Yeah. But with those 5, before we get to that here, especially if it's something current, like if you're doing like the stature or whatever allure or whatever the product is now, try to get those as soon as they are broken. You don't need to get in every break. You don't need to do that, but make sure your eyes are on any social media platform that you're on. Because as time goes on, things become more difficult to obtain. And they get put away in collections, or a product fizzles out. You're like, that didn't do as well as we thought. So then you got stuff sitting still sealed up in packs. So if you're going after that stuff that's to 5 to 10 to 25, even to 50 and below, get it as soon as you can. I wouldn't say overpay. To 5, you might. It's all going to be subjective, but get it as quickly as you can, or you will regret not doing it.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. And that's kind of when I do get selected, the reason I went after the stature so fast is I was for exactly that. I said, the kettle is hot. The boxes are being opened. This is the time where I can grab these singles. Now I can do it. And I was able to get most of them. Like I said, there's one sitting out there missing, but it's a really tough one. So I fully expect that at some point, like I said, even the 1 of 1 turned up. So it's like stuff can be done. It's just time. So No, that's fair, Zeb. I appreciate that. I applaud that you want the one of one. I will say though, it's tough, man, because the Topps Gold label, you have a one of one of every version, if memory serves me, which is 9.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's in the Prime Gold, well, there's another one. That's 10. The press plates for 97 Pinnacle was the first real one of ones. That's tough. The Quantum 3s from 98, 99 Upper Deck. Scary stuff. And I agree with that. Yeah, that's the reason why I'll pick select places after Medano's playing days. That's why I've kind of locked in on really trying to focus on the playing days. And that puts me, like I said, just under 4,000. But at least it's a static number right now. If I focus on the playing days, it's not going to go above that number really, unless something new is discovered that wasn't known, which is fine. That's cool. But at least it's more or less. Whereas opposed to if I go the whole list, every new set that comes out has the potential for adding 5, 6, or 10 more cards all the time.
Yeah.
And this right here, Seb has this very specific kind of breakdown. He goes, wants to have a finished want list where there's no more than 200 or more cards for each new year. I think that's doable. I think that's fair, especially for playing a career that long. It's pretty good. Yep. So the Legends post category. Yeah. As soon as your player gets into that Legends category, you get to look forward to checking the checklists all the time. Yeah. Lemieux's in the same category for sure. There's like a short list that Upper Deck has where like, which one of you will we torment this time? Because they do rotate them around. Like sometimes they'll give one of the Legends a break for a set, but then they'll bring them back in the next set. So that's why I said, I don't remember what the newest set is that just came out, but maybe it's UD Premier. Medano's out of that one. And I was like, yes. All right. So Stature he was in and Opeachy was in. That's fine. That's okay. That's fine. But UD Premier is like their higher end one with all the, I'm like, no. This is where you gotta go bilingual. No mas. Yeah. Give me a break on that, man. Actually, I might have passed this earlier. Sorry. So JR, I would say I believe I've seen one, maybe. I've seen a couple of the gold scripts. I bought them both, but I've seen a couple of the gold scripts for 2009-10 MVP. The superscript though, I haven't seen it. And if I did, it was a long time ago. It was probably closer to when the issue came out, maybe in an expo or something. Like I feel like I have seen it, but it's been years, like literally years, because even 09-10 MVP superscripts, unless it's the year of issue, they don't turn up. The first superscripts I've ever gotten for one of the players that I collect was I bought the Ben a little while ago. That's the one where they shipped it in the dumbest possible way by putting it inside of an open envelope, just free floating. Instead of tape, they used a sticky note. And I was like, really? Oh, and there was no penny sleeve in the top loader. Somehow the card did not get damaged. I have no idea how it arrived to me and it got there and I took it out very carefully. And there might have been like a slight scratch on the one side, but honestly, compared to what it could have been, it was almost flawless. So I'm like, I'm not even going to give you feedback. I want to give you a negative, but I'm like, I'm just going to let this one go. But come on, man. You can't ship it like that. That's terrible. So I'll say to you, JR, those superscripts are super tough though. Super tough for any year. Like all those years, it's nuts. Here we go. So from 89 to 2009, 53.7%. That's real good. Yeah. That's real good.
Yeah, anytime you get above like 50%, you've got a again, I consider anything probably over 1,000 cards a high quantity of cards. Again, relative to whatever, but anytime you've got over 50%, you're doing something right.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And that's kind of what re-interested me, and that's what got me back interested into the jerseys. I'm like, it'd be kind of cool to get to 50%. That's where I was kind of looking at them. It'd be kind of all right. I feel like that's doable, especially since some of them are cheap enough now. When they were originally out there and I'd have to pay like $10 for some of those cheap jerseys, I'm like, when I can get them for like $2 or $3,
especially if you get them from the same seller, combined shipping.
Exactly. Or grab them on ComC because sometimes they'll just throw them up there like batches. And I'm like, yep, need that one, need that one, need that one. Totally doable. Same thing with Lemieux, no Premier. Nice. You lucked out. 76 in buybacks. Ouch.
Hmm.
And I believe it. It's one of those things where they'll randomly throw them into some of these sets, and then you'll have some of those low number parallels. But no, that's good stuff. But yeah, congratulations on that, Seb. That's really impressive. Really impressive. Not gonna lie to you. Yeah, keep looking, JR. I'm sure it's out there. Good news is I won't fight you for it. It's a cool card, but it's one of those things where I have to set the priorities. If it was out there and it was like super cheap and it was just like a buy it now, I'd be like, boom. But if it's but if I have to fight people for it, I'm like, no, you guys go for it. I'll have to. I got some Medanos. Like I said, I still want to find that run for the cup. Like I really do. I want that card, and it's such a good one. I'm like, I've been waiting for one to pop up.
Yeah, I think it got offered, and I think the guy had it on Hobby Insider too on Blowout. He had a Sundin one because I was looking for. I just put 90s inserts and rattle off some names, and he had the Sundin and he wanted 250 for it, which I'm like, again, if I had pretty much everything else that I wanted, I'd consider it. I'd haggle because I won't pay 250, but
sure.
It's just like, man, if that was my guy, I would be. If Brodeur had one and somebody offered me 250, I'd be like, what's your PayPal?
Yeah. No, like at this stage, if the Medano came up for 250, I'd do the Fry meme. Shut up and take my money.
Yep.
It's like, we don't need to discuss anything. Send the damn card. I've already put the money in your PayPal. Send the damn card. Send it express. Let's go. Yeah.
Get it here now.
No, that'll be a good day. I'm looking forward to it. I think the day will come. That'll be a good day. And it'll be stepping in that direction, getting a little closer on that checklist. All right. So guys, we put in 4 hours. We got firmly into Dave Archer territory. We did it. We managed. All right, guys. So here's the deal. I'll show off maybe one or two cards to finish this off officially. If you got any last questions, throw them in there right now. Dave, if you want to do one or two more cards, this is the last call for everybody. I don't have any fancy graphic. We're not doing the overlay. But this is the last call. Last questions, last shows, and then we're done. See what I want to do here. Those are nice. I like those.
And again, I like in the game, I try to shy away from a lot of this game use stuff. Not because of any other reason than it gets spendy with WoW and Brodeur, especially when you've got like the complete complete package, and these are numbered or not numbered, but stated print run of 10. But again, I like it where it's the stick, the jersey, the glove, and the blocker. And again, he's with Montreal in that one too, so I like. Not that I don't like him with the abs. I like Montreal.
That's fair. I know there's definitely some people that have a strong preference for that, and they will basically go after those ones. So I'll show you guys one or two that are not necessarily the rarest, because sometimes it's not just the rarest. It's the ones that are interesting. So I've always been partial to this. So this was 96, 97 Summit. This was the Summit Ice. And they had a couple of different parallels. Several of them were nice, but I like the Summit Ice for some reason.
Oh yeah, that's that gorgeous shine on there and the wavy, splotchy.
Yeah, it's the combo. Like I said, it doesn't have to be the most expensive. It doesn't. Oh. Sometimes some of these are sometimes really fun. Now, obviously, the mirror golds and stuff like that, those were grails for me. So when they came up, like, well, now we're talking the combination. It is the rarity and it's the cost and it's all of it together. But sometimes you can get some really cool cards. Absolutely. 1 second here. I'll just put for Paul. Absolutely, Paul. No, glad you were able to join in, and glad Seb was able to join in, because I know I knew he was a hardcore Hasek collector. When you're asking obscure questions about 99 2000 Paramount, is when you're really trying to check that checklist for sure. So that's when you know somebody's serious. So this one I like. This was Zenith 96 97 Zenith. So this is the Assailants insert. Again, they made use of a lot of the foil.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things where like you'd get a lot of stuff. This stuff is not expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive.
No.
And literally before Dave and I came on to chat, maybe about half an hour before, I was able to get my hands. So this is the base card of Zenith, which I still think is an attractive looking card. I like the card.
Mm-hmm.
But I got the artist proof about half an hour before we started recording. So I was able to pick that up on eBay, made an offer, and they took it. And then I got the artist proof to close that off. So Zenith 9697 is closed.
Those are the artist proof I like a lot.
That's what I mean. But that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's filling out those little things. It's like, I for me, and this is maybe me, I'll throw this at you. I consider a rainbow at least 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got one in a parallel, I don't consider that rainbow. Although it's cool, it's complete, it's nice, I like it. But I feel like it needs to be 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
3 cards or more, and it's a rainbow to me. But still, when I put the 2 of them together to go along with the assailants, that's going to be good. And I'll put it in the binder, and it'll be awesome. And this is 100% true. Oh, those are good. I like those. That's the SPX Force.
Yep, and they redid these, in 06, 07, maybe?
like that's right.
07, 08.
I feel like that's right,
But
yeah.
again, the hologram, that's pretty much everybody, I think, their first foray into non-traditional cardboard.
Yes.
Because there's the Lombardi Trophy for Pro Set, and does hockey have the Stanley Cup, like the
Yeah, that was like
hologram?
90, I think 91 Pro Set or 92 Pro Set, 91, 92 Pro Set maybe. I know it was early 90s Pro Set. That was the out of 25,000 the Stanley Cup hologram.
And those still go for
because it's still a sweet card.
Yeah.
Like even by the standards of the day, it was a ridiculous card. By the standards today, still pretty cool. Still pretty cool. So right here, I'll just put a couple of comments here at the end. So the best is when you find somebody who stopped collecting your place so you can work out a deal. Yes, very true. Although I will say there's a guy out of Vancouver that I've been buying some of these grails from.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep wondering, like, how many do you have? It's one of those things where I would love to be able to, and he's offered to talk to me about it before, but it's one of those things like I don't have the cash sitting there to be like, just give you one lump sum offer.
Yep.
But considering every time I check, it's like out of 10, out of 10, out of 5, out of 10. And it's free shipping. And it's got best offer, and I usually make him an offer. And he pretty much accepts every time. And he's like, yep, no problem. Yep, no problem. Yep. So I've been buying them like 3, 4, 5 at a time. But it's like, think of all the years I've been collecting. Think of how many high-end Medanos I have. And I got this guy that I'm buying from every single week who just has one high-end banger after another. It's like, and I'm sitting there like, are you printing them yourself? Like, I haven't seen this in years, and I feel like I've been buying it from him for a year and a half, and he still gets more. Every week more appear.
Have you asked him if he's got that run for the cup or any of the other main ones?
That's the one that's the one. I haven't asked him about that one yet, but I'm going to be like, I swear to God. Just don't even bother. Just ship it over. You already have my address. We've already been doing this long enough. Ship it over. That is, wasn't that from, I think that was from a regular Pacific issue, but wasn't that, I think they did something similar to that in McDonald's as well.
Yep, they did.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, it wasn't my
This
imagination.
is Paramount. It's like the Hall of Fame bound, I think. And it's either 2000, 2001, or 2001, 2002.
Yes.
And these are the case hits, and it's got like the embossed there. And again, it's sort of corny looking, but again, I like that. It's all the bronze.
The embossing makes it interesting. I like it. Gives it a little bit of variety. So you're very right, Simon. I will tell you in this period, those are excellent. Those are very good. And numbered to a mere 10,000. Very rare.
I mean, it's just trying to find one that's fully centered.
Hey, actually, those are terrible for centering. They're atrocious. I don't know why.
I've passed on really good prices because the centering is like 80-20 at best. I'm like, who was printing this? Who was on the press?
Probably somebody who worked at ProSet, because you should see some of the quality control out of those.
Oh.
The early ProSet was atrocious. Yeah, Vinny, you're 100% right. The base cards, they had some really interesting ones, and it wasn't an official part of my collection. It's in a binder, and this reminds me, at some point I'll do a little showcase. I have a page or two in one of my binders that isn't part of my regular Medano series, but I found in 99-2000 Pacific, because they had kind of a full bleed photo.
Mm-hmm.
I found like a half dozen Medano cards where he's cameos, where he's
Mm.
literally in the picture, like prominently. It's because they took this full bleed photo where it's not just focusing on the one player. It's so wide that he's in there. So I was like, all right, I'll grab it. Because I remember opening a box of it and I was like, oh, Medano's in this one. All right, I'll put it in a binder page. And then I was like, he's in this one too. And then before I knew it, I had like 6 or 7 of them. And I started looking through some of my other Pacific cards and I found a bunch of cameo cards. I was like, sweet. I'm not officially part of the collection. And by the way, you can get those super cheap because they're regular base cards traditionally of ham and eggers. But I was like, well, it's like a bonus Medano card without having to be a bonus Medano card. I just thought some of those cameos are fun, especially if you find them by accident. You're not looking for them. They just happen to be there because they took nice photos. So that works out really well. It's a good piece of advice, Seb. I thought about it, but it's one of those things I don't feel like going on an installment plan to be like, all right, you sick bastard. You got so many that it's like, if I was going to do that, then I'd be like, all right, just give me all of it. Whether I have it or not, just ship it all over. Because at that stage, I may as well just take the whole lot. Yeah. And it came across accidentally. I didn't realize it, but after a while, I realized that I was buying a bunch of high-end Medanos. And it turned out that it was all coming from the same seller. And I was like, huh, interesting. And after a while, I was like, really, dude? I did ask him one time, I was like, really, dude? Because a lot of them were like here. I'll do this as like a last show for this one. Right here. This one that was on my Instagram. That one came from that seller. This one came from that seller. Same one. This one came from that seller out of 10. Same one. 2-color patch, 2-color jersey. This one came from that seller. That's out of 20. 3-color. That'll do. And then just a franchise to finish it off. That's under 100 as well. That was all this week from the same seller. Same guy. All of them. One after another. How many do you want? And I was like, really?
I'm hoping, like I said, that the dude from the Czech Republic, because he said, I don't know if he can't sell anything because of like the COVID restrictions there or what. But I mean, because I'd asked him, you got anything else coming up or what? And he's like, no, like for a holiday or for a break or whatever, he can't do anything with shipping. And well, whatever, but make sure you let me know when you got stuff coming up so I can start fiddling away and socking funds away, because again, every time he's put stuff up, it's like, okay, I've got it. Oh, there's about 8 in a row that I would love to get. Got it. Oh, there's another 7. Like the starting bids are like 20 or whatever. I'm like, whatever. That I hope that scares people off, and it never does.
Right. Dave, you would be horrified if you saw how many of the stuff that I put on Instagram, some of the nice stuff, all came from the same seller. Like one after another, out of 10, out of 5, out of 10, out of 10, out of 20, out of 10. I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, it's mine now, so fine, but I guess. So real quick, I'll grab a couple of these comments here. Yeah. Hey, Simon, there's some good stuff, man. I'm telling you, check it out. It's fun. For sure. This is a good question. Actually, I'll pose this one to you. I'll position it as well. I'll answer it, but I'll throw this one at you, Dave. You know all those stamped, show stamped cards? I'll be honest with you, Zeb. I picked up a couple of them. I have some. I grabbed $98.99. Be a Player. Has like the I want to say Tampa Bay Lightning. Like it is similar to that, but instead of just being like really pretentious, they made it just a little logo in the corner that was like embossed literally onto the card. Like they did a much better job of it than the later ones where it's just kind of sloppily put in the middle of the card. In the early 90s, in the late 90s, I did try picking up those. But it was one of those things where it's like, after a while, it's like, okay, it's kind of neat. But there were just so many because sometimes they would release multiple versions in the same show.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be like, and I used to like look for them and I trade for them and whatever. I'm just trying to see if I have it in this one. Maybe I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. So this, I can actually show you an example. So this one is where they did it. It was for like the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
So first let me show you, I'm going to cover it. So this looks like a regular 98.99 be a player.
Mhm.
But then in the corner,
You get the little foil.
yeah, they literally embossed the logo of the Tampa Bay Lightning All-Star game in the corner. These are kind of tough to come by for sure. These aren't numbered specifically, but these are a little bit tougher to come by. I thought because at least it looked like almost what could have been a card that would have been issued a
Mhm.
little bit more, as opposed to like blatantly putting out of 10 or whatever and stamping it on the middle of it. At least it looked a little different. So I was like, all right, for that one, I'll do it. But for a lot of the other ones, I know what he's talking about because it's on the Beckett checklist. I'm not into them. I do have a few for sure. And at some point, I may do a little showcase of the ones that I did pick up because I grabbed some from the Vancouver, the big one, the Toronto Expo for sure. I got one that was 9 out of 20. It was hand numbered to Medeno's jersey number. I traded a guy, one of the regular ones and something else for the 9. I was like, all right, screw it. Then I'm getting the 9 if I can get it.
Yeah, how much stock do you put in jersey number cards of Madonna?
It's a nice bonus. In that instance, since I had the other one, I was like, worst case scenario, I'll keep the one I've got. But since I happen to have it at that show, I was like, it'd be kind of a neat novelty. I thought it'd be kind of cool. I will not pay a huge premium for it, but it's neat. But it's neat for sure. Do you care about those or do you like those very much yourself, Dave?
For Johnson, yes. But there again, I'm not finding something 3 of 5, 3 of 10. He's number 55, so I don't have to worry about some incredibly low serial numbered parallel. If it's 55 of like 61 for a Topps Heritage Chrome Black Refractor, I'll pay probably twice what I'd normally pay.
Mhm.
So if I'd pay 10, I'd pay 20. So, I mean, it just if the price is right, that goes with any player.
Mhm.
If I see the jersey number, Radek Bonk, Ziggy Palffy, Mike
Oh,
Madonna.
Radek Bonk. I just like saying Radek Bonk. He was enjoyable. Yeah, my buddy was an Ottawa Senators fan, so he liked Radek Bonk. It was very fun. But yeah, I agree with this. I'm not going to pay much of a premium for them. It's one of those things. It's a cool novelty. It's kind of the
Yep.
same as the player cameo cards. I would not pay one dime more than like a common price if I happen to come across it. It'd be kind of, oh sure, that'd be kind of cool. It'll kind of go into its own section. I wouldn't even put it with the regular other cards. I would literally put them all together. I'd be like, these are show stamped cards.
Mhm.
Because you used to be able to get those, but you also used to get the one with the Cripper.
Mhm.
I think if you remember a position, with Pacific would have the little crimper. So for the different shows, you would have it. I think there was a card on my watch list where it's a card I want anyway. That's a numbered card that I actually need that somebody got crimped. And I was like, why? It doesn't hurt it. Like it's so cheap that I was like, I'll still take it. Like it's a premiere date or something like that.
Yeah.
But I was like, but you crimped an actual premiere date. Why didn't you just leave it alone?
Completely unnecessary.
Well, I think I think I'm probably going to win it with no bids other than mine just because of that. Because he had to make a note of it. He goes, please read note. And he goes, yeah, it was crimped at the show. And I was like, dude, why? Why? I don't understand. Why? You do it for a base card. You pick a random base card, maybe a player you like, and then you get that crimped. You don't do it on like an insert or a numbered card or
Yeah.
like, no, you don't do that. Yeah. So if you pick it up, you'll know. You'll see it in the pickup video, and it'll be in glorious 4D, Dave. It'll be in glorious 4K. Wonderful. Nice. Oh, you got like a complete team set there?
And I know Jeremy's probably long asleep.
Yeah.
The Winnipeg Jets, so Solani's in there and still has a. That was like.
It's nice if your player's on the front too, because that's kind of like as an added bonus. You don't even have to do anything.
Yeah, you can just leave it as is and display it as is.
Leave it the original way. Good stuff. Well, guys, I appreciate it. This has been a fantastic conversation. We got in just shy of 4.5 hours. So there you go. I think we've gotten everybody good mileage. So definitely we'll revisit the conversation because there's still more, obviously. And maybe we'll creep into the early 2000s a little bit because there's some good stuff there too. I'll be honest with you. We didn't touch on it. And I left the memorabilia alone by design because there's some really cool stuff there that I'm more than happy to talk about and showcase as well, because we don't ignore the memorabilia, but there's so many cool inserts and parallels and things that I was like, no, give them their own shine, so to speak. Pardon the pun. Give them their own shine because there's lots. But then some of the memorabilia cards, especially the early years, It felt
Mhm.
like they were trying some cool stuff, and at least before they started releasing the titanium with like one jersey per pack or whatever, then the quality went down just a hit.
Yeah.
The effort also went down just a little bit. But the earlier years, they still were trying a little bit, and it was kind of cool. Very good. So if you guys haven't checked out before, you can definitely check out Dave's channel on AmishDaveArcher, written the way it's on his the way it's under his name. I usually include a link in the description as well. Absolutely. And you can check out, usually on Tuesdays, he and Steve will basically hang out and talk about some kind of a sports card related topic for like 4 minutes and then go for 4 hours. Somewhere interspersed in that there'll be 4 minutes. And at some point, go ahead.
We did a lot better this past Tuesday with the super.
That last section, like you legit actually talked about the topic. I was so impressed. That's why I had to comment. I was like, look at what you guys did. You talked about a thing related to the thing. That's amazing. There you go. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, 2 years of the 90s and go deep. I'll be honest with you. You can probably merge the first 4 years into one episode because it's like, all right, so here it is, Dave. 91 score American, 91 score Canadian in bilingual, 91 score Canadian English.
Yes.
Parkhurst 91, Parkhurst 91 French. And it's like, what is the difference? It's in French. At least Pinnacle did a better job. They changed the picture. They at least changed the picture. I was like, guys, at least try a little. At least try a little. Work with me here. But it's a good suggestion, Seb. I like that idea. I think I'll definitely have Dave back and we'll talk about some other ones as well. And again, I can talk baseball too because I enjoy it. But like, obviously I've dug into this for literally decades. This has been my bread and butter for so long. It's obviously very easy for me to go in depth because I lived through it. I collected a bunch of this stuff forever. And then I've been building this collection for a long time. So it helps. Good stuff. Yep, totally. Yeah, and we're glad to have the participation. So we appreciate you. Vinny, awesome. Paul, awesome. Seb, appreciate you popping on. Because like I said, Seb clearly has an awesome Hasher collection. So
yeah,
it's always good to talk about that. I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. The Expos leaving hurt a lot of folks in Montreal. It was kind of for a BS reason, really. Like it was, and then they moved them, and eventually Washington made something of itself. But it took a while. It took a while, and it's not like you could have just sent them Tampa Bay. Like anyone would have cared. You could have just sent them Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of junk. All right, guys. I appreciate you. Thanks very much. We'll be back on the channel again for another regular videos. I'll be back. And then also we'll do another live stream sooner or later. I'll get a meet back on. At some point I'll get Dave back on. And then we'll bring bring Steve so that he can give us all his new hockey knowledge. We can begin at the early 90s. He can give us the dissertation on the various variations of 1990-91 Upper Deck and all the variances of 1990-91 Pro Set with variations. There's a few.
couple.
A couple. Yeah, exactly. Never. No. You never go full Pro Set. I'll leave you that. That'll be the last word. You never go full Pro Set, guys. Ever. Dave, you've been awesome. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me on, Carlos.
All right, guys. Have yourselves a good night.